Hey, I'm Josh. I'm a web developer from Germany, and this is what we are gonna build together in this single video. And we are gonna leverage the full power of Next.js 13 with all the new stuff it has to build this. This is a Reddit clone with so many interesting technologies in it. For example, as we scroll down the feed, you can see more posts are fetched as we scroll. That is called infinite scrolling. That's one of the many things you're gonna learn to do in this video. Because what I like to do is not only build local apps, but production grade apps that you can actually have users use. So I sent this to my Discord and everyone was able to upvote posts to create their own communities. So for example, this is a subscriber who created his own community here on my app. As the basis for all of this, we're gonna use React with TypeScript. And for the styling, we're gonna use one of the most loved libraries at the moment, which I've used for the last half a year. It's been amazing to use. Based on Tailwind, it's a pre-styled, accessible, fully accessible component library from ShadCN. If you don't know it yet, you're gonna learn to love it because it's, I think, in my opinion, the best UI library out there, and you're gonna learn how to use it in this video. And now let's visit a detailed post. For example, let's scroll all the way down and let's go for the React post right here. If I click this, you can see there, I'm gonna rewind this so you can see this and insert a frame hold here. You can see we loaded the information right here. There's loading states for the comments and for the votes because we're implementing a very specific, really nice caching methodology. We're gonna implement advanced caching, so only the most necessary information is immediately loaded from Redis when you load this page, and all the other stuff is streamed in. This is gonna be a really cool part of the application, and this would not have been possible, this entire video, without a sponsor. So for this streaming and advanced caching functionality, we're gonna use Upstash Redis, who are kindly sponsoring this video. That is what makes this streaming behavior right here possible, where the comments and everything else like the votes are streamed in. Okay, enough of that, let's sign in. We've got an amazing authentication flow with modules that pop up that we can close. And if we reload the page, there's also a whole page for this. But normally this just pops up as a modal because we're gonna make use of intercepting and parallel routes in Next.js. Let's click the Google button and log in with our Google account. That's what we're gonna use for login, and then we can see a customized feed. So right now I'm only seeing the posts of the subreddits that I am following, and I can interact with them. I can upvote them, I can downvote them, I can go into one. Let's see, this one has a bunch of comments, for example. I can write a comment, my comment, hit post. That's gonna submit my comment right here into the comment section at the very bottom. We can upvote, downvote, and reply to other comments. For example, let's say nice reply. Hit post. Doing that, we can reply to that comment. It's gonna pop up right here. And then what we can also do right now, my username, it looks a bit weird. We don't want it to look weird. So we can also go ahead and change the username right here under settings. We can just say the Josh, because I'm the Josh, and then we can hit save name. It's gonna give us a beautiful toast notification that we can swipe away. Your username has been updated, because we are properly handling everything. Success states, error states, it's properly being handled also on the server, also on the client. I paid real attention to this. Is a production grade application that we're building here together. One of the coolest features I haven't even shown you yet, and that is the creation of a post. So for example, we want to create a post in our React subreddit. We can hit create post on the subreddit, enter our post title, like that. And in here, we've got a really clean, what you see is what you get editor. For example, we can post images, just like in the normal Reddit. I'm gonna choose this image, it's gonna upload the image. You can see that state in the editor right here. And then whenever it's done, it's in the cloud. This file has been uploaded. It's available on the internet and in our editor, and we can insert a caption. And what we can also do is insert links. So let's say link, and let's post a link to my personal GitHub, for example. Let's insert the link, and it's going to make a prefetch request to that link and actually show the proper link. We can hit post, we can see a beautiful notification, your post has been submitted, and here it is at the very top from the Josh or username, my post title, and let's upvote that because it's our post, and it just works really nice. I'm very happy to build this application with you. I know this is a long video because we're going to go very in depth. I want you to know how to build proper production grade applications, and this is how you do it. And I say, let's get started. Awesome. Let's have a look at the game plan that we're going to be following to get this started and also to deploy it. So first off, we're going to start with some basic setup that is going to involve some styling, even though most of this is already done for you, so CSS will not be a problem. Then we're going to move on to authentication. Very crucial step of this project. We're going to do it all together, and you're going to see authentication is surprisingly easy. You know what's super important as well? Creating and joining subreddits. That's going to be our third step. Then we're going to be able to create posts. Very important. Afterwards, we're going to display posts in a feed, and here we're going to differentiate between a regular feed for non-logged in users, so anyone can access the feed, and also we're going to have a different feed for subreddits that people are following if you are logged in. And we're going to optimize this with Redis, what I already explained. That is going to be a very cool part of this video. Then we're going to move on to be able to vote for posts, upvote, downvote, you know how it is on Reddit as well. In step 7, we're going to create comments. Very important piece, right? If you can't comment on posts, then there is no real interaction. And of course, we want that interaction. So we're going to have comments, and you can also vote up and down for these comments. Lastly, 8th step is going to be the search bar in the actual content of the website. We're going to be able to search for subreddits that we want to post in, that we want to participate in. And then lastly, as step 9, we're going to deploy it together on Vercel. That is going to be the final thing we're going to do, so you can actually put it on your portfolio, share it with friends, and actually use it how it's meant to be used. Awesome, that's going to be the game plan. It's going to be 9 steps. It sounds more than it really is, and we're going to have a lot of fun on the way, and we're going to learn a lot of really cool web dev concepts on the way as well. Great, let's get this started. And to get started, I'm going to open my CMD and navigate to the desktop. This is going to be the directory where I want to host this project. For me, that's going to be the desktop. Anywhere on your machine works here. And in here, I'm going to say git clone. And we're going to do git clone because if you get lost anywhere during this whole project, I have a full GitHub repository for you. And not only does this contain all the finished code of the actual project that is completely done, but it also contains something called, and why doesn't that show up here? The starter code branch right here. If we switch over to starter code, you can see I've already set this up for you. So we can just copy this branch and everything will be done for you. It's essentially just a very basic Next.js setup, but with some styling, for example, inside of it. You can see if we navigate to the styles, there's some very basic styling done, and also in the Tailwind config. So we don't have to spend our time on that because that shouldn't be the focus of this video. This is about concepts, about learning actual concepts and stuff instead of having to waste your time with the styling. So that is why I think this makes a lot of sense, so we don't have to worry about this. And to get started, click here on the code button on GitHub and copy this GitHub URL. This is what we're going to use to clone this repository. Let me move this over to my right side again, and we are going to clone a branch. So we're going to type -b and then the branch name. This is going to be starter-code. This is the branch name of the repository that we want to copy. And then lastly, we're going to paste the URL we have just copied from the green GitHub button, the github.com/myname/breadit.git, because Breadit is going to be the name of the project. Now, I would recommend just hitting enter. I'm going to name mine. I'm going to name it Breadit2, because Breadit is the original folder I already have on my desktop, and then hit enter. This is going to clone the starter code branch to your local machine, and now we can cd into that. For example, cd breadit-2, or if you didn't change it at all, this would just be Breadit, and I can zoom in so you can see this easier. Let's navigate in that repository and then say code dot. And what code dot is going to do is it's going to open up just this folder inside of our Visual Code Studio. At least that's what I like to do. Of course, you don't have to follow along in Visual Studio Code. And here we are in the starter code. Great. And I say we quickly walk through what this even is and what the starter code does for you that the regular Next.js repository or regular create next app wouldn't do for you. First off, we have some database setup already done. And there's nothing special about this, as you're gonna see. I'm gonna explain every step of the way. And the only thing we did is basically initialize a new Prisma project. They state how you can do that in their documentation, or you can just type, it's like npx prisma init. If you're in a completely new project, that's basically what I've already done, so we don't need to do that. And also I've added the documentation code provided by Auth for the database. So I did not come up with this. If I did, I would have shared it with you and built it with you. But this is just this part right here, the account, the session, and the user in the schema.prisma is just copied from Auth, what we're going to use for authentication. So there's nothing original about it, and so there's no point in writing that ourselves. There's a favicon already included, so this just works out of the box and looks great. And besides that, there's only one component I've already done, and that is the button. Now, I haven't installed the dependencies yet. We can quickly do that in the background, actually. Let's type yarn or npm install, whichever package manager you prefer. Hit enter, and that's just gonna install the dependencies in the background while I quickly explain this button component. So the reason I'm not gonna build this button component together with you, or why I don't think it makes too much sense building this together, is because essentially it is just copy and pasted as well. We can go to chat-cn UI. This is a UI library. And as you can see, the UI library we're using for this button, it's a beautiful button, by the way, provides an installation. And installing this button is just as simple as typing this command right here, and that is going to install the button component inside of your app. It's npx chat-cn-ui add button, and this is going to set up all this code for you with one thing missing, and that is going to be the is loading. This is what I have personally added, so we can later on easily add a loading state to this button. But besides that, this button is just copy and paste it as well, and having to write out all the CSS is just time we can save. Then there's one hook. Again, this is just copy and paste it from a website called Use Hooks. We're gonna use this hook later. It's called Use On Click Outside. And you know, if I just copy and paste code, there's no real point in walking through it together, but it plays a very minor role in our project, so I don't think it makes sense writing this out together as well. Then I've set up the database client. This is just copy and pasted as well from a previous project. Essentially, this just ensures that while we're on local development, we are not instantiating multiple Prisma clients, but instead we're using a cached one. Then utils. Utils are very simple. We're going to reuse them across our whole application. The main thing here is we don't want to type all this out. It's just annoying. There's no learning benefit in typing all that out, what I'm showing you right now. That is the reason why I've included all this in the starter code. You can get into it if you want, but it's about learning these interesting concepts, not about stupidly typing out this stuff for displaying when a post has happened, right? There's no need to get into that. Some styles, for example, for the editor, we're going to get into later on. Very, very cool part of this app, by the way. We're going to use that to create posts. And some global styles that there's no point writing ourselves. You already know this. And that is already basically all there is in the starter code. There's one more thing, that is some types. I'm going to get into that when we get to the editor again. And some Tailwind config set up that we don't need to type ourselves either. Mostly styling and unimportant stuff in the starter code. I've made sure to not miss out on anything important in the starter code. We're gonna do everything important together. But again, we don't want to waste our time on these very, very basics. Okay, and now let's actually get started with this project. And to find out what the first step is gonna be, let's head over again to our game plan and start with the very basic setup. Great, let's switch over to our app, and I've got the original project open here on my right-hand monitor so I don't miss anything. And let's get started with the basic setup in our layout. This layout is a file that Next.js creates for us. This will always exist in your application, and it is under the source directory, app, and then layout.tsx. Even if you delete it, Next.js is gonna create it again for you. So there's literally no way to get rid of it. And as we can see, there's some metadata already in here. For example, the page title as breaded, and then a description I've already created in here. And besides that, only an import of the styles that we're gonna use. First thing we want to do is use a custom font because the default font looks kind of bad. So let's say const inter, that is going to be the font we're using for this app, is going to be equal to, and I'm going to disable GitHub Copilot, is going to be equal to inter, and we get this inter function from importing it. Let's say import inter, and this comes from next/font/Google. We can just import the inter font like that, invoke it and pass it one option, and that is going to be subsets. And this subsets is going to take an array, and in this array we're going to pass, you can see we can pass a bunch of stuff in here. By the way, if you're wondering how I open this menu, it's Control and Spacebar, and then let's put Latin in here as the font. And this we still need to include in our page. So this is going to go into the HTML as a class name. We're going to do that to use our custom font. This is going to be in curly braces, I think it's called. And in here, we're going to call a function that is cn that already comes from the pre-configured utilities that are included in this starter code. If we take a look at these utils, let's quickly talk about what this does. So the Tailwind merge basically combines Tailwind classes optimally together. So say we passed a margin y of 2 and also a margin x of 2, right? If we passed these two into Tailwind merge, then Tailwind merge is pretty smart and will combine these into margin 2, because this right here, I can make this a bit larger. Actually, that's a bit too large. These two mean the same thing as margin 2, so Tailwind merge optimizes our Tailwind code, and then CLSX is for conditional class names. So we can conditionally render out class names and combine multiple class names. Check out what this looks like. As the class name that is always going to be applied to this HTML, we're going to input background white, a text-slate-900 for dark text, anti-aliased, and then lastly a light theme that we're forcing. And now to also merge a second class into this class name, we can input a comma and then the inter.class name. So we are appending the inter class name to this class name by using this cn utility function. It's going to get very clear also later on when we get more into what this cn utility function does. It's a very nice helper to combine multiple class names together, and we're going to use it in a lot of places across our application. And it's just 3 lines of code, so it's very, very convenient to use. Great. And then in the body tag, we're also going to apply some basic styling. For example, a minimum height of screen. So we're at least 100 VH, and for some reason I can't hover over this right now. Okay. But this is going to apply a minimum height of 100 view height, a padding top of 12 to offset a navbar height that we're going to create later, a background slate of 50, and also anti-aliased. There we go. Great. Okay, now the question is, what's going to be the first thing that we're going to get started with? And it probably makes sense to get started with the navbar first. So the navbar will exist, be above the children right here, and we want to render out the actual children inside of a div to apply some styling to them as well. For example, we're going to apply a container class name. This comes from Tailwind as well, and for some reason I can't hover over this stuff right now, but it's fine. Normally when you hover over these, it shows you the underlying classes that are applied to them. For some reason that doesn't work. Okay. Then we're going to apply a max width of 7XL, so it can't go all the way to the borders. An MX of auto, so this is going to be centered on the screen, a height of full, and a padding top of 12. And we're going to wrap our children inside of these styles. Great. Now let's quickly comment out the navbar, because that literally does not exist yet. And let's start up our local development server. I'm going to say yarn dev or npm run dev. Hit enter. That's going to start up our development server. And we can take a look at what that looks like if we navigate to localhost 3000 and let it load here for a hot second. Great, this is our homepage. It shows up right here, works perfectly. Let's move this into a side-by-side view, and let's give the editor more space than the actual page. All right, and that does not seem to be in a side-by-side view like that. Okay, great. Let's comment back in the navbar, and that's going to be the first thing that we're going to work on, the navbar. So to create that, I've already created the main folder structure for you. It goes into the components folder. So source, and then we've got app, components, hooks, lib for, and the lib folder is for preparing stuff from libraries to be used in your application. You're gonna see that when we create the files there, styles and types, and this is gonna go into components. This is gonna be our navbar.tsx, and inside of the navbar, let's start working on it. I have got an, actually no, that doesn't matter right now. Let's say const navbar is gonna be equal to a function, and we want to make this function asynchronous so that we can actually get the session for the user. First off, let's just return a regular div, and that needs to say return. So whenever we render out the navbar, this div is going to get returned. And what that does for us is we can already import it in our layout.tsx. And you know what? When you can't see the automatic imports, what you can do is press Control, Shift, and P and click Developer Reload Window. That's gonna reload your VS Code instance. And then normally the automatic imports will work again after that. And hopefully hovering over this stuff will now work. And it does, great. So it's kind of like a reset for VS Code, but it doesn't seem to work on the navbar. So let's import that manually. Let's say import navbar from, and then use a relative path that we have defined in our tsconfig. That is going to be @/components/navbar. And that does not work. Oh, and of course that does not work. Normally I always use a snippet to do this. Let's export default navbar from this file. This could not have worked, and now it does. Okay, I was a bit too fast with the asynchronous behavior on the navbar. I realized let's just build out the regular navbar and then worry about all the auth stuff in the second step, because that is after all step 2 and not step 1. So let's give some life to this navbar. And first off, we're gonna apply some class names to it. Class name is gonna be fixed at the very first div, by the way. This is where we are this is where we are going to apply this class name. Fixed top 0, then we want an inset x of 0. So that is going to be, left and right. The h is going to be fit for a height matching the content of the actual navbar, so it's not too high. And let's move this into full screen just for now. The background is going to be zinc 100. We're going to apply a border to the bottom. Then a border color, which is going to be border zinc 300. A z index of 10, so it sticks out above the other content. And a padding y of 2. Then one more div inside of this div, and this is going to be class name container. This is going to automatically apply some margin and padding and width. Very, very handy class name. And by the way, this container class we have extended in our tailwind.config.js, as you can see right here. So we have applied some custom styling to the container, so it looks a bit better, and we can just use that with a one container keyword. The max width is going to be 7XL with a height of full. That's going to fill out the height of the div as a parent. An MX of auto. We want a flex, an items-center for vertical alignment, and also a justify-between for horizontal spacing out. And lastly, a gap of 2 to provide some gap for the responsive view. Awesome. First thing we're going to create in here is going to be the application logo. And what should happen when you click the logo in the navbar? Like, what do you expect to happen on other websites when you click the logo? You expect to go to the homepage, which makes a lot of sense. And to achieve that, when you click the logo, we go back to the homepage of the app. We're going to use a link component that is presented to us by Next.js. It's kind of like a wrapper around an HTML tag, with the difference of routing only happening client-side without a hard refresh if we press this link component. This is going to go to the homepage, so to slash, and we're also going to apply a little class name here of flex, gap 2, and items-center for vertical alignment. Awesome. Now in here, we're going to render out a p tag that is going to contain the text of our app. This gets a class name of hidden, a text zinc, of 700, a text of small, we don't want this to be too obnoxious, a font of medium to make it a bit more visible, this is the font weight. And on medium devices and upwards, we want to actually display this. So we're only hiding this for the mobile view. And this is going to say Breaded. This is going to contain our application name. And if we take a look at what we have just created, let's go to Breaded. We can see there's a navbar with our Breaded name on it. Amazing. Let's move this into a side-by-side once again. And sometimes this doesn't really work. So let's just do it like that. Awesome. And we also want a logo for our application, right? And the question is, how do we render out that logo as a SVG? We don't want it as a PNG because that takes a while to load. We want that as an SVG. And to create that, let's create a new component that is going to be called icons.tsx. And inside of this icons.tsx, we are going to have our logo. And I should have included the icons in the starter code, but we're just going to copy paste from the GitHub repository. So from the icons component, we're going to export the most important reused icons across our whole app. We can do that very simply actually by saying export const icons is going to be just an object. And as the logo, we want a custom SVG, but we also want to be able to pass custom properties wherever we actually render out this logo. And to do that, we can accept props into this icon, and these are going to be of type Lucid props. Lucid React is a pre-installed dependency in this starter code, and it is an icon library. We can go to lucid.dev to see what exactly it is all about, and it's just an icon library that we're reusing across our whole app. That's why it's pre-installed. And then inside of here, we can render out the actual SVG. However, I think it's a better approach to not write out the SVG. That doesn't make too much sense, but instead, let's quickly navigate to the GitHub repository over here and then go to the source components, and you'll see in a second why we're not writing this out ourselves. And then into the icons, this is the reason we're not writing this out ourselves. There's no point. We can just grab the SVG icon as the logo from the icons, copy that and paste it over here into our project. Let's close that. We can see the SVG is right in here, and we are spreading in the props that we are receiving wherever we are rendering the icon if we want to. We don't have to pass that. And that are the icons. Awesome. So we can actually now use this logo icon in our navbar right above the text as icons that we import from /icons from the components and we can see there's a logo property on there now because we've just created that. This is going to get a class name of h-8 for a height of 8, then a width of 8, and also on small devices and up we want a height of 6, and also on small devices and up we want a width of 6. So we're just making it a bit smaller, and then on small devices it's a bit larger, and we want to close this icon off. Let's save that. Let's go right here, and we can see there's the logo, and on large devices also the name appears right beside our logo. Awesome. Let's give this a bit less space. Actually, let's move this into full view so you can actually see the whole class name, because they are a bit lengthy at times. Then we are going to implement a search bar right here in the navbar, but before we implement that search bar, a lot is going to happen. We can't just implement this without having added any of the functionality. That is why the search bar is right down here in step 8, because in order for a search bar to work, we already need subreddits and so on to filter, and we don't have them yet. So I'm just gonna mock it out for now and leave it in here, but we're not gonna create it just yet. Way more important is the auth. Right? We want to implement authentication already in step 2 up here. And in the navbar, there's going to be the button to do it. And we are going to render out a sign in link in our navbar. This is going to be the same link component from Next.js. And this is going to lead to the /sign-in path with a class name auth. And now there's going to be a cool concept. If you're not familiar with my previous projects, we can now import the button variants and invoke them. Now, what the hell just happened? these button variants, if I click them, these come from the button component that was pre-installed in the starter code. And what this does is normally these button variants are only applied to the button element, right? But in our case, we want to render out a link component instead of a button, but we still want it to look like the button. So what we can do is just import these button variants from here, these up here. And what this is going to do is it's going to apply all the standard class names to our link component and then also the default variant. So if I save that and we put some text into the link like sign in, for example, we're going to see what that looks like. If I navigate over here, it looks like the button. It looks really nice, but it's not in fact a button. It's a link component. And that's how we achieve that, by importing the button variants and just invoking that function. Awesome. So now we can navigate to the sign in page if we click this button. But of course, this page does not exist yet. And it makes sense to create that next. Let's move this over again like that. And the way we create the sign in page is going to be as a folder that we can navigate to inside of our app router. So inside of the app router, let's create a new folder and wrap this in parentheses called Auth. If you want a really detailed rundown of how this app router routing works, I'm going to link an amazing resource where I went really in depth in the description on routing, SEO, and so on. For this, probably only watch the routing section for now. Essentially, if we create a folder, that's going to be reflected in the URL structure. But if we use these parentheses, we're opting out of that behavior. So the in parentheses auth is not going to end up as the URL for our app, but instead is just for our organization, so that we can now create folders in here that actually end up in the URL. So for example, we want the sign in route. Therefore, we are creating a sign in folder. This is actually going to be in the URL under, /sign in, because this won't show up. And then to create the component that shows up when you navigate to the sign in route, that is where we create a page.tsx. It's important that you name it page.tsx because it's enforced by Next.js. It needs to be named that way. And inside of the page, let's say FC and hit tab. Now, what the hell just happened there? That's a really handy thing. It's a functional component snippet that I have created. And if you go to your local settings, where are they? File, no, edit, right here. So it's file, then preferences, and then it is configure user snippets. Navigate to your TypeScript react.json, and you're gonna see my snippet right here. I'm gonna put the code in the description. You don't have to write this out. You can just copy and paste it into this file, and then you've got yourself a really handy snippet that you can use. Just type FC, hit tab, and that's gonna create this functional component snippet for you as well. Really, really handy stuff. However, we're not going to receive any props in here, so we can remove that. Just leave it as a functional component. And then inside of this page, let's apply a class name to the main div, and that is going to be absolute. Let's close out of this and inset-0. And let's open this up in a side-by-side view as well. Great. Inside of here, one more div, and this div is going to get a class name of height full, a maximum width of 2XL, and I just noticed the page disappeared. If this is not in an actual side-by-side, that kind of sucks. There we go. A max width of 2XL, an MX of auto, a flex-call, an items-center, a justify-center for horizontal. No, this is for vertical alignment now because we're using flex call, so it's the other way around. A gap of 20, and that's it. That's the whole class name for this div. Let's move that into the next line and give it a bit more space so you can actually see the entire thing. And inside of here, we are going to render out a link component as well. That is going to take us back to the homepage. And this is important for a good user experience, because if they ended up on this page on accident or want to navigate back, they should have the possibility to do so. And therefore, we're rendering out this link with a class name of and now we're going to use our conditional class name combining function again from the utils. We're going to import that from @libutils. We have created it there. And this is going to say button variants, again, because we want it to look like the button. And if we pass an object to the button variants, we can also define a certain variant that we want this to look like. If I put a space here and type ghost, what does this mean? We have just passed the ghost variant to the button variants. So what is going to happen is it's all like in every case, it's going to apply these first class names because they are not conditional. But then it's also going to apply the ghost class names right here because that's the variant we have specified. So it's going to apply all these class names as well. And if I just put some text here like home, you're going to see what that looks like. If I move this over and reload the page, that should show up right here. You can see it's a very subtle animation, but it looks good and it's accessible by pressing tab. It looks like the button. It looks very, very nice. That's what we achieved with these button variants right here. And we also want to apply a bit more class names to that. So after closing this function, we're going to pass a string as well. And this is going to be self-start and a hyphen empty-20 for giving it a negative margin on the top. And then let's hit save. That's almost our entire component for the sign up done. The last thing we want to do is actually render the sign in component. Oh, did I say sign up? I meant sign in. So this is the sign in page, and we want to render out the sign in component that is actually going to allow us to sign in. Now, this component doesn't exist yet, and we are informed of that by this error right here. So let's create the sign in component, signin.tsx, and again, use the FC snippet. Makes it very, very easy. However, in this case, again, we're not going to pass any props to the sign in component. So we can pretty much get rid of most of this and are left with just a function that we're exporting as a default as a regular React component. Great. At the root level div inside of this sign in component, let's give this class names: container, mx-auto, flex, a width of full, flex-col, justify-center, a space y of 6. On small devices and up, we want a width of, and now a custom value of 400 pixels. You're going to see why we're applying these 400 pixels later. Hint, hint, it's because we're also going to render this component out in a modal. And then that's it. Okay, that's good. That's all the class names done. As the second level div in here, we want to apply a class name of flex, flex-col, space y2, and text-center. Inside of here, we're gonna render out our logo, again, that we import from the icons component. So icons.logo with a class name of mx-auto, a height of 6 and a width of 6 to make it rather small and subtle. And below this, we're gonna render out an h1 that is gonna get a class name of text-2xl, font semi-bold, and tracking-tight, saying welcome back, because chances are if the user signs in again, then they have already signed up, so we can greet them back. And then below this, we're going to render out a p tag with a class name of text small, maximum width of XS for extra small. That is something I have configured myself in the Tailwind config. If we navigate to the Tailwind config right here, we can take a look at the XS. That should be, wait, did I not do that? Oh, I think that was somewhere else. Never mind, that might just work out of the box, actually. It's a 20 rem maximum width. All right, anyways, and then a mx of auto. Great. And inside of this p tag, we're gonna say, by continuing, you are setting up a Reddit account and agree to our user agreement and privacy policy. I just copied this from the actual Reddit page, so we can just copy paste it here. Awesome. Let's save this and let's render this out side by side. First, import the sign in component in our page.tsx, and we can close everything that we're not using right now. It just doesn't make it easier. And we can already see this looks pretty nice. Welcome back. By continuing, you're setting up an account, and let's move this into an actual split screen. There we go. Awesome, this looks really good already. And if we want to actually log in, we need some component to do that. So let's say, for example, sign in form. We want a form or a button that allows the user to sign in. I'm going to mark this for now. Let's quickly finish up this component with a p tag below that sign in form that we're going to do in a second here with a class name of padding x of 8. By the way, we are creating this p tag with 2 closing divs below that. That's where this goes, with a text center, a text small, a text zinc 700. And inside of here, we're going to say new to Reddit, question mark, and then a JavaScript space, so we can ensure there's always a space here, because we're going to put some text right next to it inside of a link component. Again, this link component is going to link to the slash sign up page. So if they don't have an account yet, the users, then they're going to get forwarded to the sign up page with a class name of hover text zinc. We can do like 800, for example, a text small. And let's quickly give this a bit more space. A text small, an underline, and an underline offset -4 for this. And let's go full screen so you don't miss out on the class names with a sign up text inside of it. Let's save that. Quickly take a look at what this looks like. We can see new to Reddit, sign up, and this will forward us to the sign up page that doesn't exist yet. More importantly, we need an actual button that allows us to sign the users up. And the reason we are not putting the button in this sign in component is because this is a server component and we cannot have interactivity in it. If you're not at all familiar with server components, again, I highly recommend you check out the video I've done on the Next.js app router. It's really good. It goes very in depth on these concepts. Very briefly, this is a server component. It's run on the server, meaning we cannot have interactivity in it. Therefore, we need to create this in a separate component that is then a client component. Let's call this user auth form because that's what it's gonna be. And that is a component that does not exist. Let's create it. The user auth form.tsx goes into our components folder. Let's hit enter and yet again use the functional component snippet to do so. And this component is going to handle all the logic that has to do with signing a user in. And the JSX of this component is going to be super straightforward. Basically, we want to render out one button, and that's almost all we're going to do. And this button is going to say Google, because Google is going to be the main login option that we're offering to the users. And let's quickly wrap this button inside of one div so we can apply some styling to the parent element with a class name of, and again, we're going to use our handy combiner with cn, and we are going to pass a default class name of flex justify center. So this is always going to be applied because it's not conditional, with a dynamic value of class name. And we're like, where does this class name come from? We don't have it in here. And the reason I have included it here is because if we want to apply some styling from the parent of wherever we want to render out the user auth form, we can easily do that if we just extend this component. So I'm going to make this very clear because I think it's a very cool concept. Right now, if I press Ctrl and spacebar, we can see the only prop I can pass to the user auth form is a key, because a key you can pass to literally everything in React. If I want to pass like a class name to it or anything that could apply to a div, we need to extend this. So we can say interface user auth form props extends react.html attributes. Right now, you don't have to follow along this specific step. This is just to learn a cool concept for you. So we're going to extend this by react.html attributes, and this receives a generic, and this generic is of type HTML div element. A generic is kind of like, imagine it like this is a function, and then we're calling that function with a certain argument, right? That's what a generic is, just for TypeScript. And what has just happened is that if I hit Control Spacebar now, awesome, nothing happens yet, but it's gonna do in a second. So we can now receive the class name and also any other props in this component right here. So that means wherever we render out the user auth form, we can specify everything that a regular div can also get. And I'm not sure why this doesn't work. Let's reload the window once again, because that usually fixes a lot of bugs in VS Code. Give it a hot second to reload. And let's try if this works. No, it doesn't. Man, I don't know why, because it does in the actual project. That's very weird. It was just a cool concept I wanted to show you, but I guess VS Code just doesn't want to do it right now. Whatever, let's just leave it out and apply this as a normal class name. That's unfortunate, because it is a cool concept, but we weren't gonna make use of it anyways. I just thought it was cool to show you. If I can't, then let's rip this off, because we're not gonna pass any props in that case. And let's quickly import. Oh, because we haven't imported the component. Oh, that's why. Okay, so I can show it to you. Look at this. So now it works. All right, because we didn't import the component. Wow. Now we can pass everything that you can normally pass to a div in React. So everything that you can normally pass to a div, we can now pass to this component. And if we wanted to, we could pass all those props we probably, or we could receive from the parent component right into the actual div, so we can style this component not only actually in this component, but wherever we render it as well, with all, just as if this was like a div. You know, that's a pretty cool concept, I think, that you should know about. Let's save this and take a look at what this looks like, and we can see, awesome, we've got the Google button right here that we can then use to sign in. Very, very nice. We're gonna apply some more stuff to this button. We're not quite done here. For example, we want this to be of a certain size, and in my case that's gonna be small, because we don't want this to be too large. A width of full as the class name. Then some more styles that we're gonna get to in a second. And yeah, actually let's implement the actual login functionality right now. So we want two main things in this app. One is going to be a toast notification that we're going to do later. And then secondly, we want to keep track of one certain state, and that is the isLoading state if the user is currently signing in. This is going to be of type Boolean. Because we're in TypeScript, we can pass this. This would automatically be inferred, by the way, if we pass this as false. We don't have to include this, but I find it more readable if we do. So we're just telling TypeScript, hey, this will keep track of a Boolean value. And then as for the function that's going to log us in, let's call it login with Google. This is going to be an async arrow function. And inside of here, first off, we want to say set isLoading to true, because no matter what happens, we want to reflect that in a loading state. This is going to contain a try catch, in which we're going to call await sign in. And this is a function we should be able to import from import sign in from next-auth/react. This is the package we are installing this from. Again, this is included in the starter code. In fact, a lot of packages we're using in this app. Don't worry, it's a very long list. We're not going to make extensive use of all of these, but they are important for this app to work properly. So what I wanted to say is that one of them is the NextAuth package that we're using for authentication. If you've never used that, check out their website. They've got awesome documentation. It makes authentication in Next.js super simple. There's a whole documentation you can read through, or just read the get started to get the gist of it if you've never used it. It's very, very cool. I'm going to show you how to use it. So signing in is as easy as calling the sign in function that we get from NextAuth. And in here, if VS Code loaded, we can pass all the providers that NextAuth offers to us. And in our case, we want to log in with the Google provider, so we can put it right there. And if we get an error, then we want to send out a toast notification to the user, which we haven't set up to work yet. We're going to do that later. And then finally, no matter what happens in the try catch, we want to set isLoading to false again, because we don't care what happens. The loading state should be disabled afterwards. And that allows us to actually work with the button better. On click, whenever we click the button, we want to call the login with Google function. And then we want to display a loading state. If we are currently logging in, the button should be disabled and displaying a little spinner. That's why we're passing the isLoading, because in the button we are listening to that and then displaying a spinner if we are loading. And then we want to also render out the Google logo, right? That would be very cool. And the thing is, we don't want to render that out all the time, but conditionally for is loading. So if we are loading, we don't want to display anything because the logo is going to be replaced by a spinner. But if we are not loading, we're going to render out the icons dot. And right now we only have the logo, but we want to change that. We also want the Google icon. And to use the Google icon, we're quickly going to navigate back to the GitHub repository, because there's no point in typing out the SVG ourselves, and copy the Google logo from right here. In fact, we can also copy the props with Lucid props and paste it right below our existing SVG as the Google logo. And that allows us to render out the Google logo for this button right here. And I think there are going to be some styles applied to this user auth form, and those styles are going to be a height of 4, a width of 4 to make it very small, and a bit of padding on the right hand side. And if we take a look at this button right now, we can't, because it says you're importing a component that needs use state. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked with use client, so they're server components. This is exactly what I meant. Because we are demanding client-side interactivity, we need to turn this into a client component, because by default it is a server component and we cannot have interactivity on the server. To do that, we're going to put use client directive at the very top of our file. And if I reload the page now, we can see there's a big Google login button right now. That won't work because we haven't actually implemented authentication. But once we do that, this button will actually log us in. So right now we're getting an error if we click the button, but that's going to be gone in a second here, because Auth is the next thing that we are setting up. First, let's completely finish this component. And to do that, it's important to add toast notifications. In case anything goes wrong, you also want a toast message. And to get started with toast notifications, it's super simple. It comes from the same UI library that we're using for the button, and it's called toast. Let's navigate to the toast, and the installation is as easy as copying this npx command right here. That is npx shed cnui add toast. We can copy that, yarn pnpm, whatever you're using, it doesn't really matter. Let's navigate into the console, quickly stop our development server, and then run that command. Hit enter, and this is going to ask us where this component will be installed. And because we're using the source folder right here in the starter code, and I always do this in my projects as well, both professionally and for my hobby projects, I always use the source folder. Let's say source components /UI. This is where this component should be installed. That is going to be put into this folder right here. We can see toast and use toast. It's going to set up all the code for us. However, it sometimes gets stuck in the actual installation of the packages that we need for this to run properly. So I always stop it at this point, because it has already done its job pretty much. It has set up the code for us. The only thing that might be an error is, no, there won't be an error because we've already installed all the dependencies. But what might happen if you're not following with the starter code, that's why I recommend you do, is some of these packages might not be installed, but you would be, they would be underlined with a red squiggly line, so you could just install them and then you'd be completely set. Now, one thing just for housekeeping, I'm going to move the use toast hook inside our separate hooks folder, and because it doesn't really belong in the components, in my opinion. Let's move it over to the hooks folder to have it in there. And then what I also don't like about this default installation is that toast has a smaller case t. I'm going to change that to an uppercase T for toast. And what the hell happened? Why is my VS Code blowing up? Let's reload this window, and that should fix the errors. Great, let's save the use toast hook. And now what we can do is import the, where did we want to call that? Right here, the toast notification. We can say at the very top of the auth form that const toast is going to be equal to use toast that we import from our hooks. And now we can call this function. So we can say toast and pass it an object, and we can pass 3 properties. We can pass more, but we only want 3, which is the title of, there was a problem, for example. Then secondly, we want to pass a description. This is gonna be, there was an error logging in with Google. And lastly, we want to pass a variant. This can be one of two things. It can be default or destructive. And because this is a bad thing that happened, we want to pass a destructive variant to this toast notification. And if I just throw new error right here, so we're going to invoke this definitely. Let's see what happens. Let me start up the development server once again, because I think we stopped that. Yes, we did, to show you what the toast notification looks like. Because there is one thing that's gonna lead to this toast notification not working just yet. Let's try this. The error will get thrown, but no toast notification will happen. Why is that? That is because we have never provided the toast to be rendered anywhere on the page. And for the toast notification to actually show up, we need to render out the toaster. And that sounds funny, but we're going to render out the toaster in the main layout so we can actually display our toast notifications. We're going to render it out right here. It's going to say toaster. And this toaster is going to come from a separate component that we have not gotten. Now, the toaster component is something that should have installed using the CLI command for the toast. So it comes directly from shadcn as well. However, it did not install properly. So let's create this ourselves. Let's create a toaster.tsx component and navigate over to the GitHub repository. And because we don't need to write the toaster itself, it should be installed. But for some reason it didn't in this case. It might have for you actually. But if it didn't for you as well, then navigate to the GitHub repository and you'll find the toaster component by shadcn, not here, but you'll find it under components, UI, and then you'll find the toaster.tsx. We can literally just copy and paste this component. That is totally fine because there is no advanced logic in here. This is simply for actually rendering out our toast notifications. In the layout, this is where we're going to include this component, the toaster, import that, and let's see what happens. Is the server running? Yes, it is. Great. Then in that case, let's navigate to our sign-in page and hit Google. And you can see, because we threw the error, the toast notification is immediately gonna get rendered. There was a problem. There was an error logging in with Google. Awesome. That is exactly what we want. We got toast notifications working. We're gonna be using, oh, why can't I move this? There we go. We're gonna be using toast notifications in a lot of places throughout our app. So getting them to work like this is very nice. Great, so we've got toast notifications and I think we are pretty much done. Let's take a look at the component we've built, the user auth form. Okay, we don't always want to throw an error. That is something we don't want to do, but we now know that we have proper error handling in case anything goes wrong in the user auth form. Awesome. Now the only thing left to do is actually implementing the authentication, because right now if you click on the Google button, we get an authentication error. And of course, that is not ideal. So the question is, how the hell do we do the authentication? And either you just watch the video in the next like 5 to 10 minutes to do that with me, or you can also read all of this in the Next Auth documentation. They do a great job of explaining that too. The gist of it is we need to create an API route. That's the important thing. So let's close all of these down. Let's create an API route, and we do that under app. And let's create a new folder in the app, and that is going to be API like this. And inside of this API folder, we're going to create all the API routes that are going to encapsulate the logic of our app. Importantly is the auth that we need right now. Let's create an auth route. And inside of this auth route or folder, that's what it is, let's create one more folder. So API folder, auth folder, and then in angled brackets, we're going to put ... next auth, and then hit enter. This is a catch-all route. So everything that goes to auth and then anything behind that with any amount of slashes is going to get caught by this route. And the logic for this is going to get handled in the route.ts inside of the next auth folder. Now, the stuff we're going to write into this route.ts is going to be very simple. We want to import two things. But first off, let's say const handler is going to be equal to next auth and then auth options. The auth options is where we're going to declare all the logic that goes into our authentication. And then we're going to export handler as get and also handler as post. So if anyone calls this API route with a get or post request, then this handler is going to accommodate the logic for that request. The next auth we can import from next auth, and then the auth options don't exist yet. The reason I don't want to write them in this folder, even though we very well could, is instead I like to put them in the lib folder, because after all, we are just preparing a library to be used in our application. And that's no different with the authentication. So inside of the lib, let's create an auth.ts folder instead of mixing up the logic in our actual API route. So let's create a new auth.ts folder inside of the lib folder, and this is where we're going to handle all the logic that is associated with our authentication. Great, so we know we need to export a const, and that is called auth options, that we can then import in the route.ts. And for TypeScript, this is of type next auth options that we import from next auth. And this is going to give us type safety, even though we're not declaring this inline right in this file in the route.ts, but somewhere else. And we're going to get an error because we're missing a lot of properties in here, but that's good. That's like a benefit for us that we get that type safety, and we can already import the auth options in the route.ts to get rid of the error there. Then inside of the auth options, let's declare an adapter. This adapter is going to be a Prisma adapter, and it's going to wrap our database. Now, two things are coming together here. First off, where the hell is this database coming from? This comes from from the starter code. I've already configured this. Again, this is just copy and paste, no advanced logic here. Essentially, we are instantiating a Prisma client, and we want to avoid instantiating multiple of those if we're in development. That is all this file does. You can get it from the documentation. It's nothing original in here. That's why it's not necessary to write ourselves. So we're importing the database from this file. And then the second thing is the Prisma adapter. We are going to import this as well. And the Prisma adapter is going to come from at next-auth/Prisma adapter. This is a separate npm package that we're installing. This does not come by default with next auth. You can search it on npm. It's a separate package just for Prisma. So whenever someone logs into our app, the corresponding tables and stuff are going to be created in our Prisma database, or in the database that is managed by the Prisma ORM, whatever database that might be. So very, very convenient stuff. And then as for the session, we're going to pass the strategy property. This can either be database or JSON Web Token. I prefer JSON Web Token because we can validate them on the edge in the middleware. You're going to see what it looks like later. As for the pages property, we're going to pass a custom sign-in page. And the sign-in page is going to be /sign-in. Awesome. Then for the providers, this is the question of who do we want to offer like auth 0 providers for authentication. In our case, that's going to be the Google provider. And this Google provider, we can also import from, let's import Google provider from next-auth/providers. And if we do another slash, we can see there's a lot of providers: Discord, Facebook, email. In our case, we want Google as our provider. We can invoke that and pass it in object. Now, what the Google provider takes is a client ID. And why am I not getting type safety here? It's because VS Code is slow as hell once again, but that's fine. As the client ID into the Google provider, we want to pass an environment variable. And this is going to be process.env.google_client_ID, and then an exclamation point. If you don't know what this does, is it's telling TypeScript, like, shut up about not having this variable, because TypeScript is like, this could not exist, or this could, depending on if we set this as an environment variable. And by using this exclamation point, we're asserting that, yes, in fact, TypeScript, chill out, this does exist, we are going to provide it. And then the client secret is going to be the process.env.google client secret. Awesome. Now, what are these values and how do we provide them? First off, how do we provide them? Well, let's go into the main directory and then you'll see a .env.example. And what this file contains is all the environment variables that we need for this app to work properly. Now, the Google Client ID and secret is what we need for authentication with Google. And if you want to know how to get these, just type into YouTube, get Google Client ID and client secret or something along those lines. There are a million videos on this. They take like 3-4 minutes, explain it very well. But the gist is you're going to go to the Google Cloud Console and configure your application to get these two values. It's very straightforward. It's super simple. However, unfortunately, I cannot show you this because I've got a lot of sensitive information in my Google Cloud Console and it would just be not very smart of me to show that. But again, there are very good videos on YouTube explaining this, and then you can just feel free to pause this video here, type that into Google, and then it's going to take you 3-4 minutes to get these values, and then you can continue. All right, so I hope you got them, these two values, the Google Client ID and client secret, and we're going to create a .env file to paste these. We can copy the example env and just paste our values right in here. I'm going to actually show you these two values for me. I don't think it makes much sense hiding the env file. I'm just going to change them after the video. So for me, this is the Google Client ID. So you can also get a feeling of what this looks like. And then this is the Google Client secret. We need both of these. Hit save. And then we know we have successfully provided them right here in the authentication file. Awesome. That's it for the providers. Then we want some callbacks. Callbacks is going to be an object. And first off, we want a session callback. When a session is created, what should happen? Let's say async session and invoke that with an object. Most of this comes from, or all of this comes straight from the documentation. So for example, the session gives us access to something called a token and also the session. And what we do inside of the session is define which values we have access to whenever we call a certain function we get from NextAuth anywhere in any component to retrieve the current session. The question is, which values do we want to pass in there? Let's say if token, if we have a token value, then let's append some stuff to the session. The session.user.id is going to be the token.id. The session.user.name is going to be the token.name. And let's just copy this down 3 more times. And then instead of name, we're going to have email. Instead of name right here, we're going to have, let's call it image and let's call it picture here, because image is the name in the database. And on the token, it's going to be named picture. So we get access to the user, profile picture that Google gives us. And then lastly, we want also the username for later. Awesome. So after doing that, we can just return the session right here. And you can see we've got a lot of errors. Why is this? And this is because we haven't defined a type for NextAuth to know what this looks like. To fix this, let's quickly go into our types and create a next-auth.d.ts. And inside of the next-auth.d.ts, we're going to define some NextAuth specific types. For example, the type user ID. This is going to be of type string. And now we can get started in declaring 2 modules. It's very simple. First off, we want to declare a module next-auth/JSON Web Token. So we know what the JSON Web Token will look like for later. We can say interface JWT, and this is going to contain an ID that is of type user ID, and it's also going to contain the user name, because later in our app, by the way, this is going to be of type string or null. Later in our app, each user will be assigned a username, and that is also going to be contained in the JSON Web Token. And then we want to declare almost the same module. We can just copy this down by pressing Shift, Alt, and arrow down. And instead of next-auth/JSON Web Token, this is only going to be next-auth with an interface session. And this session has the exact same values. Awesome. We need to do a bunch of imports. So for example, let's import the session and JSON Web Token types from the NextAuth package, so we can only extend on them right here. let's say, oh, and I switch to the English keyboard, import type session and user from next-auth. And then secondly, let's import type, and then here goes JWT in caps from next-auth/JSON Web Token. Awesome, that's it done. That's the typing's done. We can quickly restart our TypeScript server. And for now we have the errors, but that's gonna get fixed very soon. This is totally fine for now. Great, let's switch back over to the callbacks and finish the auth file. I promise there's only a bit more to do here. One more callback. And that is the async JSON Web Token. This defines what the hell we include in our JSON Web Token values. And here we get access to the token and the user. Oh, okay, this is giving us an error because we need to move it up into the callbacks object, of course. All right, so async JWT, we get access to the token and the user, and then let's get to the logic in here. So let's first see if we have a user in our database. Const db user is going to be equal to await db or database dot user dot find first, and the first user we want to find where, pass that an object, where the email is equal to the token dot email that we have in the token. Awesome. And then secondly, we want to handle some logic if there is no user in our database yet. If we have no db user, then in that case, the token.id is going to be equal to the user exclamation point, we know that exists, .id, and then we are going to return the token. So that handles the case if we do not have a user already in our database. And if we don't have a username, if there is no db user.username, in that case, and by the way, there's an error for now, but we're gonna get that fixed very soon. In that case, we want to await db.user.update. And what do we want to update? We want to update where, there we go, pass that an object. The ID is the dbuser.id. That's the user we want to update. All right, and if the user has no username, the property we do want to update is their data. And what we can pass inside of the data is literally just their username as, and we're gonna automatically generate a username for them using a package that comes pre-installed in your starter code. And that is gonna be nano ID of 10 and not the Gothic font. We want nano ID right here. And for some reason, the auto import doesn't work. So let's manually import nano ID from nano ID as a named import. Awesome. Let's scroll back down and then that should work. But Prisma does not currently recognize the username as something that should exist on the user. That's fine. Let's quickly finish up this auth.ts file and then we will fix that error. By the way, if you're wondering, if you restart the development window, just like this, you can see the errors go away for the session right here. After we have declared the types in the next auth.d.ts, it will now know what a session looks like. Okay, so after the dbuser.username, in here, let's return an object. And what do we want to return from this JWT callback that ends up in the actual JSON Web Token? Well, we want the ID as the dbuser.id, and we can copy this down 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And instead of the ID, we want the name, then we want the email. And by the way, if you're wondering how I'm selecting multiple, I select the first one by hand and then Control and D. That's how you can select multiple. This is going to be the picture, and we call it image in the database. You can also call it picture there. Doesn't really matter. And then last thing is going to be the username, which Prisma currently just doesn't know of yet. And then lastly, to finish this off, let's call the redirect function as the last function right here as the last callback. And this is just going to return a slash. So we're going to get redirected to the homepage once we actually log in. Awesome. So now how about we add the username in our Prisma schema? I think that makes a lot of sense. So each user right here should also have a username that is going to be optional as a string. So we can just insert a question mark right here next to the username. And let me check if I did everything correctly by comparing it to my actual built out version. And let's see, yes. And we can also add an add unique to enforce that each username can only exist once. That is probably a very good idea. And after doing that, let's push those changes into our database. However, the thing is, there is currently no database. If we look at our .env file, we can see we need a database URL to actually connect to a database. And what we are going to be using is called PlanetScale. I'm probably not logged in this browser, but let me log in another browser under planetscale.com. It's a serverless MySQL platform. That's what they say of themselves. And it's really enjoyable to use. As you can see right here, this is my actual dashboard in PlanetScale. There is already a database I have created for this, but this was for the demo project and testing everything out if it works and whatnot. But I'm gonna go ahead and delete it, and we're gonna create one together. So if you haven't yet, log into PlanetScale. You can use any other database if you want. With Prisma, changing out databases is really easy, but I think PlanetScale is great for this use case. Let's call this database Breaded. I'm gonna host it in EU Central 1. And once we click on the create database, it's going to, you know, it does what it says on the can. It's going to create the database, and then we can get our connection strings that we need to paste into our .env file in our project. So let's give this a second to create the database, and then we can copy the credentials we need to connect. Awesome. So up here it now says ready to connect to your database. And yes, we are. We're going to create a password. And this is what we need. If you haven't yet, you can select connect with Prisma right here. And it's going to give you the database URL we can literally take and copy paste into our environment file as the database URL. And for the next auth secret, we want to define something. Let's do that right now. That will be used to sign your JSON Web Tokens. I'm going to choose MySQL, but in a real production setting, you would generate a key using SSH, for example, or something, or just spam your keyboard with a lot of different keys, you know, so this is more secure than MySQL. Okay, awesome. Now let's navigate back to our Prisma schema, and we can say yarn Prisma db push, and let's see if everything works. That means we're pushing up these local changes into our database. Great, everything has worked. And now let's run yarn Prisma generate. And what the generation does is it allows us to work with the types that are generated locally right here. And in most cases, we actually need to refresh our TypeScript server in order to do this properly. So let's give this a hot second until the TypeScript server refreshes. And then let's navigate back into, where was it? Into our auth.ts file and see if there's any more errors. And it seems like the errors are gone. Great, so the username is now really recognized as something that is attached to a user. Very nice, and we are done in the auth department. Let's head over to the navbar and let's just close all the other stuff right now. We won't need that. And let's try if the login system actually works. So when we sign in, we get navigated to the sign in page where we currently are. And now if I click the Google button, let's see what happens. And we need to restart the dev server. Let's restart that. And let's click the sign in button. It's going to take us to the sign in page. And now let's click the Google button. Awesome. Now we land actually in the sign in screen. We can choose any email that I'm currently logged in with from Google. And we are navigated back to the homepage. That means the authentication was successful, because if it wasn't, then we wouldn't have been navigated to the homepage. Let's verify that. Now that the authentication is built in successfully, do you remember this whole thing, right? So the question is, how do we retrieve the current session? And what I usually do is write a little helper. We can go inside of the auth.ts file. And at the very bottom, let's declare a little helper called export const get auth session. And this is going to be a arrow function that returns the get server session and passes in the auth options we have defined up here, you know. That helper is going to be really useful across our entire application. And we can use this, for example, in the navbar by turning the navbar into a server component, into an asynchronous server component. That means we can now perform awaiting actions at the top level of the navbar. For example, fetching the session. Const session is going to be equal to await get auth session that we have just created, the little helper. And let's say if we have a session using a ternary operator, we're going to render a p tag, you're logged in. You don't have to follow along right now, just take a look at what we're doing. If we are logged in, I'm going to render a p tag, you're logged in. And if there's no session, then there's going to be the sign in link. And as we can see, awesome, the logging in works successful. Beautiful, we are logged in and the authentication is working. Let's go into our game plan and we can actually take the second step. Very nicely done. We've done the authentication. It doesn't look too good though yet, right? So for example, what you saw in the very beginning of the video, there was a beautiful drop down for a user with the actions and where they could sign out and so on. We don't have that yet. And that's what we want to do next. So let's finish up the navbar. It's going to be in the navbar up here. And what we are going to do in here is we're going to check for the session.user instead of just the session. I think both works really. Yeah, I mean, definitely both works, but let's just check for the session.user and the link can stay. The link is going to be the exact same, but what we want to change now is if we are logged in, we want to show a beautiful user account navigation right up here in the top corner with a drop down. So let's create a custom component for that and call it user account nav, for example. That's the naming I like to go for. And that component doesn't exist yet, so let's create it. Let's call it user account nav.tsx and peek inside of this component. We can generate this using the fc snippet. That is also going to be in the description. It's one I have used in so many projects. It's just very handy for initializing these functional components. All right, if you want to do the same, you can paste the snippet for you and let's get started in the user account nav. So one property we desperately need inside of here is the user. We need to know who we are dealing with. So the user we're going to receive as a prop inside of this component, and we only need certain properties from this user. So we can use something called a TypeScript utility type that is called pick that allows us to enter a custom type. For example, the user coming from next auth, not Prisma client, this comes from next auth. That is important. And what we can pick from the user is, for example, the name, then an OR operator, but only one of these pipe symbols. We can also choose the image, and we also want the email of the user. That's all we need for the dropdown we're going to be creating. Awesome. And to get started with the actual dropdown, we're going to install one thing from shadcn's UI library. That is going to be the dropdown, a very convenient and nicely done way to handle dropdowns for ourselves. So we can say npx shadcn-ui add, and this is called dropdown. That is going to ask us where we want this component installed. And oh, what the hell? What happened? Which component would you like to add? Well, I just want the dropdown, as I said. What is this supposed to be? Oh, what the hell? That is definitely new. That didn't happen when I was writing out the project. So we want the dropdown. Can we find it under the dropdown menu? Yes. Source/components/UI. I hope I selected no component select. Oh, bruh. Okay. So let's try this again. Let's hit space then before for the dropdown menu and let's hit enter now. And we want this under source/components/UI. Okay. Let's install that. That installed our dropdown menu. Beautiful. And now we can get started with this dropdown menu. But first, let's change one quick thing about this. And that is in the UI folder where this has just been created. Let's rename this because I'm not a fan of this lowercase naming. Let's instead call this dropdown menu.tsx, way simpler, and following the React naming conventions. Okay, what that allows us to do is actually use that dropdown inside of the user account nav component. First thing we want to return is a dropdown menu, the main thing that is exported from the dropdown menu. And in here, we're going to use the dropdown menu trigger. It's built in. It's all built in. It's really, really convenient. And as the trigger, ideally, we would want a circular image of the user profile picture. That would be the goal. And to achieve that, we're going to make use of another custom component, and that is what we're going to call the user avatar. We're going to use that in a bunch of places throughout the application, for example, later in the comments, to show the image of the user, so we might as well make it reusable and follow best practices. Now, the user avatar doesn't exist yet, so where the hell do we get it from? Let's create the file for that under useravatar.tsx, and now determine what we want in this file. First, we can initialize this as a functional component, and secondly, we want to also accept the user as a prop here. Now, the user is going to be almost what we receive in the user account nav as well, with the difference of we just need a little bit less information from them. So we can go back to the user account nav and just copy the user account nav props right here, the user, paste them inside of the user avatar, and we can get rid of the email. We won't need that in here. We only need the name and the image, and also import the user type from NextAuth and not Prisma client. That's important. Okay, let's get rid of the errors by just importing this component. And why is that not working? Because we need to pass the user in here. Fine. Let's pass that and then import that in the navbar as well, just to get rid of all these errors. And from the user account nav, in the navbar, we're going to pass the session.user as the user. And just by doing that, we got rid of all the errors. It's just more enjoyable to work with if we don't have the errors. Beautiful. Inside of this user avatar, we can make use of another piece of shadcn's UI library. So let's say npx shadcn-ui add, and this is called avatar. Now, this is a very simple component. You could entirely do this yourself. We want to have this under source/components/UI. You could do this entirely yourself, but I figured this was a pretty neat approach to get started easily. All right, it has went ahead and installed the avatar, probably with a lowercase a, not what I like. Let's have this as uppercase, avatar, and now we can work with it in the user avatar. So the top level element that we're gonna have inside of the user avatar is gonna be the avatar from our custom UI component. In here, we're going to do a conditional check. So if the user has an image, we want to display the image. But if the user doesn't have an image, in that case, we want to display a fallback logo or icon for that matter. So let's do a check. If the user has an image, in that case, we want to render out some JSX. And in the other case, we want to render out some different JSX. And that is going to be the avatar fallback and close of the avatar fallback. And the VS Code is really not happy that we're not returning anything here. So let's quickly return a div up here for the case that the user has an image. And if not, then we're going to render out the avatar fallback that we import from our custom UI component. Great. This div is going to get a class name of relative of aspect dash square to make this 1, 1, like a square format, a height of full and a width of full as well. And inside of here, we're going to render out a Next.js image component. It's automatically optimized, very convenient, with a fill property. As the source, we're going to use the user.image that we are provided by Google. So this is going to be the actual user profile picture from Google. As an alt, we're going to say profile picture. And lastly, as the referrer policy, we're going to choose no referrer, because sometimes with Google they give you 4 or 3 forbidden errors if you don't have the referrer policy set to no referrer, and we can easily evade that and always show the correct image by adding the referrer policy. If the user does not have an image, in that case we want to display inside of the fallback a span, and this is going to say the user.name. The user in this case is optional, and with a class name of sr-only. This is only for screen readers to support people who use screen readers, right? Visually impaired people, for example, will have an easier time determining what the following icon is about. That is going to be the icon.user, and that is icons. Right here, we can import the icons, and it seems like we don't have a user in here. We have the logo, we have Google, and we also want a user icon, and that is very simple. That is coming straight from the user icon is going to be the user from Lucid React right here. That stops the error. Awesome. And this is going to get a very simple class name, the icon.user of height 4 and width 4. By the way, if that was too fast, this icon.user up here from Lucid React, right here, the user icon. That's what I just did. Awesome. So that's the user avatar. And let's go back into the user account nav where we are using the user avatar and properly give it all the props it needs. So instead of passing the user directly, we can just pass the properties we need. That is going to be one, the name, and this is going to be either the user.name or we can also use null. And then secondly, as for the image, it's going to be the same thing, either the user.image or we can also pass null if we don't have that. And then let's apply a very very tiny amount of styling. And why doesn't this work? Class user avatar does not take a class name. Okay, so let's add that in the user avatar. So how we do that? We want to accept a class name right here or any other prop for that matter. So let's spread in all other props. So that means whatever we pass from the parent as not the user is going to be received as these ... props right here, kind of like a catch-all. And what we can now do is extend the accepted props beyond the user avatar props, beyond this, to something called extends avatar props right here that come from Radix UI React Avatar. So now Radix UI knows what props we are expecting. We can already see that and validate that. If we hit Control Spacebar in the parent, we can see, oh, we can now pass a lot more props. That's cool, but we're not using them anywhere. These all would be received right here, no matter what we pass that is not the user. And we're not doing anything with those yet, and we just want to spread them in to the avatar. So we can apply some custom styling wherever we render the user avatar. In our case, we want to apply a class name of a height 8 and width 8. Height 8, width 8, so this doesn't become too large. Let's reload the page and restart the server to see what has happened and what has changed. Give this a hot second to reload, and ideally, if we are logged in, we should see our image pop up in the top right as the trigger for a drop-down menu. The content we haven't yet implemented, we're going to do that here in a second, but there is our image. Beautiful. Very nice. If we click this, nothing happens yet, but that's what we're implementing right now. So what should happen when we click that image? Well, we can define that in the drop-down menu content that we also get from this UI component. Let's pass this drop-down menu content a class name of bgwhite. And also we want to pass this in a line of end. Then inside of the drop-down menu content, let's render out a div in the first instance with a class name of flex, items-center, justify-start, a gap of 2, and a padding of 2. Then inside of here goes one more div with a class name of flex, flex column, space y1 for a bit of vertical spacing and a leading dash none. Okay, then inside of this div, we're going to render out if the user has a username. So if user.name, that's what we want to render out inside of a p tag. With a class name of font-medium. So it's a bit bigger, the name is noticeable, and that's going to be the user.name, like so. And right below that, we can also do the same thing with the email. Just change the user.name to user.email. If you're curious as to how I marked multiple at the same time, I'm pressing Alt. I'm holding Alt while doing this. Therefore, this works. So if we have an email, we want to render that out, but change the class name just a little bit. The class name is going to be width, and then in angled brackets 200px for a custom inline 200 pixel width value. And we want to apply truncate, a text of small, and a text zinc of 700. Format that so you can see this easier. This is what we just did with the email. Amazing. Okay, that's this whole div complex here done. Let's quickly save that and see what happens. And we get an error right here, probably because we renamed the avatar. So we need to change this to an uppercase A because we renamed that in our files. So when I click the logo, we can see there is already a beautiful dropdown without actions yet, but that's what we're about to implement. So below the closing div, but above the closing dropdown menu content, let's create a dropdown, or let's insert a dropdown menu separator. We don't need to do anything. It looks awesome out of the box. If I save this, there we go, there it is. It looks awesome out of the box. We don't even need to do anything for that to look good. And then below that, we're gonna make use of the dropdown menu item that we also get from the dropdown menu. We're gonna say we want this as child, which means that the child component we insert right here, a link from Next.js as a no, that's not going to be self-closing. This child is gonna be what's triggering what's gonna be clicked when we click on this drop-down menu item. So normally this would render out a separate button, which we don't want, but instead just this link directly, because we have no need for an additional button here. And this is just going to link to the home page, to the slash, and say feed. Awesome. Then we can duplicate this drop-down menu item. Most stuff is going to be the same except the link. This is going to link to /r/create, where we can create subreddits later. And then this is going to say create community. And then let's copy this down one more time, or one last time. And this is going to say settings. So for example, where the user can later change their username. And this is going to lead to /settings. Great. Let's add yet another drop-down menu separator below those, because now we want to offer the user the option to sign out. We can do that using another drop-down menu item, just like this, just like the others, but the content is going to be a bit different. For example, the class name is going to be cursor-pointer. And then inside of this drop-down menu item, we are going to have a text that says sign out. However, let's save that and try it. Nothing would happen yet if we tried clicking the sign out button. It looks beautiful, like beautiful, beautiful, but nothing happens when I click sign out. So what do we want to happen? Well, we get a very convenient little helper, and that is on select. Whenever we select this, we get an event and can invoke a custom inline function. The event is just a generic event from React, and we can say event.preventDefault to prevent the default behavior, and then we want to, sign the user out. How do we do that? Well, we can use the sign out hook from next.auth/react that makes it super easy. Invoke that, pass it an option, and we can enter a callback URL, and that callback URL where people are going to get thrown or redirected to once they hit the sign out button is going to be the window.location.origin and then /sign in. So just our sign in page, right? If I try that, refresh the page, let's try out if the sign out works, and that does not work because we need to declare the user account nav as a client component to handle this kind of client-side interactivity. We can do that by using the use client directive at the very top of the file, turning this from a default server component into a client component. Great, let's try the sign out. Let's hit sign out, and that should ideally sign us out. Amazing, it works. The auth flow looks very, very nice. Sign out works just as it should. And well, these actions don't exist yet, but they look amazing already. And it makes it very easy for us to extend on just this dropdown later. Awesome. Next up, let's see, auth and then creating and joining subreddits. One thing I still want to do for the auth that I think is going to be a very nice learning experience for you is how to handle advanced routing patterns in Next.js 13. Because this is a really cool and more advanced topic. So what we're going to do is intercept the routes. That means when I hit something like the sign in button, when I'm signed out, let's try this. When I hit the sign in button, as you can see, we are redirected to the actual sign in page. But what if we were on the home page, hit sign in, and it would just open as a modal, but if I then reloaded the page, then it would lead us to the actual sign in page. So how this looks conceptually is, imagine this, we're on the home page. These are just the paths. Imagine the home page, and when we redirect to the sign in, so /sign in, normally we get redirected to the actual page, right? From the homepage to the sign in page. But if we intercept this request, we can actually render out something different, some other page that we define ourselves, like a modal, for example, and the user will not actually land on the sign in page anymore unless they hard reload while they're on the modal, then they will get to the sign in page. It's an advanced routing pattern, not insanely easy to explain, but makes for a very clean user experience. And I'm going to show you exactly how this works. I've done a separate video on this as well, because I think it's really cool. And let's intercept these routes right now. So let's go into our app folder. We've already got the auth right here. And I think what makes sense is before we intercept any route, or actually, now let's just go ahead and do it. Let's just do it the fun way and just intercept right away. So to get started with the intercepting and the modals, let's first create a new folder in our app directory, and that's going to be called @auth modal. The is a convention of how we can create these intercepting and parallel routes. Inside of this auth modal, let's not do anything yet, but define a default.tsx. We're going to do the rest here in a second. And the default.tsx determines what should be shown from this component if no route is able to be intercepted. So kind of like the default state of it. And the default state should be nothing. So we can export default function default. And this should simply just return null because we don't want to show anything if we are not actually intercepting a route. Now let's head over to our layout, and there's a little error here, and likely it is this one. It's return type promise element. It's not a valid JSX element. What this error means is essentially there's nothing wrong with the navbar, but TypeScript doesn't know how to deal with this asynchronous behavior because it doesn't really know React server components. Again, don't worry, there's nothing wrong with your code, and TypeScript just doesn't recognize this, so we can simply use a TS expect error of server component and get rid of the error that way. Okay, so what we originally wanted to do is, now that we have this intercepting route, and we can close out of so much of this @auth modal, right? What this allows us to do is receive this auth modal as a property in our layout. If you have any questions during this, again, I created a whole separate video on this, but I'm gonna do my absolute best to explain it here and very well too. So just by creating that file or that folder, we can receive the auth modal in our layout at the same level as that folder, in our case, our root layout. And we can type this out in TypeScript as React node. This is nothing else than a regular, children component, or the regular children that are passed into the layout. It's the same thing. And that means we can render it alongside with the other content just by putting it in here, just the same way as we would with the children. I mean, currently, this doesn't do anything, right? Because we're not intercepting anything. We are allowing for parallel routes, so parallel showing the auth modal and the children, but we're not actually making use of that. And what we want to intercept are the authentication routes for once these sign up, and for the other hand, these sign in, right? Let me show you how this is done. Let's ignore the why for now. Let me just show you how this is done and then get into the nitty-gritty why we're doing this later. So the way we do this is by, in parentheses, saying dot. So this is kind of like a file system where you have dot and cd and so on. Not really, because it's not exactly the file system, but you can kind of imagine it like that way. So we're going ahead in the same directory like the auth modal and intercepting the requests. And where do we want to intercept the request to? That is going to be to sign in. So whenever we call this route right here, we are intercepting it in the auth modal and can custom define a page.tsx that should be shown whenever that intercepting is successful. Let's just say intercept in this page so the example gets clear to you. So we're on the home page right now, and if I hit the sign in, we should now be intercepting that route, which worked successfully. As you can see, it says intercept right up here. So we can see we intercepted that request, but if I reload the page, then we actually get to the normal sign-in page. So obviously we wouldn't want to show just an ugly intercept text, but actually a pretty modal in the middle of the screen that handles this logic. And to show that modal, let's create it. And this is going to be the modal that shows up whenever somebody makes a request to the sign-in route that we're intercepting. Let's render out a div in here with a class name of fixed and inset of 0. Again, this is maybe a bit hard to explain. Maybe I lost you there. I hope I didn't. But you're going to see what this looks like, what we're doing right now. A background zinc of 900/20 for the backdrop. This is what we're doing right now. And a z index of 10 with another div inside that has a class name of container of flex, items-center, a height of full. We want a maximum width of large and an mx of auto for horizontal alignment. Inside of here, let's put in one more div, and this is going to be of class name relative. Then a background of white. We want a width of full, a height of fit to only be as high as we absolutely have to, a padding y of 20, like so, and a padding x of 2, and lastly a rounded of large. This is going to be the actual modal that's going to show up in the middle of the screen. And inside of that modal, let's render out a div with a class name of absolute, a top of 4 and a right of 4. And in here, we're going to show a button to close the modal. So because we opened this through a route change, we also need to close this through a route change. Let's just put an X here for now, and we're going to expand on that here in a second. And right below the closing div, with 3 more closing divs to go after that, let's put our sign in component. Like so, we can import that. So it's the exact same thing. Let's save that and let's try out the modal. Let's go to the home page, click sign in, and we can see there is the modal. It feels like we're on a different page, but we're not really. Only if we reload do we actually get to the underlying page. Beautiful. So instead of actually navigating the user to a page, sometimes when they're not expecting it, so for example, if they click the vote button on a comment and they have to log in to do that, you could just send them to the modal, which is very non-invasive compared to actually navigating them to the proper route. So this can be a really good approach to improve user experience and be less invasive in suggesting them to sign up to perform a certain action. Great, now the X button doesn't do anything yet, which is not ideal. So let's call this X a close modal component that should, just take the role of closing a modal. This is a component that doesn't exist yet. So let's create it under close modal.tsx. And the only thing this does is render out a button. Let's create this as a functional component, but we can get rid of most of this stuff because we're not expecting props or anything in here. So we can also get rid of this and the FC. None of that is necessary. And then we're going to render out a button or trusted UI button that says, or that has an X inside of it, an icon we get from Lucid React. This is going to be a self-closing icon with a class name of height 4 and width 4, just like so. Awesome. And let's give this button an area label, -label, because we're just rendering out an icon. Visually impaired people could not know what it does because they can't see the icon. So let's have an area label of close modal so we have a more accessible app. Great. The variant of this button is going to be subtle, and we want a class name of height of 6, a width of 6, a padding of 0, and a rounded of medium for this button. Great, let's import the close modal right here and take a look at what this looks like by refreshing the page. And it's probably gonna land us right here. And by the way, one thing that I find a bit off-putting is let's insert an icon right here into the home button. Let's go into the page.tsx for the actual sign in, and then here let's put a chevron left icon, just like so. We can import that from Lucid React and give it a class name of margin right 2, a height of 4, and a width of 4 as well. Just looks a bit cleaner, right here with the little icon there. Just looks better. Awesome. And with that out of the way, we can now go back to the homepage and test if this button actually does what it's supposed to. And it doesn't. That's not ideal, but it's understandable because currently we're not handling any sort of logic in this close modal button, so we don't have an on-click handler or such. And to fix that, we want to declare this as a client component as the first step, because we're going to make use of a hook that is provided to us by Next JS, and that is going to be the use router hook. But very important, this does not come from next/router. This hook comes, the use router, from next/navigation. Important differentiation to make, because the other one literally will not work. And now on the click of this button, we can call the router.back, just like so. Let's try this out. Let's press the X button and it closes the modal. Beautiful. On development, it might take some time. Apparently, takes quite long. Let's reload the page. Let's go to the home page, click the sign in button, now click the close button. Okay, now it works. Great. When I click the button, it closes the modal just as expected. We just had to reload the page. Awesome. Really, really good. Currently, this only works for the sign in route, but we also might have a sign up, right? Currently, we don't even have a page for that, but don't worry, the pages are going to be very similar to the sign in. So for example, we have the auth right here, the sign in, and let's just do the same for the sign up. Both pages are going to be very similar. Let's create a page.tsx for the sign up and just copy all the contents of the sign in page into the sign up page. Just like so. The only thing we want to change is to change the sign in to a sign up component that doesn't exist yet. So let's quickly go ahead and create it as the sign up.tsx, and we can just copy the content from the sign in.tsx into the sign up.tsx. The reason I still decided to split this is because you might have your very own authentication flow, and it's way easier if you know how it's done to implement that yourself. So in our case, this is going to be very similar, but it allows for a very easy extension of your own auth flow if you wanted to extend on this in the future. So what we are changing though is right here. The new to Reddit doesn't make sense on a sign up. Instead, we're going to say already a Redditor. It sounds kind of stupid, but if you're already a Redditor, we're going to link you to the sign in page. And the sign in page also lives under /sign-in. And the rest is going to stay the exact same. Or maybe we want to say, instead of welcome back, let's say sign up. Awesome. And then the rest can literally stay the same. So now we have created our sign up component, can import that if this worked and we exported it as an actual sign up component. Didn't want to do that. Now we are exporting it as the sign up component. And now we should be able to import it in our page.tsx and get rid of the unused imports. By the way, if you're wondering, that is Shift, Alt, and O to do that. Great. Now let's also intercept that route so we can also show it inside of the modal. The logic is going to be, again, very simple. In parentheses, we want to intercept the sign up and nothing else. Only the sign in and sign up routes are going to be intercepted. And we can just copy the code from the sign in page.tsx into the sign up page.tsx. So as you can see, both of these logics are going to be very similar between the sign in and sign up across their two pages. We can literally just paste this in here. By the way, we don't need any of these props in here. Same goes for the sign in page we got from the FC snippet. No point in having those because there are no props passed into these whatsoever. Awesome. So there's a lot of code duplication here, which is fine. Again, if you wanted to extend your own authentication flow, this is a good idea. And then we're going to render out the sign up component instead of the sign in component. Awesome. Let's see if this works. Let's move it over and navigate to the homepage of localhost 3000. Click the sign in. Now the sign up. Did I click it? No, I didn't click it. There we go. And we can now switch between the different modals. So if we're on the sign up page and wanted to sign in, we could click that. It's going to open up as a modal as well. But if I reloaded the page, in that case, we're actually landing on the underlying page, like the, what is this? The sign in page, for example. Very, very nice. And that concludes the route interception. So when we want, we can invoke the modal. We can close that using the X button. And then when we refresh the page, we can actually send users to the proper full-size login, so sign up and sign in pages. Awesome. Let's check out our current status. So Let's go over to the game plan. And I mean, okay, I already checked this, but now we can really check it. We have very much done the authentication. Can I not go back? Hello? Why can't I delete that? Anyways, we have now really done the authentication and are done with that step. Awesome. So now comes creating and joining subreddits. The question is, where do we begin? Do we just create the subreddit page right away, or what do we do? Well, what I propose we do is, first off, let's model this in our database. And while we're at it, we can do all the models for what we need in our database. We're going to do that in our Prisma schema. And we are going to model something like the subreddits, the posts, and everything we need for the entire application. And what I think makes sense getting started with is going to be the subreddit. Let's create a model subreddit. And this is going to be, what did I do? Oh, I switched to the English keyboard. We can close everything else, by the way. Let's just focus on the database modeling for now with a subreddit to start with. The subreddit is going to get an ID of type string, uppercase in Prisma, and this is going to be an add ID and a add default, a collision resistant unique identifier, and invoke that. The subreddit is also going to get a name as a string, and this name is going to be unique, so there are no two subreddits with the same name. We want a created add, and this is going to be of type date time, also as a default with a now value. And same thing goes for the updated add, just with the exception that this is an add updated add. That's how we define that in Prisma. Okay, then we want to keep track of posts, right? So a subreddit can contain multiple posts. Let's just add them, posts, and we want to call that model the post. Now this doesn't exist yet. This is gonna give us an error. It's not a built-in type, nor refers to another model, yada, yada, yada. That's fine because we're gonna create it right below the subreddit as a separate model, and that is gonna be post. A post gets an ID of type string as well with an add ID default collision resistant unique identifier. We can just copy it down from the subreddit. A post gets a title. So the actual title, you might be viewing a Prisma. Oh, because I had a colon there. There we go. Okay, it automatically did some stuff for us. That is mostly fine, but let's not do that right now. A post gets a title, a post gets some content, and this content is going to be of type JSON, but it doesn't have to be there, so the JSON is optional. We want a created add, and we can literally copy those to the created and updated add from the subreddit as well, and post them right below the content. Then we want to link them with a subreddit, right? And to do that, I'm gonna press my prettier hotkey, which is Shift, Alt, and F for me, and that's gonna do some stuff for us, like the subreddit linking with a relation. However, a subreddit cannot be optional for a post. It automatically marks this as optional with a question mark. This can't be optional. That is not a good idea. And let's turn this into a lowercase subreddit right here. But the other stuff is good. And then we want to keep track of authors, right? One post can have one author. And to keep track of an author, that is just going to be a user, right? We're not going to create a different model for an author, but instead we're going to link it to a certain user. So the author is going to be a user with an add relation that is going to be containing some fields, and those fields is going to be the author. That field is going to be the author ID, and that references the ID field. And now because we did that, we also need to add the author ID field, and this is going to be a string also in the post. There might be some errors throughout this. Don't worry about it. Everything is going to be all right. We're going to be golden once we are done with this Prisma schema. Then we want to keep track of comments and votes for a post. So upvotes, downvotes, and which comments a post has. As for the comments, let's say comments, and this is going to be a comment array, assuming that we have a model comments that we don't yet have, but we can easily create right below this. Each model comments is going to have an ID. This is going to be a string with an add ID and a add default collision resistant unique identifier. You know the drill. Each comment is going to have some text, and that is going to be just a string, and that's it. Then a created add, as a date time, and at default is going to be now. Then an author, and this is nothing more than a user as we previously had. Then an author ID, which is of type string, like that. And we also want to link each comment to a post. So we can say post is of type post. Prisma knows what this is because it's a model we've already defined. And then link this to a post ID as well. If I hit Control F, that's going to do the formatting for us, and the post ID is going to be of type string. Awesome. Okay, this is still giving us an error. Don't worry about it for now. And then each comment can also be a reply to another comment. And we want to also allow for that in our Prisma schema. The way we do that is by defining a reply to ID if this is actually a reply. And that is an optional string because it doesn't have to be a reply. But if it is, it's going to be a reply to. And that is another comment, also optionally, of course. And each comment can, and no, that needs to be a reply to comment, question mark. No, not comments. Hello, Prisma. And then each comment can also have multiple replies, and that is going to be of type comment array. Let's mark the relation for this. It's going to be at relation for the reply to as a in semicolon or in quotes. This is going to be a reply to relation with the fields that are going to be, or that is going to be the reply to ID. We're going to reference that, references the ID. And then on delete, because this is referencing itself, we cannot have any action in Prisma. If you try to, it would warn you that this wouldn't work. So we have to specify no action on delete, and on update, we also want no action. Because again, this is a reference from a comment to a comment, so kind of to itself. And then as for the replies, this is also going to be of type at relation and then reply to. Okay. Great. Then one more thing after that, it's going to be, or two more things. It's going to be first the votes, and this is going to be the comment vote array, because we're going to be differentiating between a comment vote and a post vote because they are fundamentally different. And then lastly, the comment ID is going to be a string that is optional. Okay, now the comment vote doesn't exist yet. Let's create it right after this. As the comment vote, we want to link a user to a certain comment with a type of upvote, like user 1 voted for comment A with votes up, right? So we want to link those. And the reason we define this as a separate model is so we can prevent multiple votes from happening. If we just kept track of this as an integer, that would be a problem, for example. So let's say model comment vote is going to be a separate model right below this with a user. This is going to be a regular user with a user ID of type string, with a comment of type comment. So we're just linking these two. No, this is not comments, but just a comment, and then a comment ID, and this is going to be of type string. Great. And then a type, and this can either be up or down. And because a post vote can also be up or down, like you can upvote a post, you can upvote a comment, and you can downvote both as well. Let's define this as an enum. An enum is like a, let's say, enum vote type is going to be just up and then spacebar and then press enter, down. So it only has these two options. It's like a regular TypeScript enum where you just have two options like up, down, and that's it. No further logic involved. And the type for each comment vote is going to be of this type vote type, so either up or down. And the ID of each comment vote is going to consist of the user ID and in combination with the comment ID. And now it complains on this comment right here. So let's add a relation, add relation, and this is going to be the fields or the comment ID, this one right here. And then we also want to say references the ID. And same thing goes for the user. This is going to get an add relation with the field of user ID, and then references also the ID. Okay, and I think, are we done? We have the post, we have the comment. Comments is a comment. Oh, because okay, that needs to be a singular model comment, just like this. So we got the author, the post. If I press Control F, it's going to do most of the relation stuff itself. That is very handy. So press your prettier hotkey, and Prisma itself is going to take care of most of this formatting. I think there is one thing still missing, and that is the regular vote, the model vote. So when you press upvote on a post, this is the model that is being created or instantiated, linking one user to one post with one type of a vote, just like we did with the comments, right? So each vote gets a user of type user and its user ID of type string. And then also we want the post as a post and the post ID as the string, linking those together. And what are we linking? Well, each link has to contain the type of vote. That is going to be the same vote type we've used in the comments, because a post can either be up or down voted. And then the ID for each vote is going to consist of the user ID in combination with the post ID. Awesome. If I press my prettier hotkey, it's going to do all of the relation stuff for us. That is really nice. And let's see if we missed anything. Okay, so for example, one thing we missed is right here in the comment, the author should not be linked by the user ID, but let's instead use the author ID instead of the user ID. That references the ID. Beautiful. And I think everything else in here is fine, except we don't need a user ID in here. Prisma automatically created that. We don't need it. We can remove it. And then we have the votes and the comment ID. Great. Let's see if we missed anything on the post, and I think we did not. Author ID, subreddit ID, very nice, and each subreddit. Okay, we missed a bunch of stuff on the subreddit. That's important to note. So for example, besides the post, each subreddit, we want to keep track of who created that subreddit. That is going to be the creator ID of type optional string. And then also we want to keep track of the creator as an optional user. Lastly, we want to keep track of the subscribers of the subreddit. This is going to be of type subscription array. And the subscription is, I think, the last model we are going to create until we are completely done. And let's quickly index this subreddit at the name, because later on in the video, we're going to create a search bar to search by subreddit names. And therefore, it's just handy to have all the names ready. Okay, let's create the subscription as the last model, so one user can subscribe to a subreddit to also post in it. The model subscription right here is going to contain only 4 things. That's going to be the user as a user, then the user ID as a string, and link that user to a subreddit that is of type subreddit with its subreddit ID of type string. And the ID of each of these subscriptions is going to consist of a combination of the user ID and the subreddit ID, so a joined key. And let's see, is that correct? What Prisma did here, almost. One thing we want to change is remove the user ID. For a subreddit, Prisma has automatically done that because we don't want to reference the user ID, but instead turn this into a @relation with, in quotes, created by. And then as for the field that is addressed right here, we want the creator ID. Now we get an error right here saying error validating field. The relation field creator on model subreddit is missing an opposite relation. So let's go ahead and fix that. So essentially what it means is right here in the user, we are not mirroring that correct relation between these two. And instead of calling this subreddits, let's give each user a property that is called created subreddits, and let's move it way up here and below the email verified right here. And this is going to be a subreddit array with the @relation of, and this is going to be created by. There we go. That's going to remove the error because now we have linked these two together through a created by relation. Awesome. And I think we are done. If we're not, we can always go ahead and change this later. Let's see, for the user, we have accounts, sessions, post, comment, vote, and subscription, and vote, and subreddit. Great, we're done. Very, very good job. That's the session. That's everything we previously had. And now we have completely modeled everything we need to get started with our application. Beautiful. Good job if you've done the database modeling. I know this certainly wasn't the most interesting step. I promise it's going to get more interesting from here, especially with the data fetching and error handling and so on. It's going to get really cool. This wasn't the most interesting step, but knowing how to model your databases is really important when it comes to building complex relational databases that actually mirror what you want to do in your application and allow you to do so, right? Because the database really is the cornerstone of an application. Hey, this is me editing, Josh, and in the last line in the Prisma schema for the post, I accidentally messed that up in the recording and it wasn't caught on the recording, is that just the last line, just this right here, needs to say lowercase votes and then the vote array instead of what we currently have, which is the vote, right? That's not what we want. Instead, this needs to be votes, but that's literally the only change. Just this line, everything else is perfect. You're doing a really good job, and let's get on with the video. Awesome. So next step is to be able to create and join subreddits. And where the hell do we do that? And I propose we get started on the main page.tsx to do this, because on the homepage you want to be able to create a new community for you, for your followers, for whoever you want to create a community for. I don't know what I'm saying. Essentially what I'm saying is let's add a create community button on the homepage that allows you to do so. So as for what we want to return from this page.tsx is mainly going to be, for example, firstly, the h1. And that is going to say your feed. So we're going to display the feed of the user on one side, and then on the other side, the info in a grid. You're going to see what it looks like here in a second. This h1 is going to get a class name of font-bold, of text 3XL, and then also medium devices and up, a text of 4XL. Great. And then below that h1, we're going to render out a div with a class name of grid calls of 1, and then on medium and up, a grid calls of 3. To space these out a bit, give the main feed 2 chunks and then 1 chunk to the info card of that subreddit. Again, you're going to see what that looks like in a second. A gap y of 4, and medium devices and up, a gap x of 4 and a padding y of 6. Then inside of this div, we want to render out in the first 2 grid slots, imagine them like this. In these first 2, we want to render out the actual user feed, but we don't have posts in our application yet to display in the feed. So that's a problem. Therefore, let's mark this out for now and just say feed. This is where the feed is going to go later. And then below that, we're going to have the subreddit info. And we can actually get started with this. So for example, let's create a div right below the subreddit info with a class name of overflow-hidden. Just like so. A height of fit, we want a rounded-large. A border -gray-200. An order-first. And then we also want on medium devices and up, an order-last. This is to determine how things are shown and positioned in responsive ways, because this app is mostly responsive, or I mean, it is responsive. CSS is not a focus of this video by any means, but I want it to look good, and every app has to be kind of responsive these days, so you can't get around it really. Even if you don't want, you can be sitting there screaming and kicking, but you have to make your apps at least kind of responsive. Okay, anyways, I'm going on a tangent. In here, let's put a div with a class name of background emerald of 100 for slight green background, a padding x of 6 and a padding y of 4. And inside of here, let's put a p tag that is gonna have a class name of font-semi-bold, padding y of 3, flex, items-center, and a gap of 1.5. Inside of this p tag, let's render out the text of home to show the user where they currently are, and also put a home icon we get from Lucid React, just to really hammer the point home where the user currently is, with a width of 4 and a height of 4 as the class name. Let's render this out and go into a side-by-side view, and you can see this already is starting to take some shape. Great. Then one div down with 2 closing divs to go. This is where we're going to create our next div with a class name of -my-3, a divide of y, a divide gray 100, a padding x of 6, padding y of 4, text of small, and a leading dash 6, just like so. Inside of here, one more div with a class name of flex, justify between, a gap x of 4 and a padding y of 3. And inside of this div, a p tag with a class name of text zinc 500 saying your personal Reddit homepage. Come here to check. Jesus, I'm making a lot of typos right now. Come here to check in with your favorite communities, period. Let's see how that looks like. And there we go. This looks really good. Awesome. And then below that, let's create a link component that we get from next/link, not self-closing, but instead saying create community. And inside of this link, we first want to apply a style to this. So let's apply a class name. And the style we want to apply is the same style as a button, but we don't want this to be a button, right? So what we can do is go into our button component and import these button variants. So we can make this link look like a button without it actually being a button. We can import the button variants just like so. These come from the add components UI button. This is where we are exporting them, and we can simply invoke them, and we can also pass them a custom class name if we want to. Class name that says with full margin top 4, margin bottom 6, to give this a bit of nicer spacing. And this link also has to have an href. And where do we want this link to go? We want this to go, this doesn't even need to go into a template string, just a regular string is enough, into /r/create, where we're going to be able to create our own community. Let's see how this looks like. Awesome. So the link looks like just an actual button. If we click this, we get navigated to a page that doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create it, and it just looks beautiful. Okay, and they say that is the page we add next. We can close out of most of this, clean up our working space just a little bit, and then go under app and create that new route in our app folder. And we are going to name it R. Just create a folder called R, the letter R. Because the reason is this is going to be reflected in the URL later. And when we want something like /r/react, then it's also going to live under this folder name. For now, the only thing we want is the create route to send people to create their own subreddits and create a new page.tsx in there to define the component that we're going to use. Again, if you don't fully understand the routing structure of React, check out my full app router video. It's really good on this topic, very brief. What's going to end up in the URL is the folder names, and then the slashes are the subfolders. So r/create would actually lead to this page.tsx inside of the create. Page.tsx is an enforced name by Next.js. It needs to be named page.tsx. That is important, which also leads to this mess, right? So everything is named page.tsx, which is not amazing, but it is what it is. And I mean, overall, the app router is a massive improvement. In fact, let's say const page is an arrow function like this, and export default page at the very bottom of the page. And now let's get started in writing the actual page logic. So what should happen when we navigate to the create page? Well, there in theory, there should be an input allowing a user to input a community name and then click a button that creates that community. So because we demand client-side interactivity, we have to turn the default server component into a client component to be able to handle that. And then we want to keep track of the input the user can make inside of a state that is called input, also set input, and this is going to be a string. You don't have to type this out so explicitly. TypeScript would also infer it. If we didn't pass the string generic here, it would work just fine. Assuming we imported that in the first place, this works just fine as well, because TypeScript can infer the type, but I just find this a bit cleaner to look at. Okay, and then let's get started in the JSX and provide the input for the user to type in. Let's return a div with a class name of container. By the way, the container value right here, if you look at your Tailwind config, we are using it right here. We've extended it a little bit with center padding and screens. and that's why we have it right in here. The flex items dash center, a height of full, like so, and a maximum width of 3xl with an mx of auto for horizontal alignment. A div inside of here, not a dov, a div. There we go, with a relative class name, background white, width of full, height of fit, a padding of 4, rounded, dash large, and space y6. Awesome. Inside of this div, one more div with a class name of flex, justify dash between and items dash center. And this is going to say, inside of an h1 tag in this div, create a community. This h1 gets a class name of text xl and font dash semi bold. Great. Let's add a little visual breakpoint after this with 2 closing divs remaining. Let's put an hr in here, and this gets a class name of background zinc 500 with a height of px for just 1 pixel, just for a visual separation. Let's reload the page and see what this looks like. Create a community with a little separator there, looking really neat. Below this, let's create one div with 2 closing divs to go. That's where we are creating this new one. No class name whatsoever, just for the flex layout. We created this with a p tag inside of it saying name. And this p tag gets a class name of text large and font medium. Awesome. Below this, another p tag that states community names including capitalization cannot be changed. And I grabbed this from the original Reddit. This is what they also have in their app. And this p tag gets a class name of text extra small and a padding bottom of 2. Awesome. Below that, let's create one div with a class name of relative. And this is so we can put the following p tag that states r/, that's it, with an absolute class name. We can style it absolutely. That's why we have the relative as the parent. We are gonna use the class name absolute, text small, a left dash 0, a width of 8, an inset y of 0, a grid, a place items dash center, and let's give this a bit more space so you don't get lost in any of the class names, and a text zinc of 400, just like so. Really nice. After this p tag, we're gonna have an input. And we're not just gonna use any plain old React input for that, but there will be a custom input that we can use that looks good, that is accessible out of the box, and we can install it using npx cn-ui add input. We need to press enter after typing that command, and we want this in source/components/ui. That really quickly install the input for us in our components UI input right here. Let's quickly change the capitalization. I generally prefer the uppercase syntax. It follows the React conventions on how to name your files. And then we can already make use of it. Just like that, installing your UI components like this is so easy. This is going to be a self-closing input, and we want to make this a controlled input where the value is the input state that we created way at the top of the file, up here. And then with an onChange handler that lets us receive the event and set the input to the e.target.value. So whatever the user typed into the input is going to be contained in this e.target.value. And we are going to apply one class name to this input that is going to be padding left of 6. So we can prefix it with this absolutely positioned r/. Let's see what this looks like. And this is going to look like really nice if we started the dev server up. Of course, that's a requirement for this to look nice in the first place. And let's take a look at it. And the absolutely prefixed r/ in front of the input. Give this a hot second to load. And there it is. Beautiful. If we enter anything now, it says r/ and then the community we are trying to create. It looks really good. However, currently we don't have a button to actually make the request, right? Where do we submit this? Well, let's create a button for that. With 2 closing divs to go, right here, 2 closing divs and 2 above it. Let's create one last div in this page, I promise, last one, with a class name of flex, justify-end and gap of 4. And this is going to contain two buttons, one to cancel and one to submit. We can import them from our custom button component. And the first one is going to say cancel. And this variant for this button is going to be subtle. We don't want it sticking out too much. Just if you want to cancel, the option is there with an on-click handler off. And what we want to do is take the person back to whatever page they came from. The way we can do that is by simply using a hook that Next.js provides to us. And oh, there's an error here because we need to capitalize the input. We can make use of a hook. Let's say const router is equal to use router. That comes from next/navigation and not next/router. And we can use this router to make the person go back by saying router.back and invoking that to wherever they previously were before they navigated to this page. And then below that is going to be the button to actually make the request to create the community. And this button is not going to have any specific styling applied to it, but the logic it encapsulates is going to be very important, because now we actually want to make the request to our API endpoint to create a community. And because we're doing so in a client component, we're going to make use of an amazing library to do that, and that is React Query, or now known as Tailwind Query. And the way Tailwind Query works is it's like a fetch, but way better. Let me show you how it works. We're going to say const empty object, we're going to destructure later, is going to be equal to use mutation, a hook that comes pre-installed in your starter code. Normally, you would have to install this yourself from @tanstack/React Query, as you're going to see once we import this. And why are the imports not working? Import use mutation from @tanstack/React Query. This is where this comes from, a dependency you normally have to install yourself, but in the starter code, it's already included. And what this takes is something called a mutation function. It's important to understand this because we're going to use React Query a lot throughout this application because it's so nice. And the mutation function is any function that handles your data fetching. For example, an async arrow function that handles our data fetching logic. Okay, so in theory, this could be just a fetch request, like fetch a certain API route. And it's going to be very similar to that because we're going to use Axios to make the request. If you're familiar with Axios, you know we can destructure something called data. This is the JSON converted request done by Axios. Normally, if you use the fetch, you would say like const data is equal to await res.json. Again, don't copy this, but this is how you normally do it. In Axios, this is done for you, so we can literally just destructure the data. And this comes from await Axios. Yeah, the imports are not working. Let's try reloading the window once again, because normally that fixes things. If not, we have to import Axios ourselves, which is not a huge problem either. Does it work? No, it doesn't work. Okay, let's import Axios from Axios as a default import. Okay, and if we invoke that and say axios.post, because we're going to be making a post request, this also needs the endpoint we're going to be posting to. Just like with the fetch API, this is just a bit different syntactically. And the endpoint we're going to make the post request to create a community is going to live under /API/subreddit. This is where we're going to send that. And we want to send along some data, right? So for example, the name the user has typed in here, we want to send that along. And here's a best practice I figured out on how to do this. First off, let's define a const payload as an empty object that we're going to send along in our request right here as the last thing as the payload. Just pass it in here. Now, currently in the payload, we could pass anything, and that is not ideal. We want to enforce some kind of type safety on this payload. I've done a separate video just on this topic, on this full stack type safety thing, and why I'm using it instead, or not as a replacement, but instead of TRPC. I'm going to link it in the description. If you don't know what TRPC is, don't be confused. I'm going to show you how this works right now. It's actually pretty simple. So let's enforce a certain kind of payload on this. And to do that, we are going to go into our lib folder where we prepare libraries to be used in our projects and create a new folder called validators. And inside of here, we're going to create a file called subreddit.ts. Okay, inside of this subreddit.ts file, we are going to import Z from Zod. And Zod is a schema validation library. What that means is if we had an object, a JavaScript object, const object is going to be equal to this right here, and we have a name of John, and we have an age of 25, for example. Right? This is a regular JavaScript object, nothing about Zod in here, plain JavaScript object. Then what we can do with Zod, at least in kind of like this, let's say the schema. We're going to declare a schema with Zod, and this is going to be very similar syntactically to a JavaScript object. Let's say, for example, again, you're going to see this in just a second. Let's say, for example, our schema contained just a name. This is the data we are expecting to work with, for example, on the back end. And if we parsed this JavaScript object through the schema, then all the data that we are not expecting, like the age, are going to be stripped away from the object, so we are only left with the data that we are expecting. So in theory, we would state name is going to be of type string. So any string, we could also declare a literal if we wanted to, but that way we can validate also on the server, also on the client, both works, that the data that we are parsing through the schema matches the schema. If there was no name property, like John, if there was only an age, for example, only like this, then the parsing would fail and throw an error. So there would be no, like this would not exist. And that is awesome because we can now server-side and client-side validate our requests. And let me show you how this works. So to declare a schema, let's export a const and call this subreddit validator. And this is going to be called a z.object. So very similar to a JavaScript object, just in a bit of a different syntax, with a name of z.string dot minimum 3 dot maximum 21. And this is how we enforce security standards. This can maximum be 21 characters now if we check this on the server side. And while we are here, we can already do a second validator we're going to use later. That is going to be the export const subreddit subscription validator. This is also going to be a z.object. If we want to subscribe to a subreddit, we're going to need the subreddit ID to do so. Again, this is not for now, just for later while we are already in this file. We can already do this. And the very cool thing about Zod is how well it works with TypeScript. So what we can do right here is export a type that is generated or inferred from this schema. We can export type create subreddit payload, and this is going to be a z.infer the type of subreddit validator. And we get back a valid TypeScript type that contains the schema we have defined up here, for example, the name string. And we can do the same thing. Let's call this subscribe to subreddit payload as the type of subreddit subscription validator, just like so. Save that, and what we can do now is enforce the type we have just created on the payload, so it will always match this expected data. To do that, let's copy the create subreddit payload type and put it right here after the payload and import that. We can now see there is an error on the age because that is not what we're expecting. What we are expecting is the name right here. And what is the name? Well, it's the input. That's what we want to pass along in our API request, pass it over the wire so we can actually receive it on our API endpoint. And then we can return the data, the answer we get back from the server, as cast it into a string type, because we know in a second we're going to create that route and we're going to return a string as a successful response. Very nice. And what we can do now with React Query is destructure the mutate function we can actually call to execute this mutation function. And we can call it a different name if we want to, for example, create community. And what we can also do is destructure a lot more stuff, like if there's an error, if there is success, right? What we want is the is loading. We don't need to keep track of that ourselves. We can just destructure that from the use mutation hook and implement it in the create community button to actually make it usable. For example, we can pass along the isLoading value as it is. IsLoading is isLoading. Then the disabled value for this button should be if the input.length is triple equal to 0. If the user hasn't input anything, the button should be disabled. And then lastly, let's add an onClick handler. Format this, and onClick, we want to call the create community function and invoke that. So when I now press the button, oh, no query client set, use query client provider to set one. What this means is React query, what we're using right here, depends on a context. And in Next.js, passing context is not as easy as just slamming it into your layout. Instead, we need to create a separate component for the providers. This is a best practice to use context in Next.js 13. Take a look at how this works. We can create a providers.tsx component. And inside of these providers, this is going to be a pretty standard React component. Const providers is going to be an arrow function, and we export default providers just like this, but with a difference of we are receiving children as props for these providers because we're going to wrap our application with them. So we can receive the children inside of here. And if you're in TypeScript, the children are of type React.React node. We already know this from our main layout. Okay, and what we can do now is first off, declare this as a client component because context only works client side. So this cannot be pre-rendered on the server. And what we want to do now is first let's return the something called a query client provider we get from TanStack React Query, and let that wrap our entire application that is going to be passed in as the children. Now this query client provider also demands something called a client, and this client, let's call it const query client, is going to be a new query client instantiation that is a class we get from React Query and invoke that. Now what we can do is pass the query client right here into the client. Don't worry, I know this was a bit fast. You don't really need to understand what's going on. I don't exactly know what the query client is for anyways. The important thing is how to use it, and this is how to use it. And the important thing is also to know how to use React Query, and that's what we're gonna get into, not exactly what the query client does. It just know that React Query needs this context to work properly. So if we save that, go into our main layout.tsx, and then wrap our entire app inside of these providers, starting from the body up here, providers, and ending at the very bottom right below here. We can now assume that the React Query knows what the query client is, and we can also add context in the future just into this component, and it will work just fine. Awesome. So we can now see, if we give this a bit more space, it'll look better. We can actually create a new community. Hit create community. And currently the API route to do so doesn't work. There is no API route like this. If we go into the network tab, we should be able to see this. Let's click create community. We get a 404. The API route to create this community just doesn't work, which makes sense because we haven't created it yet. So let's take a look where we want to create this and exit out of a lot of this stuff, by the way. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. We only need the page.tsx. So we're sending that to /API/subreddit. And if we look under /API, there is no subreddit API to send it to. So let's create a new folder called subreddit. That is going to be reflected in the URL under /API, right here, /subreddit, right here, and then a route.ts enforced by Next.js, this naming, just like with Next.auth, it needs to be called route.ts from where you are exporting the HTTP verbs to correspond to whatever you want to do, like a GET request, for example, or a POST request, a PATCH request. You would export that corresponding HTTP verb from right here. Let me show you what this looks like. So we're going to export an async function post because we expect post requests, and the rec is going to be incoming as the request type, a standard web request, no specific Next.js type or anything, and just a this fetch API interface represents a resource request, just very generic, you know. And inside of this post request, I want to show you some best practice logic for the backend, because this is a backend function. First off, we want to do everything in a try-catch block. So if anything goes wrong, we can handle errors properly. That's very important to me, that you learn how to properly do this stuff. First thing we want to do is determine, is the user logged in? Because a not logged in user should not be able to create a new community. We can say const session is going to be equal to await get auth session user little helper we have declared in the auth file. And if there is no session.user, session is optional in this case, it doesn't have to exist. In that case, we want to return a new response saying unauthorized with a status code of 401 back to the user. Okay, now we can assume that the user exists and they are logged in. So now we can get access to the body content of the post request. And this is not the rec.body. This is not anymore the rec.body in Next.js 13. Rather, it's the await rec.json. That's how we get access to the body content. And now for the most important part, the validation. This body can be anything. Everybody can pass anything into this API route. And we want to make sure that only the data we are expecting to work with is actually passed. To do that, we're going to use the subreddit validator.parse, and we can pass anything in here, right? We can literally pass anything in here, like the body. We have no idea what the body is, pass it in here. But if it parses successfully, if it works, we know there is going to be a name, so we can destructure it. If this fails, if there is no object name string in here, if there's anything else, we are gonna land in the catch block because this is automatically gonna throw an error for us. Very, very handy. And we're gonna properly handle the error here in a second too. First off, let's see if the subreddit already exists. Because remember, this is the subreddit name. And if it already exists, we can't create another one with the same name. So const subreddit exists is going to be await db import or database from libdb dot subreddit. And did we not does this not work yet? No, we still haven't generated the Prisma types. Okay, so what we have done is change our Prisma schema to reflect everything we need in our app, but we haven't posted or pushed it to the database yet. To do that, let's say yarn prisma db push. That's going to push our local changes up into our database, so they're reflected in the cloud. And then we want to run yarn prisma generate to generate the TypeScript types so we can locally work with the new types. We can start the dev server back up again by running yarn dev afterwards, and then press Control, Shift, and P and select Restart TS Server. So the changes from Prisma are reflected actually in our development environment. And now we should be able to see that there's more stuff, and we want to check for a certain subreddit right here. We want to find the first subreddit where the name matches the name that is being passed into this. And if there is a subreddit, if subreddit exists, in that case, we're going to return a new response saying subreddit already exists, and send back a status of 409 conflict because there's a same name conflict going on. And only if that subreddit does not exist, in that case, we can actually go ahead and create it. So const subreddit is going to be equal to await db.subreddit.create. And we want to create it with the data of the name. So r/react, r/next.js, or in our case, just React Next.js without the r/. And then secondly, the creator ID, in case you wanted to enforce some limits, so everyone can only create 3 subreddits if that's what you wanted to enforce. It's always useful to keep track of how many each user created by using their session.user.id. Okay, and afterwards, we're going to subscribe the creator to their own subreddit, because you can't just create a subreddit and then not be subscribed to it. If you create a subreddit, you have to be subscribed to it. You are the owner of that subreddit. And to do that, let's say await db.subscription.create. And we want to create this with the data of the user ID being the session.user.id. Let's scroll down a bit. And then the subreddit ID, we're linking those two together with the subreddit.id that we have literally just created up here. Awesome. And if everything worked out, if both of these database calls are successful, let's return a new response saying, or actually not any string, let's say the subreddit.name. So we can then handle the success state on the front end. That's going to be a very cool part as well. I'm excited to show you that. And then in the error, let's catch the error. And if the error, because right now this could be anything. We have no idea what the error is. It's type unknown. Anything could go wrong, from the parse right here failing, right, to anything in the database just not working right now. We have no idea what the error is. And to narrow this down, we can say if error is an instance of a z.zod error. So if this is true, we need to import z. If this is true, we know that the error is thrown because the parsing failed and wrong data was passed into the route. In that case, we can pass or return a new response saying error.message. We know this exists now because we made sure it does using this statement, the error.message with a status of 422 unprocessable entity. The data you passed is not valid. You could also return a bad request status code if you wanted, and both work in this case. And then otherwise, we're going to return a new response because we have no idea what the error is. And it's going to say could not create subreddit with a status code in here of 500. Great, let's save that. Really, really nice. So now we should be able to create a subreddit. Let's see if that is the case. Is the dev server back up? Yes, it is. Let's give this a bit more space, like so, and reload the page. This takes really long. And then let's create a new subreddit. For example, let's click create community and see what happens. Ideally, we will be forwarded. Oh no, we won't be forwarded, but we can see what happens in the network if the request is successful. Let's say new subreddit 2, create community, and we get a, what is that? Error 401 unauthorized from the route.ts. Interesting. Why is that? Oh, because we're not signed in. How did I forget that? Okay, but now we know this works properly. Let's log in with Google. Let's log into my admin account. And then let's try that again. At least now we know the security measures are actually working. And let's go to create community right here. My community. Let's clear the requests, click create community, and hopefully that's going to have a 200 status code. My community, it was created successfully. Awesome. Very, very nice. We can now create our own subreddits. Hey, this is me editing, Josh, and unfortunately one part of my file got corrupted. So what you're about to see is the error handling for the part we have literally just done, how to properly error handle this. So don't be confused if for example, I don't know at this point yet that the creation of a community works, and we're gonna find that out here in a few minutes. And first do the error handling and the on-success handling together. So again, don't be confused. Let's properly handle the errors and get right on with it. And the reason this could be an Axios error is because we're using Axios to do the post request in the first place. So if the error is an instance of the Axios error class, in that case, we know which properties exist, and we want to do a conditional check. If the error.response.status is equal, oops, that needs to go into the parentheses, is triple equal to 409, in that case, we want to return a toast notification that we can import from our hooks. And this toast is going to get a title of the subreddit already exists, period. Then we want to pass a description that is going to be, please choose a different subreddit name. And then lastly, for this conflict toast notification, we want a variant of, and we can either choose default or destructive, and we want the destructive toast. Awesome, that is some proper error handling. However, we still don't have the case if the name is invalid for some reason, right? If it's too short or whatever, if it doesn't match the validator we're using on the back end, this right here, we are going to get back, we see that right here, a 422 error, and we're not handling that yet. So let's also go ahead and check. And actually, we can just copy this down. Let's remove that. Let's mark the entire 409 block inside the axis arrow and copy it down using Shift, Alt, and arrow down. Insert a space here, and now we want to check for a 422 status code. And if we get a 422, we want to say invalid subreddit name, and then we can leave the rest. Please choose a different name. That's good. Or we could specify, please choose a name between 3 and 21 characters. Just telling the user what they need to do, right? Because if they try again, they need to know what the requirements are. This is going to be destructive as well. Awesome. If it's neither a 409 or 422, let's check if it's a 401, unauthorized. And if it is, we want to prompt the user to log in. So, and I changed my keyboard to English. That's not ideal. If the error.response.status now is triple equal to 401 unauthorized, which it will be if the user is not authorized, we can see right here, we're getting the session. And if there is no session, we are returning a 401. So let's check for that on the front end and make sure if the user is not logged in, let's return. And now we want some sort of login toast notification, right? But it would make a lot of sense declaring this login toast notification in its own file, because we're going to be reusing it in a lot of different places across our app. Anytime the user tries to do something and they are unauthorized, we want to show this toast. And therefore, let's create that toast, the login toast notification, inside, and we are going to create it inside of the hooks. Right here, we've already got the use on click and use toast. Now we want a use custom toast. That's what I call it. Use custom custom-toast.tsx. Important TSX because we're going to be returning some JavaScript XML from this use custom toast file we have just created. And inside of here, let's export a constant use custom toast. This is going to be an arrow function, and or login toast, const login toast is going to be also an arrow function. And we can already go ahead and return that login toast at the very bottom of our use custom toast hook as a named export or a named return in that case. Awesome. And inside of this login toast, we get access to something called, actually, let's do that in a second. First, let's just call the regular toast hook that we have from our hooks, the use toast right here. And now we can see if we invoke that, we can destructure some properties like the update ID. And what we want is the dismiss. So if we want to, if the user clicks the login button, we obviously want to dismiss this toast notification. This toast is going to get a title of login required, period. Then a description of you need, let's capitalize that Y, like that. You need to be logged in to do that, period. And we want a variant of, you can already guess it, we don't want the default one, we want a destructive variant. That's going to give it this red appearance, something is wrong, and the user needs to fix something. Awesome. And then one thing we can also pass in here, super convenient, is the action. And then here we can define JavaScript, XML, JSX, or TSX in our case, which is going to be a link component from next/link. Inside of here, we're going to say login, and you already know the drill. For the class name, we want it to look like a button. So we're going to do a dynamic class name in the curly braces with the button variants, import those, and for the variant, we're going to pass the outline. Awesome. Now this link also needs an href, and this is going to lead the user to /sign in. And also we want an on click, and that is going to be a function right here in this syntax, and that is going to be calling the dismiss that we have destructured right here from the toast. So whenever, let me remove that, whenever the user clicks on this dismiss, or on the login button rather, then the toast is going to be dismissed. Awesome. Let's save that. And what we can do now is go back to our create page and actually return that toast notification. Before we can do that, we need to import it in our file. And let's do that at the very top. Const, where we bought the destruction later, is going to be equal to use custom toast that we can now simply import in here and then destructure our login toast. And if we go down here, return, we can just return the login toast and invoke that. Awesome. So whenever the user is not logged in, trying to perform the create action, they're gonna get a toast notification saying they can't do that. Let's start up the server and try this out. Let's go to localhost 3000 and try, actually I might be logged in, which would not be ideal, but if I am, I'm just gonna open this in an incognito tab. Let's see if everything's loading. Yep, seems to be working. Awesome. Okay, so I'm not signed in. Let's click Create Community. That should take us to the Create page. Awesome. My community. And now we are not logged in. We should be able to see the toast notification. And we don't. Nothing happens. So let's see what happens in the Network tab. And okay, so we're not even calling the Create Community API route, so this can't work. Let's see why that is. It's probably because we've never used right here the mutate in the first place. Okay, that makes sense. Let's call this mutate or all name that is going to be create community. I usually do this because the mutate is not very, it's very generic. It doesn't really describe what we're about to do. And while we're here, let's also get the is loading state from the use mutation. Great. And now the question is, where do we want to create our community? When should that action be triggered? And of course, it should be triggered right here on the Create Community button. So let's add an on-click handler, and that's going to be a function to invoke the Create Community function. We have destructured from React Query. Awesome. Very, very good. We can pass this button a disabled property. A dynamic value of the input.length is going to be equal to 0. And we can also add an isLoading state, and that is just going to be the isLoading. We have also destructured from 10-stack query. Awesome. Let's save that, go back and see what happens. Since I'm not logged in, we should see a destructive toast notification. If I enter anything here, it's gonna try to make the API call, but there we go. There's the toast notification. Login required. You need to be logged in to do that. Awesome, that looks very, very good. And if we click the login, the toast is dismissed, and we are forwarded right here to our login modal. That is beautiful user experience. Very, very nice. Let's move this into a side-by-side again and see if there's anything missing. Why did that not work? Hello. Move this into a side-by-side and let's see if there's anything missing. So for example, we are not catching any error that is not an Axios error. And because an error can pretty much be anything, that's not ideal. So let's go below this if error instance of Axios error and handle any other error. And we're going to do that by saying toast. And now there is going to be a very generic message because we don't know what the error is, with a title of there was an error. This could be anything, right? From a API route that takes super long and Axios automatically ending the request or whatever. We are just going to return this one notification. As the description, let's say could not create subreddit, period. And then lastly, as the variant, this is going to be destructive as well. Awesome. Now we can do one last thing, and that is handle the onSuccess state. And whenever we are successful in this endeavor in creating the subreddit, we can receive the data, the string we got back from our request right here in the onSuccess. And now we can say router.push. And what do we want to push in our current routing structure? What we want to push is the /r/ and then a dynamic value of this data, which will essentially be our subreddit name. So if I created a community called r/react, that would be pushed into our console. Let's try this out. Let me sign in and then let's try creating a community. Let me go to Google, log in with my Wordful AI admin account and click create community, and let's create the React community. Let's click that and see what happens. And it forwarded us to the r/react subreddit, which doesn't exist yet, but it works. Awesome. Very, very cool. And what that means is that we can, I think we're done here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're done on the create page. Very good job. We can close out of all of this. That means we can get started on the actual subreddit page with its posts and so on. What that means is now we can go and get started in a really fun part, and that is the actual subreddit page. How does that work? We're going to learn about dynamic routes. We're going to learn about how to display posts and conditionally or subsequently load more as the user scrolls. And it's going to be a really, really cool part of the build. And how we get started is first off receiving the data for this route in our routing structure. Currently, we only have a create page in our r/. So r/create works, everything else throws a 404. So in our R folder, let's create in angled brackets a folder, and that is called slug. And this important needs to be in R and not in create. There we go. So at the same level as the create folder, we want that. And inside of the slug folder, we can have and let's create it in, create it in here, a page.tsx. And this is going to be the default page whenever somebody visits our slug. So any slug works. Let's create a functional component that will be displayed right here. If we visit the r/react again, this generic page that doesn't do much now is going to be shown. And what we want to do in here is we want to fetch the subreddit the user has just visited. So take a look at this. There's r/react in the URL bar, right? And to fetch the data for the subreddit that we want to display in this dynamic route, we need to receive that from the URL somewhere into our code. And the way we do that in Next.js is super simple. We can receive the params, and these are automatically passed to this page right here. And we can define the type of the params, which is going to be page props, because we are in TypeScript. Now okay, that doesn't go well. Let's remove that. So we only have this right here. And now the page props, let's close that, are going to be the params as an object. This is always the case because we are getting past the r/react as the params. And now comes whatever we have in the angled brackets right here. Whatever you call that, what you call it is not important, but it needs to match the string we put right here. In my case, that's slug. And in your case, if you're following, it should be 2 slug right here as a string. If you call this like, I don't know, react, like in angle brackets, then this would be react. But slug just makes a lot more sense. Awesome. And what that means is we can destructure the slug right here from the params in our component and use it to do the data fetching. So whatever the slug is, we can try fetching the data for that. But before we do that, we want to verify the user is even authenticated. Now it's fine if they are not. We're not going to block them access to the subreddit, obviously. Let's say await get auth session and turn this into an asynchronous component. They're still going to have access, but we want to just display a bit different stuff to them if they are not currently logged in. Now, after getting the session, we're going to use that in our JSX. We can first off get the subreddit that the user has visited for this dynamic route. And that is going to be equal to await db, and we're going to make a database call to get the data for this subreddit. So db.subreddit. And now find first. Now, which subreddit do we want to find? We can say where, and now where the name of the subreddit, like React or whatever, matches the slug that was passed into this page by Next.js automatically. So essentially what is in the URL up here under React in our case, right? That is the where condition, and we want to include certain data in that request. For example, the posts should include, pass another include in here. So a join in Prisma, the author, we want that. And we also want the votes to be included, true. Then the comments, we also want those. And lastly, we want the subreddit data to be included. So we're doing a pretty large join here. And later on, we're going to find out how to optimize these large joins with Redis. It's going to be very, very cool. So it's going to significantly improve performance. And what we want to take a certain amount of posts. Now, the question is, how many do we want to take? Because each post that we take is going to be displayed to the user immediately, but it also costs computing resources to load each post. So what we're going to implement a bit later is infinite scrolling behavior, where only a certain number of posts are fetched on the initial request, and then only as the user scrolls, we are actually fetching more posts from the database. So as a demonstration for that, initially, let's just take like 2 posts. And instead of declaring this take value inline right here, like as a number or whatever, let's define it in something called a config.ts at the same level as our source folder. So let's create a config.ts in which go, global config variables. In our case, that's going to be the export const, and let's call it infinite_scrolling underscore, what did I do? Underscore pagination underscore results. It's very verbose, I know, but I think it, just makes sense to call it something this long. So we know exactly what it is. This is going to be the only value for now. And again, this lives at the same level as our source folder and not the app folder. So right here, it's not super important. You could declare it inline. Again, I just think it's a good practice to keep it separate. So if we change it here, because we are going to be relying on that in a lot of places, we can just change it in one place. Let's import that from @config. And that is all we need to get the subreddit. Awesome. Now, if this subreddit does not exist, right, we want to throw an error. So if not subreddit, so either this is going to include the actual subreddit or it's going to be null. And if the subreddit could not be found, if the slug does not match any subreddit in the database, then let's return not found like that. And we can import this not found from /navigation at the very top of the file. Import not found from /navigation. Awesome. So whenever there's no data, this is going to throw a 404 error for us, and with everything else handled. So it's a really convenient helper. We can just choose to display a 404 to the user if this subreddit doesn't exist. Now we can assume, because of this guard clause up here, that the subreddit does exist, and we want to display it to the user. So let's render out an h1 right here in the return with a class name of font-bold, a text of 3XL. On medium devices and up, we want a text of 4XL, and we want a height of 14 on this h1. And this is going to say r/ and then the subreddit.name right here. Awesome. So we're displaying that to the user, and we can already see what this looks like. Let's reload the page and give it a hot second to load. r/react. That is the subreddit we're on. Very, very nice. And if we go to any subreddit that doesn't exist, then we are going to get a 404, which is, on a white background, it doesn't look the best, but we can do additional custom styling on that later. And for now, let's create one component right below this h1, because we want to indicate to users that they can participate in the subreddit. So there should be a little button encouraging users to post their own stuff, like a mini post creator. And that's what we're going to call this component, a mini create post component. That doesn't exist yet. So let's create it, and it's going to look very, very nice. And you're going to see that here in a second. Let's go into our components folder, create a new file, and this is going to be called the mini create post.tsx. This mini create post is going to be a client component. So let's define it at the very top as use client. So we can make use of client-side APIs, and especially, the hooks are going to be important for us. Let's create a functional component out of this, and the hooks that we want in here are first off the router. Const router is going to be equal to use router from, again, /navigation, not /router, very important. And then secondly, the const path name is going to be equal to, and this is going to be path name written correctly, is going to be equal to use path name we also get from /navigation. Those are the two hooks we need. And then as props, we only receive the session. And this is the reason we fetch the session in the page right here, up here, because we're going to pass it into this component. The reason we're not fetching this client side is because if we do the server side, it's immediately going to be available, and no layout shifts and no loading states and whatever. It's just way more convenient. The session, let's receive it as props, and this type session is from next auth and not from Prisma, or it could also be null if the user is not logged in, which again is fine. We're still going to display data to them, but just a bit of different data. Great. Now inside of this mini create post, let's first return an li element for a list that gets a class name of overflow-hidden. Then we want a rounded-md for medium, a bg of white, and lastly a shadow. Then inside of this li, let's have a div with a class name of height full. We want padding x of 6. We want a padding y of 4. On small devices and up, we want a flex layout with also on small devices and up a justify between and a gap of 6. Then one more div with a class name of relative right in here, And in here, we want to render out the user avatar, right? I could make you a drawing of what this looks like, but this is going to be pretty quick, so you're going to see it here in a second anyways. And we already know how to do this with the user avatar component. We can simply import that. We've already done that. And in here, we want to pass the user. And that is also why this session right here is so handy. We can just use it and pass it right into this user avatar, because we know this takes a user, and this user takes two properties, that is the name and the image. And for the name, we can pass the session.user.name, which is optional. That's why we have a question mark here. It doesn't have to exist. And if it doesn't, we're gonna pass null. And secondly, for the image, we want to pass the same thing as the username, but this time obviously not the name, but the image instead. Or if that doesn't exist, we are going to pass null into this user avatar. Let's already import this into our page.tsx, the mini create post. And again, we need to pass the session into here. So we can say session is the session that we retrieved on the server. Save both. I'm going to switch back to this component in case you missed anything while I reload the page right here. And we can see, okay, we can kind of see where this is going, but it doesn't look amazing yet. But we're going to get to that. And part of it is because I'm so zoomed in. Anyways, below the user avatar, let's have a span element to show the online status of the current user. And this is going to be pretty straightforward. This is going to be absolute, class name absolute, with bottom 0, right 0, rounded dash full. We want a width of 3 and a height of 3. Then a background green dash 500, an outline like that, and outline dash 2, and then we're almost done. One more thing, that is gonna be outline dash white, so the actual color of the outline. I'm gonna go to the right side in case you missed anything, width 3, height 3, and so on. And then after closing that, or inside of that span rather, wait, there's nothing in the span. This is going to be a self-closing span, right? Because this is just a green circle. Let me save that and show you what this looks like. And this looks kind of weird. This shouldn't look like that. Did I mess up the styling? Hello, this is me editing Josh, and I noticed, yeah, this does look weird, but it is fixed in the final GitHub repository, and don't worry about it. And for example, one reason why this might look weird is because this is not responsive. And to make it responsive, the only thing you need to do is to remove these SM properties. So we always apply the flex and always apply the justify between. No additional CSS classes needed for this to be responsive. And that's just the fix to make it look better. It looks kind of weird, but I'm gonna fix all the CSS issues later. If there are any, maybe that will resolve itself by just going on with this component. All right, so next up is an input element. We already know where to get that from because it's our own component. And this input element is going to be the create post input. It's going to be a read only. So we can pass a read only prop. And what we want to happen is if we click this input, we're actually not taken to an input, but rather forwarded to the page that lets us actually create the post, because that's how Reddit, the actual Reddit, does it as well. So on click, we're going to say router.push. There we go. And we are going to push the current path name that we retrieve up here from the use path name hook and concatenate that with /submit. Submit. There we go. So for whatever subreddit we're in, we want to submit a post to that subreddit. And we can also enter a placeholder, something like create post. Let's format this so it's a bit easier to see. And then right below that, we're going to have a button. We already know where that comes from. It's also our own component. And this button is going to have a variant of ghost. And then on click, the same thing should happen, right? This is just for decoration purposes. So we can also copy the on click handler, and we can take a look at what this looks like. Reload the page. We can see, okay, there we go. It's the create post. And because I'm so zoomed in, it looks a bit weird. I might need to fix that behavior in the final repo. So yeah, okay, so it does work correctly, but it looks a bit weird and responsive. I'm gonna fix that in the final repo. Don't worry about it for now. If you're zoomed out, it looks as it should. And then lastly, we want one more button. We can simply copy this button down, and this button is also a variant ghost. Same thing should happen on click. And inside of this button, this time this is not going to be self-closing, but instead we want to render out an icon inside of this button. And this icon is going to be a link to icon we get from Lucid React, this one right here. Just go ahead and import that icon with a class name of text zinc 600. Let's save that and take a look at what this looks like. Reload the page. There we go. Okay, the image is still missing because that button should not be self-closing. This should also be a button that renders out an icon, and this icon is going to be the image icon. Also self-closing. We also want to import that from Lucid React with a class name of text zinc 600 as well. Awesome. Let's save that. And that is our component done. Very nice job. Again, I'm gonna fix the CSS for the responsive layout. This is not how it should look. That looks a bit weird on mobile, but on desktop, that's exactly how it should look. Even if I zoom in a bit further, very, very nice. We can see the image, the link, and if you try to create a post, we forward it to the actual post creation page, which, you know, doesn't exist yet, but we're gonna create that in just a second. Okay, so there are two options we could do now. Let's take a look at our game plan right now. We want to be able to create subreddits. We can do that. And we want to be able to join subreddits. That is going to be the next thing. Then comes creating posts, and then comes the post feed. So after all, we're already done with the first step of 3. So now we want to be able to join subreddits. Let's do that. And the styling that's going to be involved for each subreddit like this is the most elaborate in this whole project. This is the most CSS that is going to be involved, but it's also the biggest step in making this look really good with the main functionality, right? The subreddits, a very, very key part of this app. And I think it makes sense to build that next because it is the joining subreddit step as well, because we're going to have the join button. So next up, let's actually work on the subreddit logic and then the feed later on. So below the mini create post, we can enter a little to-do right here. To-do show posts in user feed. But in order to show the posts, we have to create posts first. And so we can exit out of everything else. And let's get started in the layout of each subreddit first, because there's a lot of logic in each layout that gets handled. And the way we create that is as a file in the slug folder that is called layout.tsx. This is nothing else than a wrapper component around all the page contents that is going to define the layout of everything that is below or on the same level as this folder. And we can either use my cool LC snippet, or if you don't have that, let's create the layout together as a const layout. It's going to be an arrow function component that we also want to export as the default at the bottom of the file. Awesome. Because we declared this as a layout file, automatically, because this is a reserved name from Next.js, we can pass the children into this component. These are nothing else than React components, so we can type them out as react.react node. We already know the type of those. And now we can render the children in our layout, return them somewhere in our code, for example, inside of a div. We could say children. And now the page would be displayed just normal. Nothing changed whatsoever. I mean, we only wrap them in a div, but that doesn't really matter. But now we can go ahead and actually do all the styling for every single subreddit all at once inside of this layout file. It's super, super powerful, and it comes with a new Next.js 13 app router. That's why I really like it. Obviously not just because of this, but it is one very, very neat feature. Awesome. So the div we already created is going to get a class name, and that class name is going to be small container, then a maximum width of 7XL, an MX of auto, a height of full, and a padding top of 12. Awesome. Format that. And one more div in here. Actually, yeah, I'm just going to leave the children out for now. We're going to do them later. So one main div containing everything else, and then one div inside of this. And inside of this div, we want to create a button that takes us back to the feed. But first, I would say we're going to finish all the CSS in this file and then worry about that. So to do button to take us back, because when we're in a subreddit like this, we also want to have a button in the top left taking us back. It's just for good user experience. And we're going to do that in a second. First, let's get the layouting and the styles in this file done. Okay, but we can already take a note here. We're going to do that. And then below that is going to be a div with a class name of grid. Grid calls 1. Then on medium devices and up, grid calls 3. Gap y4. On medium devices and up, a gap x of 4 and a padding y of 6, not 7. Inside of this div is going to be one more div with a class name of flex, flex call, then a call span of 2. This is the grid layout of the actual subreddit with a space y of 6. And in there go the children we get passed into the layout automatically by Next.js. Awesome. Then below this div containing the children, we want, or let's do a little annotation here, or info sidebar. And we're going to build this out right now, unlike the button at the top here. Let's build this out together. That's going to contain the subreddit information, like the name, if you created it, the amount of members, and so on. Very elaborate that we're going to get into later. There's going to be some logic involved in this. Okay, first off, we're going to have a div with a class name of hidden, a medium block, an overflow dash hidden, a height of fit, rounded dash large, and a border. And let me go into full screen so this is easier for you to see. A border dash gray dash 200, an order dash first, and this is to determine the order in mobile versus in desktop view, because on medium devices and up, we want a order dash last. So this just determines if it's shown like above the content, below the content. That's what the order is for, and that's all the class names already. Quite a bunch, to be honest. And then inside of this div, let's create one more div with a class name of padding x6 and then a padding y of 4. Inside here goes one p tag with a class name of font dash semi-bold and a padding y of 3. And inside of this p tag, we're going to display the name of the subreddit. So this is going to be about r/, and then we want the name of the subreddit. Now, where the hell do we get that from? We don't have it in here. We don't know what the name of the subreddit is. So how do we get the name of the subreddit? And when we have a dynamic layout, it works just like the page, right? We were able to get the parameters right here passed automatically into the page. And the same way it works with the layout. So what we can receive as a second prop in the layout are the params, and these are containing the slug that we care about. Now we already know the type of the params, right? We knew these in the other page as well. You can log them out, by the way. If you have no idea what props are passed, just receive all of them, mark them as any if you want, and then log them out to the console. They will all show up if you're very unsure about the types, or you read through the Next.js documentation. That's where it also says what the types are and how to know what those are. We know the slug is of type string, and therefore we can just receive it right here in the layout. And what that allows us to do is first determine if there is an active session for the user. We're going to need that for later. So let's quickly say const session is going to be equal to await get auth session or little helper. And because we want to await at the top level, we have to mark our layout as asynchronous. So let's say async right here before the parentheses on this component, and therefore we can now get the session and await at the top level in the new Next.js server components. Awesome. And now to fetch the subreddit information, that's nothing else than we already did on the page. And by the way, if you're wondering, isn't this redundant? We're going to do the same logic again. Well, it might look redundant in code, but requests are under the hood deduped by Next.js, so we don't need to worry about performance overhead in that way. That happens automatically under the hood. It's very, very convenient. So we can say const subreddit is equal to await db.subreddit.find first. There we go. And we want to find the first where, just like with the other component, the name is the slug. And then secondly, we want to include certain tables. So we want to do a join with the posts and what these posts should include again. So include, posts, include. Now comes two things. First off, the author is true because we want to display the author name. And then secondly, the votes are going to be true as well. And we need to comma separate those. Awesome. So we now have access to the subreddit that the user is visiting. And we also want to know whether they are subscribed or not, right? To show the button allowing them to subscribe or allowing them to leave the subreddit and the subscription if they are already subscribed. And the way we can do that is, let's say, const subscription. This is going to be another database fetch we're doing. And if we have no session.user, then we want the subscription to be undefined. There's no need to do a database fetch. And by the way, this needs to be optional because there might not be a session. If there is none, we don't want to do a database fetch. It's totally unnecessary because we know there won't be one the user is not logged in. However, if the user is logged in, then let's actually try to fetch their subscription. So we can say, in that case, with a ternary operator, if this right here is true, then it's going to be undefined, or else, that's what the colon is for, we're going to await the subscription.find first. And let's remove this so we can see better. We want to find where the subreddit is, where the name matches the slug. So inside of an object right here, where the subreddit name matches the slug. And then below that, where the user has the ID of the session.user.id. And the cool thing is, because we have this statement right here, and if this is not true, if there is no session.user, we won't even get to the statement. So therefore, we always know there will be a session.user.id if we get to this database fetching step. Very, very cool. And then let's determine a Boolean from that. Let's call that Boolean is subscribed. And this is just going to be a double exclamation point turned into a Boolean, the subscription. Let's just copy and paste that over. There we go. So we can see we turned this into a Boolean. Originally, this was either a subscription or null or undefined. That's what these two double exclamation points are for. They turn a value into a Boolean. Awesome. And then if we have no subreddit, you know the drill. Let's return not found, that we get from /navigation to return a 404 error to the user. Very, very good. And then one last thing we want to do is we want to determine how many members are in the subreddit. When we visit a subreddit, the user or every user visiting should know how many members are in there. And to do that, let's say const member count is going to be equal to await db.subscription. And there's a very nice method we get that is called count. And now what do we count? We want to count where the subreddit and then another object where the name is the slug. So for that subreddit, we want to count how many subscriptions are there. And that is it. Because everyone who is subscribed will have a subscription in the database. We're only counting how many of those active subscriptions there are. And with those values out of the way, with the session, the subreddit, the subscription, the isSubscribed Boolean, and the member count, we can get started in finishing this layout to make it look good and be very informative to every user taking a look at it. To get started, let's go right below the p tag and then the closing div. Press double enter, so we have 4 closing divs below that, and let's create a DL tag right here. This is going to contain a class name of divide-y, a divide gray 100, padding x of 6, a padding y 4, a text of small, a leading -6, and a bg-white. Awesome. Let's format that and go in there into that DL. In here, we want to create a div with a class name of flex, justify between gap x of 4 and a padding y of 3. And again, this file is, I'm pretty sure, the file that contains the most CSS. If you're not into CSS, don't worry, it's going to be over soon, and we can leave the CSS mostly behind after this. Awesome, so inside of this div, let's create a DT to contain the information, or first of the label, with a class name of text gray 500. That is going to say created. Then let's create one more DT right below that, and this is going to contain the actual information with a class name of text gray 700. Inside of this DT, we want to say the time that this subreddit was created. So to do that, let's use the actual time semantic HTML time There we go. And this takes a date time that we can actually pass the date time into for accessibility purposes, right? So everybody can know when this was created, even if they're using something like a screen reader. This is going to be the subreddit.createdAt.toDateString. Invoke that, important. Great. And now inside of this time, we are going to use a custom function that lets us format or time into a human readable format. And to do that, let's call the format function. And we get that from a library called datefns. This is a library you normally have to install. Again, it came pre-installed in your starter code. Very, very handy, but normally you'd have to install this yourself. And here we can pass the subreddit.createdAt. And then secondly, the format we want it in. This is a regular string. If you want to know why the string is as it's gonna be, look into the documentation. Essentially, we can turn regular strings like MMMM, then a space D, comma, space YYYY. So the format we want, months, date, day, and year from the actual time. We can simply convert them. Let's quickly save that layout, reload the page, and take a look at what this looks like. We can see about r/, and the name for some reason doesn't work right now. Right, because we didn't include that. Let's quickly fix that. This is gonna be the subreddit.name, of course, right here. Save that, and now it should work. About r/ and r/react. Awesome. And now we can see created June 11th, 2023. Very, very nice. So it's in human readable format using the format right here from datefns. Looks great. Nice. Okay, and you can see on very small devices, this just completely disappears. It's not that necessary to clog up the entire screen with, and then on larger devices, it shows right here on the right-hand side. Okay, and with the formatting out of the way, and by the way, we can just change the DT to a DD tag for better semantic HTML, but it doesn't really matter. Anyways, with the formatting out of the way, let's go down the DD tag and down the closing div, and then above the DL right here, and below the div, this is where we're going to create one more div with a class name of flex, justify -between, a gap x of 4, and we want a padding y of 3 in here. Also with actually let's just copy from up here. We want the exact same thing, so let's copy the DT and the DD elements, paste them in here, and then slightly change them. So instead of created, this is gonna say members. And then instead of the time, we want to display the member count inside of a div in here with a class name of text gray 900. And we can just say member count that we have calculated above. Just put it in here. Awesome. And then below that div, let's say if the subreddit.creatorID, if that matches the session.user.id, in that case, we want to display some JSX. And if it does not match, we want to just display nothing, null. And if it matches, in that case, we're going to display a div with a class name of flex, justify between, not center, justify between a gap x of 4 and a padding y of 3. And in here, let's put a p tag saying you created this community. There we go. And this p tag is going to get a class name of text gray 500, like so. Awesome. Let's save the layout and let's see if the server is started. Let's start the server. And as we can see, if we take a look at this in the browser, it says you created this community here now with a members count of 1. Awesome. That looks really good. And let's finish up this layout. And what should be the next move? Let's move this into a side-by-side, by the way. So when we are in the subreddits, and this looks a bit weird from the CSS, but we're going to worry about that later. Let's think about the action that should be taken inside of a subreddit. When we join a subreddit or when we visit one, we should have the option to join the subreddit to make posts, right? We are requiring users to be members of a subreddit in order to post, and therefore we want to offer them a button to either join the subreddit if they aren't, or leave the subreddit if they are. And to do that, we are going to display a button to them, but conditionally. And the condition is going to be subreddit.creatorID if that matches, or if that does not match the session.user.id. And the session is optional. It doesn't have to exist. In that case, we're going to display some JSX. And in the other case, if the subreddit creator is the currently logged in user, we're going to display nothing, null, to them. And only if they aren't, we're going to display a component to them that lets them toggle their join and leave status. If you own the subreddit, you shouldn't be allowed to leave. It's your subreddit. There can't just be a subreddit with no one inside of it. That's why we have a conditional check right here. Let's call this toggle the subscribe leave toggle. Very straightforward naming, and that is a component that does not exist yet. So let's create it under components and then subscribe leave toggle.tsx. And inside of this subscribe leave toggle is going to be encapsulated a bunch of logic, for example, how we subscribe to a Reddit, how we unsubscribe from a Reddit, and it all starts as a functional component we can initiate right here, and the JSX is going to be super straightforward. Let's quickly mark something out right here, and that is going to be const is subscribed is going to be false. We're just hard coding this for now. This is going to be changed later, just so we can already finish up the JSX. So we're going to return from this component a conditional. So if we are subscribed, if is subscribed, then we're going to return a button in the parentheses, and else we're going to return another button. The first button we're going to return, we need to import from our UI and then /button, and then the second thing is going to be the same thing, also a button. First one is going to say leave community, because if we are subscribed, we should be able to leave, and if we are not subscribed, then it should say join to post inside of the subreddit. Awesome, let's format that. And now comes some styling first, and then the logic for this component. The styles are going to be for both buttons a width of full, a margin top of 1, and a margin bottom of 4. And if you're curious as to how I wrote in multiple places, hold Alt while you click, and then you can do the same thing. Styles are the same for both buttons. Awesome, and that's going to be it. Let's import the subscribe leave toggle and see what this looks like. Let's hit refresh and go into full screen and take a look at the button that should appear. Not for the person that owns the subreddit. Again, we need to go into incognito to see this, and there it is. Join to post looks awesome, and it's not shown to the subreddit owner just as we intended. Great. So inside of this subscribe leave toggle, we want first off to be able to subscribe to a subreddit. And to do that, let's use React Query. And because we want client-side interactivity, like listening to a button click, we need to turn this into a client component instead of the default server component, because we're going to be using client APIs. Let's say const empty object, destructure later, is going to be equal to use mutation. You already know what this is, and we're going to make use of it again right now, with the mutation function being what's submitting the data to our API as an asynchronous action. Okay, and inside of here, first, you know the drill by now, let's define the payload that we want to send over the wire. That's what I like to do. I think it's a great approach to get a good degree of full stack type safety. And this payload is going to be of type subscribe to subreddit payload. We've already created that earlier while we were in this file, so we don't need to worry about that now. Just for your memory, this is the subreddit ID as a string that we are enforcing in this payload. And now we get type safety for this subreddit ID that we need to pass in here. And where the hell do we get this subreddit ID from in the subscribe leave toggle? And the answer is as a prop. So we get it passed as the property subreddit ID, because we can easily do that from the parent. After all, we know in the layout what the subreddit ID is. And as the type subreddit ID, this is going to be a string. So we can just use it in the payload and send it along. Const data is going to be equal to await Axios, import Axios.post. We're going to make a post request, and we're going to make this request to a /API /subreddit /subscribe endpoint. And what are we going to pass for this post request? Well, we're going to pass the payload. that we can then expect on the API route and return the data as string. We are casting this because we know that we own the API endpoint and we are going to return a string from here. Okay, let's quickly, actually, should we do the error handling now? No, let's not do the error handling now. Let's work on the API route first. So to create this endpoint, let's go into our file tree and give this a bit more space and go under app, API, and then subreddit, and create a folder because that is reflected in the URL called subscribe, and create a route.ts file in here to handle the actual logic of this request. Now from this route.ts file, this is backend code, we're going to export an async function that is called post because we want to handle the HTTP post requests using this function. The type is going to be the regular request as with the other routes as well. And the logic is going to be pretty similar as well. We can just use a try catch block in here where we first determine if the user is logged in. Const session is equal to await get auth session is what we called it, or little helper, remember. And then if there is no session.user in that case, and the session is optional as well, if there is no session.user, we're going to return a new response saying unauthorized with a status code, status of 401, unauthorized. Awesome. So now, because of this guard clause, we can assume there is a logged in user, and we are fine to find out the body, that is the await rec.json. So we're actually converting the request into what is passed as the body. And whatever it might be, we want to validate it. I've already explained how we do this. We do this using our validator we have created. In our case, the subreddit subscription validator. If I hover over this, we see we expect a subreddit ID as a string. .parse, we can parse any data. It will just fail if it doesn't match the subreddit ID. So if it's successful, we know we can destructure it, else we're going to land in the error part that we're going to worry about later. Great. So afterwards, we can say const. And now we want to find out if the subscription already exists. Because if it does, then you can't subscribe again. That just really doesn't make a lot of sense. So we can say const subscription exists is going to be equal to await db.subscription.find first. And we want to search for the first subscription where the subreddit ID matches the subreddit ID that is passed into this API endpoint, and the user ID matches the session.user.id. This is where we find a subscription. And if we find one, if subscription exists, in that case, we're going to return a new response saying something along the lines of you are already subscribed to this subreddit, period. And you can't subscribe again, you silly goose. What the hell are you trying? With a status of 400. Bad request. Okay, and if that doesn't exist, the subscription, then the user is fine. We can actually create the subscription using or saying await db.subscription.create, and we are mapping a subreddit ID to a user ID, and we can do that using the data attribute in Prisma, passing the subreddit ID, and also passing the user ID, and that is the session.user.id. Like this. So we are creating this subscription for this user, so they are now subscribed successfully to the subreddit, and we can inform them of that, returning a new response containing the subreddit ID they initially passed into this subreddit. Okay, and as for the error handling, we can literally go ahead and copy it from our other route.ts. So in the subreddit route.ts, not the subscribe, the regular route.ts right here, we can just copy this error behavior because it's as good in this instance as it is in the other. So we can just import z from Zod and have the same error responses. I just copied one curly brace too much. And for example, instead of the error message, we could pass something along the lines of invalid request data passed. If we can't parse the data successfully using our schema, this is going to be returned, and else just a generic error, probably with a different message saying could not subscribe, please try again later, or something along those lines. It's not too important. because this is not actually what's shown to the user. You could do that. I usually don't do that. Usually I just check for the status codes. Awesome, so we've now got our subscribe endpoint that we can use right here on the front end. And now we can actually get started in doing the error handling for that as well, and the success state. First off, the error. Error handling is what separates junior developers from more experienced developers. It's super important. And we can just say on error, receive the error like this as an arrow function and then handle it accordingly. And we can check if the error is an instance of an Axios error, again, the class from Axios. In that case, we can check if there's a certain response status code. So if the error.response.status is triple equal to 401 unauthorized, for example, you need to log in to do this. In that case, let's return or login toast. Invoke that, and we get that from const. And where we bought the destructuring later is equal to use custom toast that we have created earlier. Very handy login toast. We can just return here. And if this doesn't match, then we don't know what the problem is. So let's return a generic toast notification saying with a title as the title. And we need to import the toast. That's why I don't get type safety. For the title, that's going to be there was a problem. For the description, this is going to be something went wrong. Please try again. And the variant, you can probably imagine, we can pass, if we comma separate this, we will also get type safety. The variant could be default or destructive. We want a destructive red toast informing the user, hey, something really went wrong here. And as for the unsuccess, what should happen when our request is successful? Well, in that case, we want to refresh the current page without losing any sort of state. And the way we can do that is by saying start transition. This is something we get from React, similar to use transition, but allows uses where hooks are not available. And that's fine. Essentially, we can reload without any state changes. This is taking a callback function. And in here, we can do something very simple that we need the Next.js router for. Because we're going to refresh the page, we need access to the router by using const router is equal to use router. We get that from next/navigation and not next/router. That's important. So in the start transition, we can say router.refresh and invoke that. Awesome. Let's inform the user their action was successful. Let's return a toast notification with a title of subscribed and a description. Did I forget the description? There we go. A description of a template string. This time, you are now subscribed to, and then r/, and then a dynamic value using a $ and curly braces, and that's going to be the subreddit name. Now, where the hell do we get the subreddit name from? We don't have access to it in here after all, so we can simply receive it as props as well. Subreddit name as the props, and the subreddit name is going to be of type string. We can just pass it in as a prop from our layout, and our layout is already complaining that we aren't passing the data that we're expecting. So let's pass the subreddit ID. This is going to be the subreddit we have fetched from our database .id, and then the subreddit name. Obviously, you can imagine what this is, the subreddit .name. And the arrows are gone. Beautiful. Passing those into our subscribe leave toggle made all the arrows go away. And now if we subscribe successful, we can see you are now subscribed to r/subreddit name. Beautiful. However, what about leaving a subreddit? What about, when we want to cancel our subscription? We don't have any logic to handle that yet. But first off, let's just do the joining. Let's just worry about that. To finish this up, let's destructure something from the use mutation. That is going to be the mutate we use to actually invoke this mutation function. And let's call it something else. Let's call it subscribe, just a bit more verbose, a bit more fitting, with an is loading state of, let's call this is sub loading. So is subscription loading. Later we will also have is unsub loading. You'll see that. And as for the is subscribe that we're currently just mocking out, let's actually completely remove that. And that's going to be the last prop we accept. It's going to be is subscribed like this. because we've already calculated that in the layout, remember, and we can also just pass it in as a prop is subscribed as a Boolean. Okay, the layout is going to complain. That's fine. We can pass the is subscribed from the layout into the subscribe leaf toggle as is subscribed, because we have determined it up here, right there. Great. All the arrows are gone. I promise that's the last prop that goes into the subscribe leaf toggle. And now we can actually handle subscriptions to a subreddit. Let's try this. To try it out, let's attach the function to the button on click. That's why we turned this into a client component to even make this work. So on click of this button, let's invoke the subscribe function. Great, and that's all the button needs almost. We want to also pass the is loading state, and that's going to be is sub loading we get from React query. Very convenient. And let's try this out. And to try this out, we need a different account because we have created r/React. We can't just join or leave with the same account. That won't work because we're not even showing the button to those people. So let's log in using Google with the other account. I'm going to use my Wordful AI support account here and then visit /r/React. Go there. Now let's click join to post, open the network tab at the same time to see what happens if we are successful. Click join to post and hopefully we will get a 200 status. There are 2 members now and there's a button appearing, leave community. Beautiful. Good work. This looks really nice. In development, there was a little bit of a delay, even though it was still pretty quick. When you actually build this out, it's going to be substantially faster, almost immediate. There's almost going to be no delay and it's a way smoother user experience, even more so than it currently is. Awesome. So we can see the members refreshed, the button changed. However, if I click leave community, nothing happens yet. The button has no meaning and let's fix that. So what should this button do? Essentially a very similar function to the joining of a community. So we can just take our code right here from the user mutation, copy it down using Shift, Alt, and arrow down. Now, I want to make it clear, yes, you could also handle this all in one API route, just send a request to this and handle or search for a subscription. If it doesn't exist, you subscribe, and if it does exist, you unsubscribe. Just as a toggle API route, I prefer this approach. I think this is a bit easier to write. But you could also do one API endpoint to handle both actions. We're going to create 2 API endpoints and 2 mutations to handle those. You could go both approaches, to be honest. I just prefer this one. Okay, now we are going to make a second API endpoint, and that is going to be unsubscribe right here. And it's going to be reflected in the method or in the function name as well, unsubscribe. And then here is unsub loading. Are we unsubscribing? Yeah, again, I mean, you could also call this is unsubscribing. That would also make a lot of sense. Let's just leave it like this for now. And the payload is going to be the exact same, even though the name is not too accurate anymore. It doesn't matter. Same payload, same logic, same error handling. And lastly, same success message. Almost, let's say, unsubscribed, and you are now unsubscribed from r/subreddit name. Awesome. We can now attach that on click to the button, invoke the unsubscribe. Secondly, into the button for the leaving of a community, we want to pass the is loading state, and that is going to be is unsub loading. Give this just a tad more space, and I think we are good to go on the button. Last thing missing is the actual API route to handle that, and the logic encapsulated in there is going to be very similar to the subscription of an API endpoint. Let's create a new folder called unsubscribe that is actually going to end up in the URL with a route.ts inside of here, and just paste the code from the subscription route, and let's slightly modify this. Most of this is going to stay the exact same, but for example, if the subscription does not exist, in that case, we want to return you are not subscribed to this subreddit, because this is a prerequisite for being able to cancel your subscription. You need to be subscribed in the first place, and if you aren't, then you can't unsubscribe. Only if you are, you can unsubscribe. And so to actually unsubscribe, let's call await db.subscription. And then delete instead of create. And we want to delete instead of the data. We want to pass the where Prisma attribute that is going to be where the user ID, subreddit ID combination that makes up the ID of each subscription. And let's disable GitHub Copilot for this, where the subreddit ID matches and the user ID is the session.user.id. Awesome. One more thing, and I am going to disable GitHub Copilot for this, and that is check if user is the creator of the subreddit. Exactly. So we're going to say const subreddit is equal to await db.subreddit.find first, and let's give GitHub Copilot a good shot here and see if it can figure this out. And this looks really good, actually. Awesome. Okay, GitHub Copilot did a good job. Let's quickly walk through this. I promise this is the only time we're going to use GitHub Copilot. I just wanted to try this out if it could do that. So await db.subreddit.find first, where the ID is the subreddit ID and the creator ID is the currently logged in user. And now if this subreddit exists, oh, and I switched to English keyboard again, that's not what I want to do. If the subreddit exists, if subreddit, in that case, we're going to return a new response saying you can't unsubscribe from your own subreddit. It just doesn't make sense. You created it, either you delete the Reddit or you stay in it, but you can't unsubscribe. So status is going to be 400, bad request, can't do it. Okay, and if that is fine, if you're not a creator, then we're actually going to delete the subscription, return the subreddit ID, and we can say could not unsubscribe, please try again later, and everything else can stay the exact same. Okay, I think we are done with the subscribe leave toggle. We included the logic in the buttons. Everything should work just fine. Let's try it out. So I'm on the second account. We are in r/React. Let's click, or actually let's reload the page and let's click leave community. And it should deduct a member and say join to post. Awesome. Now we are in the community. Members have refreshed again. We can now leave the community. Beautiful. So now let's take a look at our plan here. We can create and join subreddits. Yes, sir, we can. We can put a big green tick on that. We created the React subreddit and we joined it and we left it even. This should also say leaving subreddits probably. And the next step is going to be creating posts. That is going to be a very interesting part of this build because it involves an editor. So what I mean is when we visit a community, we want to create a post, possibly, right? Any user wants to create a post. And where are we going to do this? Well, let's create a URL structure to reflect that possibility. And we're going to allow this under, and let's close out of all of these to clean up the workspace, minimize everything. There we go. Just clean up the workspace a little bit. We are going to create that possibility to create your own post under the R folder, under slug. And then for that slug, like if you're in r/React, then we want a submit in here. So under r/React/submit or r/Next.js/submit, this is where we want to be able to create a post. And to do so, let's create a page.tsx to determine the component that should be shown on this page and initialize this as a functional component. And let's remove the FC approach though, because we're not going to be using that, because we're going to mark this component as asynchronous later. However, we don't need to worry about that for now. Yeah, actually, no, we don't. Okay. And because we're inside of a dynamic route in Next.js, inside of the slug, you know, we also need access to the slug, right? And the way we do that in Next.js dynamic routes has not changed from the approach we have in this page. It's the same thing. We can literally copy the props like this. The slug params are passed the same way into this component, just like with the other page.tsx. And because we're still inside of the dynamic route, so we can just paste the page props with the params of slug string, because we know we will also receive them here. By the way, if you're unsure, just mark the props as any and log them out in the page, and you will see everything that Next.js passes to you. For example, the params, but it also says that in their documentation. Okay, inside of here, let's first fetch the subreddit. So const subreddit is going to be equal to, and let's close this for a bit more space, it's going to be equal to, and now we need an await statement. So now we need to turn this into an asynchronous component, just like that. And we can do that because we implemented this type approach. The subreddit is going to be await database.subreddit.find first. And the question now is, which subreddit do we want to find? And the answer is where the name of the subreddit matches the params.slug. So React, Next.js, that's the subreddit we want to fetch. And if there is no subreddit like that, then if there is no subreddit, in that case, we're going to throw a not found error we get from next/navigation, and we can return that. Awesome. So if the subreddit doesn't exist that the page is being requested for, so if anyone typed in r/asd and spammed their keyboard, and that doesn't exist, they're going to get a 404, which makes a lot of sense. And if the subreddit actually exists, only then are we rendering the JavaScript XML down here. Okay, the top level div inside of here is going to get a class name of flex, flex-call, items-start, and gap-6. Inside of there, we're going to render out the heading. And the heading for this page is going to be contained in a div with a class name of border-b for bottom, border gray 200, and a padding bottom of 5. Inside of this div, one more div with a class name of -margin left -2, -margin top -2, flex, flex-wrap, and items-base line. Inside of this div goes the actual h3 tag that says create post, and this h3 gets a class name of margin left 2, margin top 2, a text of base, a font of semi-bold, a leading -6, and a text gray of 900. Just like that. Give this a bit more space so you can see easier. Awesome. So we've got the heading, and right beneath that, we want to create a p tag saying in r/ and then the params.slug. We know this is a valid subreddit because if not, we throw the 404. So we can actually just do this instead of saying subreddit.name, which you could also do. It works just the same. And this p tag gets a class name of margin left 2, margin top 1, truncate, to cut it off if it's too long, a text-small, and a text gray of 500. Let's save this and check out how this looks. So let's go to, well, we don't have a post button yet. Oh, so we probably in the layout want a button that leads us to this page that we are writing right now. That would make a whole lot of sense. So let's quickly return back to the layout in the slug and add that button right at the very bottom of the page under the subscribe leave toggle. This is where we want to create a button that takes us to the submission page for this specific subreddit. This is going to be a link component from next/link that's going to say create post. And inside of this link component, it's going to get a class name to make it look just like a button. And to do that, you already know how to do that with the button variants that we can import from our trusted button component. It's going to make it look like a button without actually being a button. For the variant, we want the outline, and then we can also pass a custom class name, and that is going to be a width of full and a margin bottom of 6 into this link component. This also has to have an href, and the href for this is going to be a template string saying r/ and then the slug/submit. So if this is React, for example, then r/react/submit. That is gonna lead us there. Awesome. Let's refresh and see if that shows up. There it is, create post. Let's click that, and then we are on the page that we are currently creating. This is what that looks like. Create post in r/react. That's what we are doing right here. That's what this is for. We can exit out of the other stuff, and let's just keep working on this page.tsx to make it look good. Okay, right below the closing p tag, let's go one closing div down, two closing divs down, and then enter with one closing div below that. And now we want the actual form. What the hell should we allow a user to input inside of here to create their posts? Whatever it is, let's already think about what comes next, and that is going to be the div afterwards with a class name of width of full, a flex, and justify-end. So what we're doing now is creating the button that's going to submit whatever we input in the form that we're going to create here in a second. So to do that, let's import our button UI component. And this is going to say post. And this button gets a type of submit because we're going to use it as an external submission button for what we put inside of the form. Then a class name of with full and a form, oops, that needs to go separately, a form of subreddit-post-form. If you're wondering what this means, is if we ever declare a form somewhere in our app with this ID, this button is going to act as the submission for that form, no matter whether it's inside the form or not. This is nothing React specific, as far as I know. I'm pretty sure this works with regular HTML. Okay, as for the form, that's going to be a bit more involved because we're going to use a real what you see is what you get editor. Let's call this component the editor. And this, as I said, is going to be a bit more involved as a custom component that does not exist yet. So let's go ahead and create this component. New component editor.tsx. It's already complaining this component is not defined, which is fine. Now it is. That means we can import it back in our page.tsx, save that, and this error will be gone. Okay, and let me tell you, this editor is going to be a very big part of our app because this is where people create posts. It's a crucial part. And let's get started in the JSX for this editor. The top level div is going to get a class name of with full, a padding of 4, a background zinc of very, very light 50, a rounded dash large, a border, and a border dash zinc dash 200. And let's give this a bit more space so you can see this easier. Okay, inside of this div, we're going to create a form, and that is not going to get an action, but instead an ID. And the ID is going to be the same as the button we're using as the external submit, which is the subreddit post form. We can just copy that from here into the editor, into the form component to be more specific, and apply a class name of w-fit to this form, a width of fit. And whenever we submit this form, so on submit, what should happen? Well, let's do nothing for now. Let's just put an empty function. We're going to worry about the proper handling here in a second. Whatever it might be, let's put a div inside of that form with a class name of pros-stone. And then on dark, we want a pros-invert. Very convenient. We can just invert that. It's going to apply a bunch of styles. It's not too important. You could just put a regular text color as well. Then in here goes something called a text area auto size as a self-closing component. Now, Josh, are we about to create another custom component? The answer is no, we're not. This comes from an npm package that is literally called the same thing. We can say import text area auto size from React text area auto size, which is a pre-installed dependency in your starter code, which you normally have to install yourself. And it does what it says on the can. It's literally just a text area that automatically sizes with your input. We can attach a placeholder to the text area auto size that says title, because this is going to be the title of our post, and a class name that's going to be width of full, resize-none, appearance-none, an overflow-hidden. And let's quickly go into full screen so you won't have any trouble seeing all the class names. A background of transparent, a text of 5XL. We're going to make this very large. And then we want a font of bold, and on focus an outline of none. That's all the class names. I'm going to leave this for a second in case you missed anything. And that text area is going to be self-closing. Great. And I think we can work with that for now. So what we want to do in this component is, first off, we're going to have the title, right? And we need to turn this into a client component. So we can actually use this. So let's say use client at the very top of the editor, turning this into a client component, because we need a ref And there we go. That's the title. My title for my post. And you can see the text area automatically resizes with the length of the title. A normal input or text area does not do that. So this is really convenient, and this does not add a very ugly scroll bar to the right side in the inner text editor. Okay, now what we're gonna do is the actual, what you see is what you get editor. Strap yourself in, this is gonna be exciting, and let's get started in the editor. The way we're gonna do that is using something called React Hook Form. React Hook Form provides us with a hook that is called use form, and for some reason the imports are not working. Let's reload the window. And React Hook Form is gonna be really convenient with any types of form, but especially in this one because it's automatically gonna handle if there's any error with what we're submitting from the form. Can we import it now? Does it get recognized? It doesn't. Let's manually import use form from React Hook Form, just like that. And now we can use it right here. And what the use form takes is a generic. And what we can pass into the generic is a type we want to later enforce using something called a resolver. I'm going to explain it when we get there. But essentially, we can create a validator for client-side validation of whatever data we get when we submit the form. So we can define what data we are expecting, which is exactly what we want, because that way React Hook Form can handle any errors completely for us without having to do anything. To determine or to define that validator, let's go into our validators folder in the lib and create a post.ts file like this. Inside of this validator, we're going to import z from Zod and define a schema. I've explained what a schema is before. Let's export a constant post validator, and this is going to client-side and server-side validate the data that we submit as the post creation. That's what this is for. This is going to be equal to a z.object, and inside of this object we want three things. First one is going to be the title, and you're going to see why this is so important here right now. The title is going to be a z.string, and normally if we just did this, well, a title could be anything. Users could completely spam our API with like 1,000 character long titles, but with Zod, with defining a schema, we can enforce a minimum of 3 characters with a message, a custom arrow message of title must be longer than 3 characters, and also a dot max of, for example, 128. So no character or no title can be longer than 128 characters, what we define right here, with a message of, let's call this title must be at least 128 characters. Awesome, really, really good. And we can also validate the server side to make sure nobody messes with our posts. Then we need a subreddit ID. This is going to be a z.string. And then last thing we also want for each post is the content. We are going to type this out as z.any. And the reason we are defining this as any instead of properly typing it out is because the editor we're using has a specific format. You could definitely type this out yourself if you wanted to, but I don't think it's worth the effort. That's why we're just going to use a z.any and accept any content, and it's going to be in the format of the blog editor. Now we can also export the type post creation request. Let's call it as z.infer, and we're going to infer the type of the post validator. And this is going to be very useful in combination with React Hook Form, because this type we can pass right here as the generic into our use form. So we can later get actual type safety when working with a form, which you normally don't have in React. So that is really cool. We can invoke the use form function and pass it some options as an object. For example, a resolver. And this is going to be enforcing the post validator we have just created client side. For this, we're going to use the Zod resolver, which comes from a separate package you need to install yourself, but comes pre-installed in your starter code. And that is going to be import Zod resolver as a named import from at hook form /resolvers/ there are a bunch, if you take a look at this, like nope and typebox, vest, yup, but we want the Zod one. Okay, after importing that Zod resolver, there we go, we can actually use it to client-side enforce or post validator. just pass it into the resolver, and now all the errors are going to be handled for us. If the title doesn't match these, React hook form is going to take care of us just because we passed it in here. No additional checking or self needed whatsoever. And as for the default values we want to pass for this form, those are going to be the subreddit ID that we're going to pass as the single prop into the editor component. Subreddit ID is the only thing we need access to, and the subreddit ID is going to be of type string in the editor. Now, most likely the page is going to complain. Yeah, it should, because we're not passing the subreddit ID from here. And simply enough, the subreddit ID in the overlying page is going to be subreddit.id. Very simple stuff. Okay, let's continue with the default values in the editor. The default title, you can probably imagine, is just going to be an empty string. And then the default content of the editor is just going to be null. There's no additional content that should be input by default. Now let's destructure some stuff from the use form. For example, we want the register function to register our fields, the handle submit, that's going to make it very easy with React hook form to handle the submission of the form, and then the form state, and we specifically want the errors right in here to display them to the user if there are any errors. But before worrying about the actual form submission, we need some content to even make a post from. So what I say we do next is initializing the editor, but deferring the loading dynamically. Instead of blocking the rendering with the editor, we're gonna stream it in as it arrives and do everything dynamically for a way better user experience. You're gonna learn how this works right now. Let's define a constant and call this initialize editor. And this is gonna be a use callback function we get from React that makes the editor maintain, or the callback function in general, it takes maintain integrity throughout the renders instead of changing this. Because we're going to import the editor asynchronously, or we're going to load it asynchronously, we need to mark this as async, and then we're going to do a bunch of imports. For example, the main editor.js we want to import. This is going to be equal to const editor.js is equal to await import, and we're awaiting the import of at editor.js / editor.js. You can see this is pretty heavy, and this is the reason we are streaming it in instead of blocking the render with that. And we want the .default of that. Okay, then we want also the header. Let's just copy this down once and say const header is going to be equal to import at editor.js / header, and these are plugins that we get with editor.js. It's really handy. Let's give this a bit more space. There we go. And why is this still red, by the way? Of course, because the use callback expects a dependency array, and in our case, the dependency array is going to be empty. So across re-renders, this function, the callback, is going to maintain its integrity, and it won't do that only if something changes that's in the dependency array. In our case, it's always going to do that because there's nothing in the dependency array. Okay, let's install a bunch of editor.js plugins. This is pretty stupid work. For example, we want the embed under editor.js embed. We want the table. Let's call this table, and this needs to be uppercase. I mean, it doesn't need to be uppercase, but I think it makes more sense. Or actually, does it? Yeah, let's just leave it like that. Then we want the list from editor.js, and that needs to be lowercase here. Let's copy this down 1, 2, 3, 4 more times. And instead of the list, we want the code. Oh, code right here, editor.js / code. Instead of the list, we want the link tool next. This comes from editor.js / link. Second to last is going to be the inline code. This is going to be editor.js / inline hyphen, and I switch to the English keyboard again, hyphen code, as you can probably guess. And last thing we want is the image tool, which is also one of the most important in this, and that comes from editor.js / image, like this. Great. After setting up all those plugins, we want to check if the editor is already initialized or not. And how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to keep track of that in a ref. So const ref is going to be equal to use ref we get from React, regular React hook, nothing Next.js specific, and pass the editor JS type in here and initialize this use ref as just null. And we can get this editor JS type by importing it as a type. So import type editor JS from @editor.js/editor JS. And you could turn this into a drinking game easily. The way or the amount of times I say this word is beyond ridiculous. Anyways, we can just import the type, because if we didn't, we would import a massive dependency to the client. Don't do that. We only care about the type. In this case, no need to actually import the whole as dependency. That would be a pretty bad idea. Okay, and we're going to keep track of the editor in the ref later on. So let's do a check. If not ref.current, that means the editor is not currently initialized. That means we are good to go, and we've got the green light to initialize the editor this time. So let's say const editor is going to be a new editor JS, and we're going to invoke that with some options. For example, the holder, the div we're going to mount it to, will have an ID of editor. Then on ready, to prevent a reinitialization of the same editor, this is just a function like this. We're going to say ref.current is going to be equal to the editor. So we're not reinitializing this at any point. That would be pretty bad. As the placeholder for this editor place, and we need to comma separate this to get IntelliSense. For the placeholder, we're going to pass type here to write your post. ... Then the inline toolbar, and we again need to comma separate to get IntelliSense. The inline toolbar is going to be true. We want the default data in here to be blocks, and that as an empty array, so nothing is in there by default. And now for the interesting part, the tools, the plugins we're going to be using in our editor.js. This is going to take a object like so, and let's pass in, for example, the header is going to be the header, then the link tool. And the link tool requires some specific customization. So let's say link tool is going to be an object, and what the link tool does is it will later allow us to paste links, then preview the metadata and the image and so on for that link. It's really convenient, but takes a bit of setup to do ourselves. So the class for the link tool is going to be the link tool, the plugin we have imported, and then the config for this is what we need to set up manually. This takes an endpoint, and this endpoint is going to be /API/link. And I say we do this right now. Later on, we're going to do the image uploads in the image tool. Right now, we're going to do the link tool. So just an API that gets called from editor.js when we post a link into our editor, and that needs to return the metadata for that link. And we're going to host this, as you can see, under /API and then /link. That's where it's going to live. So let's create that folder right here under app, API, and then let's create a new folder called link for that with a route.ts inside of it. Okay, the logic is going to be rather straightforward. Let's export a async function that is going to be get, and inside of here a request, a rec of type request. Awesome. And now the objective right here is we're getting an href that we first need to access. So we're getting that passed by editor.js automatically. Then we need to fetch that href, get the metadata from the page and return it to the client. That's all we need to do. So first off, we need access to the href that editor.js automatically passes us. And first, let's instantiate a new URL class using the rec.url. And now as for getting the href, let's say const href, and this is what editor.js automatically passes. It's going to be passed in the url.searchparams.get and then the URL. That's where editor.js passes the href. And if there is no href, in that case, we're going to return a new response saying invalid href with a status of 400 bad request. You can't do this, you silly goose. You have to pass an href. And if we have an href, then let's say const res is going to be equal to await axios.get the href. So we're simply getting a link and making a request to that link. Okay, below that, let's parse the HTML we get back from this res using regular expressions. So for example, let's match the title of the page. Let's say const title match is going to be equal to res.data.match, and we're going to match a certain regular expression. That's going to be the HTML title. I'm kind of going to brush over them, but again, not totally. I'm still going to explain them. So we're matching the HTML title element. In here goes and what happened here? So we're going to have two parentheses in the middle and a dot, a star, and a question mark. So we don't care what's inside the title, or rather we're going to match that. That's what we want. That's what we want to return back. Man, no, what I wanted to say is we're going to match whatever is inside of the title and return that as the actual title and back to the front end. And then the closing title, we have to escape this for regex to actually register this, and then close off the title like so. And if we have a title match, the actual title is going to be the either title. So the title is going to be, if we have a title match, then it's going to be the title match at index 1. So whatever is right here between the title elements, or else it's just going to be an empty string. And now we're going to do the same logic for the description. So description match is going to be res.data.match. And we're going to put in 2 slashes right here. And we're going to match a meta tag with a name of description of the website. And the content is going to be in quotes. And we don't, or we're going to match what is in here like so with a closing quote after that. And did I do everything correctly? I think I did. Awesome. So now the actual description is going to be, if we have a description match, let's copy this, then it's going to be the description match at index 1, and else this is just going to be an empty string. And then last thing we want to do is match the image, const image match. Don't worry, we're almost through with the regex analysis of the website we made a request to. The image match is going to be the res.data.match. And in here, again, 2 slashes for regular expressions. We want to match the meta tag where the property is equal to OG image and the content is equal to in quotes. And now that's what we're going to match. Dot, star, question mark, closing parentheses, and quotes. Okay, so now the image URL is going to be, if there is an image match, then it's going to be the image match at the index of 1, and else it's going to be just an empty string as well. Awesome, so now we have all the info that we need, the title, description, and image URL of the website that we are parsing, and we can send it back in a very specific format that editor.js expects back. And that is going to be return new response. And in here, we're going to JSON.stringify. And what are we going to stringify? Well, first a success value of 1. And then secondly, a meta that is an object like so with a title with the description. And lastly, the image, which is also an object. And this image takes a URL, and that is going to be the image URL. This is not a format I came up with, but editor.js expects this to come back to it in order to work properly for the link tool. And don't worry, we're going to preview all of this once we're done with the actual editor. Just as a little cliffhanger to actually stick through and worry about all the editor.js plugins. Next up is going to be image uploads. That's going to be a huge one, very, very important for our app. And to handle that, let's say image. This is going to be an object, just like with the link tool, it's like the image tool. The class is going to be the image tool. And then this takes a custom config as well. And inside of this config, we can pass an uploader thing into the object. And in here, we can define a custom function that is called async upload by file. And this gets passed a file of type file automatically by editor.js whenever the user tries to upload a file. And this allows us to handle the uploading logic or self instead of relying on any editor.js internal process to do that. And what that allows us to do is use a service that makes it very easy to upload files to us. And that service is called uploadthing.com. And I want to be very transparent on why I chose uploadthing. This has been popular recently, and I do not want to use this tool because it is a hype tool. I only want to use this tool not because of who made it, not because of why it's made, whatever. It makes image uploads very easy, very straightforward, way more so than AWS S3. Now, if this was my personal project for myself, I would not use uploadthing, I would rather use S3. But S3 is not easy. If you're not familiar with AWS S3, it's a cloud storage, and walking through that together would add a lot of complexity to this video and would cause a lot of questions, especially to people who haven't done it before. So this takes a lot or so much complexity out of uploading image, it makes so much sense to use it in this video. Again, not because of who built it, just because of what it does for us. And I've already done this. I'm gonna delete my app so we can create a new one together. You can only have 2 apps on here. Let's click OK. Deleted app, great, let's refresh this. Okay, if you haven't yet, navigate over to uploadthing.com/dashboard and click on create a new app. That's gonna make image uploads really, really easy. And here we can just say Reddit. Yeah, let's just say Reddit. And then hit create app. And just like that, we have created our storage, and we can go over to API keys, hit copy on these, navigate into our .env file, and maybe I'm a bit fast. API keys is right here. You can quick copy your API keys from here and paste them into your .env file, and they should look something like this. If you've got these, then uploading images is very easy. We can go over to their documentation on the top right here under app router, and it's going to tell us exactly what we need to do to set this up properly, and it's really a matter of 5 minutes, whereas with AWS this could easily take 1 or 2 hours. The only benefit being then you don't have the 2 GB file limit that uploadthing has, which is way more than enough for your first like 1,000 users or more. Just as you scale, then you could actually think about switching to S3. Anyways, besides the point, so what we want to do is install the upload thing. We can literally grab all of their code and it tells us where to install this. So this is under, let's have this side by side. This is under app, API, right here, and then upload thing. Let's create a new folder called upload thing. And then in here, a folder called core.ts. No, that needs to be not a folder, a file. Never mind, let's delete that. And then as a file and not a folder, let's create the core.ts and just paste their code in here. Now, normally, again, this is a pre-installed dependency for you. This is upload thing that comes pre-installed in your starter code for this project, all done for you. We can remove all of the comments. They are very distracting, and I can explain you what this does way better than these can. So let's get rid of these, delete them. We can get rid of the console logs for now. We don't care about those, and the rest is fine for now. So we can leave our core.ts just like this, and then we can head over to this part, which is the route.ts. This also goes into the upload thing folder under route.ts. We can just paste the code they provide to us, and everything works beautifully out of the box. Great. Just like that, we have actually enabled file uploading. If this was not easy, then I don't know what is. There's only one very 3 lines of code thing we need to do, and that is define a custom little helper that we can use in our editor image tool right here. That's gonna make file uploads possible. And we're gonna do that in lib, and then under uploadthing.ts. This is where this goes. Very, very small thing. And first we're gonna import the generate React helpers from, and this is gonna come from @uploadthing/react/hooks. There we go. Also, we want to import the type of or file router from the core. So what you can see right here at the bottom of the core that we pasted in here, this is the type we want to import in here from @/app/API/upload_thing/core. Import. There we go. And now the only thing we need to do is export const and then destructure the upload files from the generate React helpers that we pass or file router as a generic to and invoke that. Don't worry if you don't understand what's going on here. It's fine. The important thing is we have now a function that lets us upload files and it works with the actual router that we have defined right here. So for example, we will get type safety when using it. And now uploading the images is really easy. We can just say const and then destructure the res as an array right here. Because we're only gonna upload one file, but as an array, is gonna be equal to await upload files that we get from the helper we have just created. Pass this, the file we get passed by editor.js as an array, and then just use the image uploader. See, now we get type safety because we passed the type into it. And just like that, we have uploaded an image to AWS S3, or rather, upload thing has done it for us. We have uploaded to upload thing. That was really easy, and don't worry, we're gonna test it together here in a second if everything works. Let's return a editor.js specific response. That's gonna be success of 1. And as the file, we're gonna pass the URL, and this is simply gonna be the res.file URL. You can't tell me this was not super easy. And again, this is not an endorsement for this app. I'm not sponsored by them or anything. I just want to be very transparent on why I think for this video, this makes more sense. While on your own project, if you're familiar with S3, then S3 makes more sense. Okay, let's finish up the plugins. The rest is going to be very easy. Trust me, the hardest part is by far done. For the list, we're going to pass the list. For the code, we're going to pass the code. For the inline code, we're going to pass the inline code. For the table, we're going to pass the table. And lastly, for the embed, we're going to pass the embed. All the rest of the plugins. Beautiful. Let's try this out. Now, this won't work. I can already give you a spoiler alert. Let's try reloading the page. And okay, this will work, but the editor doesn't show up. So let's try initializing the editor. And the question is, where do we do that? So first off, let's keep track of whether the component is currently mounted or not. And we're going to do that inside of a use state. So let's keep track of state and call this is mounted. This is going to be a Boolean value and default to false. Let's import use state from React. And the question is, when are we mounted? Well, let's determine that in a use effect we also get from React. This takes a callback function, and we only want it to execute when the component initially mounts, therefore the empty dependency array. And if the type of window is not undefined, so if we are on the client side, because on the server side this will be undefined, and undefined needs to go in a string. In that case, we're going to set is mounted to true. Okay, and now we can actually initialize the editor. So in another use effect, let's put this after the initialize editor function to actually invoke it. In another use effect, right down here, this takes another callback function, this time with a dependency array that is populated with the is mounted and also with the initialize editor, both of which are going to come from outside and used inside this use effect. First off, let's declare a function to initialize the editor. Let's call this init. It's going to be an async function. And the only thing this will do is await initialize editor. And then secondly, inside of a set timeout, we are later going to set focus to title. Because this initialize editor takes away the focus, we later want the title to be automatically focused. We're going to do that in a second. Not for now. We only want to initialize the editor for now. And then if is mounted, if this component is mounted successfully, in that case, we are going to call the init function and we're going to return something, but we're going to worry about that when we get to the set timeout. Okay, let's try this again. Let's reload the page and we will get an error. Right here, element with ID editor is missing, pass correct holder's ID. Now, the question is, where does this error come from? Well, we have the holder as an editor right here. This is the div that the editor is trying to mount to, but this div does not exist in our current file tree. Therefore, under the text area auto size, let's create a self-closing div, because it's only going to be a shell to actually mount the editor to, with an ID of what you have in the holder, in our case editor, with a class name of minimum height of, let's say, 500 pixels in inline angled brackets. Hit save, and now let's try this again. And as you can see, there's a nice loading animation, and then the editor mounts. We get an awesome what you see is what you get editor that works beautifully out of the box with a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. And let's try one very important thing, that is uploading an image. For example, let's try uploading a previous thumbnail of mine. We're going to see this loading animation, and if everything goes through successfully, then we should be able to see that the image is uploaded with upload thing. Let's see in our upload thing dashboard if this was actually successful, and just go to uploadthing.com into the dashboard. Under Reddit, what we call this, we can see there is a file. And if we take a look at the file, we can see it's the file I have just uploaded to our editor. It just works. And similarly, if we paste a link, like for example to excalidraw.com, in here, let's paste a link. That's what we use the link tool for. If I paste this, it's gonna make a request to our custom endpoint, and check this out. It's just gonna work. That's what we just did. Amazing work. This is really, really cool. And I think this is one of the best user experience editors I have ever used. It just works and looks really good. Awesome. Let's go back into our editor right here and do one more thing. And that is whenever we load the editor, we want the title to be focused. Right now, nothing is focused, and that's a pretty bad user experience. And the way we do that is by assigning a ref to that text area that represents our title. So let us create a separate ref for that. I'm going to minimize this. Let's maximize the editor, and let's create a reference for, actually, I prefer the side-by-side view. Let's move this into a side-by-side, give this a bit more space, like so. Let's create a ref for this, and then also use the register, handle, submit, and so on. Don't worry about that. First off, let's create a const underscore title ref. That's what we're going to call it, as a use ref. And we can tell TypeScript what this will be, and that is an HTML text area element. And this is going to be a null reference by default. And now comes the interesting part. This is where the register comes into play. So by default, React hook form takes the ref. So if we just say ... register and register this as the title, then, well, we couldn't use a custom ref. For example, the underscore title ref. This won't work because it says ref is specified more than once, so this usage will be overwritten because React hook form already takes the ref. So it can handle like automatic focus on error. For example, it does all this for us under the hood, but in this case, it's actually kind of problematic. So what we want to do in this case is share the ref with React hook form so they have access and we have access as well. And the way we do that is by saying const and then destructuring the ref as the title ref and the ... rest everything else from register title. And what this allows us to do is define the ref separately for both of these. So we can pass the text area auto size a ref and assign the ref manually, first off receiving the event, and then secondly calling an inline function with that event. First off saying title ref e, so we're assigning that ref to React hook form. And now it's our turn. We also want this ref, so we're going to assign the underscore title ref dot current to e. And TypeScript doesn't like that. TypeScript has a problem with this, cannot assign to current because it's a read-only property, which is fine. There is no problem at all with this approach. However, TypeScript just doesn't like it, so we can tell it to, stop caring. So we can just use a ts-ignore. Again, nothing wrong with this approach. It all works just as intended. It's just TypeScript not acknowledging that this is a valid approach. And then we can pass everything else, the entire rest, we destructured from the register title into our text area auto size. Great. And what we can do now is after initializing the editor, we can now focus it. So instead of just marking this out, let's say underscore title ref dot current dot focus. There we go. This is optional. It doesn't have to exist. It could be null. So we need to be careful and do some optional chaining. And as the timeout, we're going to set 0. And this is just going to move this call to the end of the call stack, actually going through with the focusing of the title. Awesome. And now as for the return statement down here, we want to clean up after ourselves properly. So one thing we want to do is ref.current.destroy and invoke that. And secondly, ref.current is going to be undefined. There we go. Okay, so we're uninitializing the editor, I guess you could say. Really, really good. The last thing that's up to do here, or two more things, but the more important one, is actually handling the submit. What the hell should happen when we submit a post from our editor? So first thing we want to happen is use the handle submit that React Hook Form provides to us. And we're gonna put that right here in the on submit. So this is gonna look like handle submit. And then this also takes a callback function. Let's just mark this out as an empty function for now. But in theory, we could receive the E, and that is what React Hook Form grants us as the data. That is the benefit of React Hook Form, at least one of them, using it along with Zod, because we can validate that we get this data client-side and server-side by also using the same validator later on the server-side. Awesome. Okay, just for bookkeeping, let's move this use effect down just to the other use effect. I find it better if they're both together, just a bit more easier to read. And then let's create one more use effect, one last one, and that is gonna handle the errors if anything goes wrong in the editor. And in here, we're gonna say, or we're gonna map over the object keys. So this is where the errors comes in we get from React Hook Form. And in here, we're gonna say if the object dot keys and then errors dot length. So if there exist any errors we might need to be worried about, then we can handle them inside of this if statement. Okay, little cut there because I spilled my coffee across my entire desk and ruined my keyboard. So I had to go switch out the keyboard and make another coffee. Okay, anyways, we were about to handle the errors, right? So if there are errors, we're checking by the object keys. Then we want to map over them. And we can do that by saying for and then const underscore key in angled brackets now and value of object dot entries, and then here go the that should be entries. Let's give this just a bit more space like that, and then here go the arrows. So for each key and value of the object entries, we want to handle some logic. And what's the logic we want to handle? Well, we want to return a toast notification, return toast. Yeah, it takes some use to getting this new keyboard, and we don't have to return. We can just invoke the toast as is. And as we know, this toast takes an object, and I messed something up. There's a parentheses missing there, and that's probably too much down here. There we go. And we also need to import this toast so we can send it out. The toast takes a title, and that is going to be something went wrong, and something should be capitalized probably. And then secondly, we want a description, and the description is going to be the value as an object. We're casting the type right now, message as a string, dot, and now we know there's a dot message property just to tell TypeScript, hey, TypeScript, you know, chill out, this really exists. And then as the variant, this is going to be comma separated and destructive to let the user know, hey, something went wrong. There's an error in the form submission that you're trying to do. Awesome. That's the error handling part done. Very, very good. And the last thing we want to do is define what should happen when the form is submitted, when the user clicks this post button right here. What should happen? Well, we want to actually create the post and submit it to the subreddit. And let's do that right above the is mounted between the use effect and the is mounted. All right, and let's get started to handle that. This is going to be an async function, and let's call it onSubmit. And what this submit takes is data. And this data is of the type that we are enforcing with React hook form. If we look all the way at the top right here, we are enforcing this type because we are using the resolver that belongs to this type, right? We know we can expect this data, else the request will fail, at least client side. So we know the data will be of this type right here. And therefore, we can just tell TypeScript what the type will be of the data and handle it accordingly in the onSubmit. First off, we want to know the editor content. And this is the const, let's call it blocks. This is going to be the await and then ref.current. And now we get something called save. This comes from editor.js, so we can save the current state of the editor inside of this constant, assign it to it, and we can see the type is going to be output data, a type we get from editor.js. That is what we're going to send along to the request to actually make the post. The payload for that, the const payload, is going to be of type post creation request as well, same type as the data we're getting into this, and an object. Obviously, that's going to give us an error because multiple things are missing, like the title, for example. This is going to be the data.title, then the content, and the content is nothing else than the blocks we get from the editor to save. And last thing is the subreddit ID, which we, when we look at the very top of the file right here, are passing in as a prop, as a property. So we can literally just put it there inside of the payload and don't need to worry about it. Last thing we want to do is send that over to an API. And because this is a client component and we want an amazing developer experience, you know what we're going to use for the creation of that post is going to be TanStack query. Let's define it right above the onSubmit, and let's worry about the destructuring later as an empty object for now is going to be equal to, and you can probably guess, either use query or use mutation. What do we want? Well, we are submitting data, therefore a use mutation. From React query, this is meant for mutating, changing data, patching data, and so on. As the mutation function, we are going to take in three, is it parameters or argument? It's parameters. We're going to take in 3 parameters, and those are going to be the title, the content, and also the subreddit ID. And we know the type is going to be post creation request. And that is just to tell TypeScript what the hell we are expecting in here. Let's quickly mark this as asynchronous because we're going to do an Axios call in here. And the Axios call is going to be const, let's worry about the destructuring later, it's going to be Axios, import that dot post. We're going to make a post request to the following API endpoint under /API /subreddit /post /create. That's going to be your API endpoint. And for the data that we want to pass in here, let's define that as a payload as well. Const payload is going to be equal to an object. And we can also define the type of the payload, the post creation request once again. And we're going to get an error, but we can literally just take all the data that we got passed in to this function, like the subreddit ID, the title, and the content, list it inside of the payload, and then send that over the wire to our API endpoint by passing the payload right here. We can destructure the data if we await the Axios call, of course, and then return that data to the use mutation. So we can use it later if we need to. Okay, very good. Let's quickly handle the errors. So on error, if this fails for some reason and we get an error, we don't even care about the error. Let's just return a toast notification saying as a title, something went wrong. We want a description. Description, this is going to be your post was not published. Please try again later. And lastly, the variant, you can already guess what that is going to be. This is going to be destructive. And the reason we are not very worried about the error handling right here, you probably remember in the other cases, the error handling was much more in depth and way better, right? So why are we not doing this here? Well, you see, the editor is only rendered on a page that a logged in user can't access in the first place. So this is really just an unknown error. We know they are logged in, and we know they will send the right data unless they mess with their API manually, which most people probably won't do. And even if they are, it still will fail just with a generic error message. So later on in the middleware, we're gonna protect this route where the editor is being rendered, the submit route, to make so only logged in people can actually make a post. And if they're not authenticated and try to access this page, they will get automatically redirected to the login, which is very convenient. So that's the reason the error is not too important here. And then lastly, we want an onSuccess handler. This is going to be a function as well, an arrow function. What do we want to happen when a post has been published? Well, we could send the user back to the homepage, which wouldn't really make a lot of sense. We could just show a toast and that's it, but then they would stay on the post creation page right here. What we ideally want to happen is to send the user back to the subreddit right here and show their post, right? So they get a visual confirmation of that their post is actually live and others can see it. And to do that, let's turn something like the r/mycommunity path name /submit, where the user currently is, to make the post, right? When we are create post, there's r/react/submit. From here, we want to turn that into r/mycommunity without the submit. But whatever this might be, if that's a React, we want to turn it into r/react to forward the user to that. And to do that, we can say const new path name, where we want to redirect the user. It's going to be the path name. Well, we need the current path name. We don't have that, but you know where you get this from. And that is a very convenient hook we get in Next.js 13.4. Let's quickly grab the path name. Let's do it up here. Const path name is going to be use path name we get from next/navigation. And just like that, we got the path name. Awesome. And now we can work with that down here with the path name that we now want to split into different chunks to only take selected chunks of those. And to split, we can simply call the split method on here. We want to split at the slashes and then want to slice the array into, as the start index, we want 0, and as the end, we want -1. And then we can join those back together with a slash, right? So that is going to be r/react or whatever the current community is that the user is trying to make a post in. And then we can simply push that into the router by saying router.push new path name. And the router is currently not a thing, but again, we know where we can get the router from. It's the same thing as the use path name, just with a different hook. Const router is going to be equal to use router from next/navigation. Awesome. Let's scroll back down to our use mutation right here, and we've pushed that into the path name, which does not mean that the path is refreshed. So they might be in the community, but the post might not show up because it's cached. Next.js automatically does this for you. So we also want to call the router.refresh method to show a fresh version of the current of the current feed of the current community. And then return a toast notification, toast, pass it an object with a description saying your post, oops, what did I do wrong? What did I mess up? Description, your post has been published, period. Awesome. Just let the user know. And that is pretty much everything we need done. One thing we still want to do is pass the onSubmit right here into the actual handler. The data is going to be passed automatically into the onSubmit. Very convenient, so we don't need to worry about that. And then we are done with the edit. Oh, never mind. We still want to pass the payload in the onSubmit and call our React query function with that. That is very simple. We can just say create post with the payload. And the reason this still errors is because we haven't yet destructured the mutation function. So quickly do this, the create post, and pass it the payload. And then we can go ahead and destructure the mutate here, which we're going to call create post to be a bit more verbose on what it actually does. Awesome. We can save the editor, and now we are really done with the editor. However, there is no post creation API route. And I suppose, or I propose, we create that next to actually, create our first posts in this app. So let's go into the app folder, into the API, And let's see where this goes. It goes into subreddit right here, and then /post/create. So let's have a post folder. Inside of that, let's have a create folder. And of course, we know this needs to be a route.ts to properly handle our post logic. Okay, and before we keep on writing all these route.ts, because they are quite similar in the code they actually contain, let's just go into a different route.ts we had, like the subscribe one, copy and paste the code into here, into the create, from the subscribe route into the create route, and just change whatever is necessary. So the code is not going to be the exact same, but most of the stuff is going to be very, very similar. So for example, we want the auth session. If there's no session.user, this shouldn't work either way. Awesome. And we also want the body. This is going to be a bit different. We don't want to subscribe to a subreddit, but instead we want to use the post validator instead. And we want to destructure the subreddit ID, the title, and also the content for this to actually create the post and put it into our database. Great. We can check for an existing subscription, which is fine. If there's no subscription, then we are going to return a response saying subscribe to post, because being subscribed or joining a subreddit is a requirement to post inside of it. So we can just keep track of everyone. If there's no subscription, then we want to not allow any user to do this. And if everything is fine, then in that case, we can actually go ahead and process their request by saying await db.post.create. And what do we want to create a post with? Well, we can pass the include, select. We don't want that. We want to pass the data. Inside of the data, let's pass the title. We want the content. We want the author ID to see who created this post. This is going to be the session.user.id. And then lastly, we want the subreddit ID in here as well. Awesome. If everything works out, we can just return an OK status code after creating the post. And the error handling is pretty much fine. We can slightly adjust the error message right here, saying something along the lines of could not post to subreddit at this time. Please try again later. Period. Awesome. Very, very good. We can save that route.ts and let's see what happens. So what do we expect to happen? Well, we are in the submit right here in the slug. What do we expect to happen? When we write our post, the editor is going to make a post request to this API endpoint. Let's go into the editor and redirect us to the main feed, the new path name we have calculated, and then it should refresh the router and show us our post. But we are not actually showing the posts on the page.tsx on the slug yet. So for now, it won't show the actual posts. That's still a to-do we have, but let's try out if this works in theory. So let's reload the page just to get the fresh version, if anything is outdated, because we did restart the development server. Give this some time to load, and then let's try creating a post. My first post. Hello, I like to post here. Post. Oops. There we go. Click post, and let's see what happens. If everything works out, it says your post has been published. That is great, and we are redirected to the main feed page. Again, we're not showing any posts, and the CSS still looks kind of weird. I'm gonna fix that later. But ideally, the post should show up now if we were showing any. And I think it makes sense to work on that next. And that also involves the one very cool data fetching strategy that I talked about in the very beginning of the video, where we load the most necessary data without making a call to a database at all, and then in real time stream back in all the other stuff for performance optimization. It's very, very cool. And it happens for each post when we go into the detail view. But first we need to display all views and all posts in the feed, right? That's the first step. And then we can get into the detail view and the cool data fetching strategy utilizing Redis. Okay, so first step, create the feed. And let's see where we are in the map, right? Awesome, step 4 done. We can create posts. That was a step. We have successfully created a post. Let's take a look at that post in the database just to make sure. We can say yarn Prisma Studio. We can close out of so many of these files. We don't need that, we don't need that. And let's see what our current database looks like. We can go into the post, we can see there's one, and we can see our post has successfully been added, my first post. Awesome, very, very nice. So we can successfully create posts. That is step 4 done. Next up is, can I get rid of this, by the way? Doesn't seem like I can. Anyways, next step is displaying posts in feed and optimizations. That is going to be really cool. So we're going to make the feed and then the detail post view, and then we're going to add voting, then creating and voting for comments, the search bar, and then we're done and deployed. Awesome. So next up, let's create the feed and get into it. And the post feed is going to contain the infinite scrolling behavior, also a very cool thing to know. Let's render out the post feed right here. Let's just call this component post feed. And of course, this doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and create it in our components. Post feed.tsx. And this is going to be responsible for getting some posts initially, displaying those posts that are fetched on the server and passed into here whenever this loads. And then as the user scrolls, this is what I meant in the very beginning, we are subsequently loading more posts as kind of an infinite scrolling behavior. And the way we do that, I've explained that in a separate video. If you get lost anywhere, I really recommend watching that video to make it very clear. It's a very cool approach. Let's first create a functional component. And then here we are going to receive 2 properties, which is the initial posts. We're going to fetch those on the server. And then the subreddit name we are currently in. We can close all of this and let's move this into the background right here. Like that. Awesome. And we also need to type these out. The initial posts are going to be of type extended post array. Now the type doesn't exist yet, but it describes pretty precisely what it's going to be. It's like a post, but with a bunch more stuff. And then the subreddit name, this can be optional, only if this post is for a certain subreddit. This could also be on the main homepage, right? This is any feed that we're going to display on the whole application. And let's worry about the extended post type first. What is that? And I propose we go into a types folder that we have. It's already been done in your starter code. There's a types folder. And let's extend one type that is the extended post. Because we're going to fetch multiple properties of the post and join them together, there is no Prisma type for that. So we need to declare that ourselves in a db.d.ts file. It's a TypeScript definition file. That's what this is for. And from here, we can export a type extended post. This is going to be the Prisma post that we get, but extended. So we can say and object, and we can now extend this type by other properties, like the subreddit, for example, which is of type subreddit, we get from Prisma client, the votes, which are of type vote array, also from Prisma client. All of these are from Prisma client. The author, which is going to be a user from the same library. And lastly is going to be the comments, and this is going to be a comment array also from Prisma client. Great. We're going to reuse this extended post in 1 or 2 places, so we can declare it in one place and export it wherever we need it, for example, in the post feed. And yeah, that's pretty much it for now. We can already import the post feed component in our page.tsx where we rendered this out. Now this demands some posts, right? To stop the error, like the initial posts. We don't have those yet, but don't worry about it. We're going to fix that. Awesome. So inside of the post feed, we want to handle the infinite data scrolling, whatever. And let me give you a very brief rundown of how this works. You see, if this is the viewport of the user, let's make this transparent. This is the viewport, right? And then let's create multiple posts. Again, I have a full video explaining this. It's really good. I can recommend it. Let's just give you a very quick rundown. This is the viewport, and this is each post in the feed. Initially, when the user sees this, right, there would be no point in having the 4th post right here. So we would not want to load that. But only when the user scrolls down in their viewport, that post, oh, yeah, there we go. That post should be loaded. Okay, let's just say it's not loaded over here. And the user starts out here, scroll, scroll, scroll. And then this post gets loaded as the user reaches the last at the very bottom of this post, right? And then he can continue scrolling, or she can. right? This is what infinite scrolling is. We're only loading more posts as necessary. That is a very good idea. It reduces strain on the database. It improves client performance. It just adds a lot of benefit to your app. And that's what we're going to incorporate as a data fetching principle into our application. And the way we do that is by attaching a reference, a ref, to the last post that is currently visible to see if it's intersecting with any other, like with the bottom of the viewport. And if it is, then we're gonna fetch the next post. Sounds complicated, maybe, really isn't. And the way we can do that is by first getting a ref from a library that comes pre-installed in your starter code. And that is gonna be const empty object is equal to use intersection. So, intersection. There we go. This comes from import use intersection from a library called @mantine/hooks. It's a very convenient hook. You can do this yourself using the intersection observer if you want to, but I feel like this is a bit simpler. Therefore, I prefer it. We can invoke the use intersection and pass it two things. First off is going to be the root element, and this is going to be a DOM node reference, a use ref from React. However, we don't have the reference yet, and we want to create that. So let's create a use ref, const, let's call this last post ref. This is going to be a DOM node reference to the last post. Currently on the screen, this is going to be a use ref from React, initialized as null, and we can already tell TypeScript this is going to be an HTML element later on to satisfy TypeScript. And because we're using hooks in this component, we also need to declare this as a client-side component by using the use client directive at the very top. Now we can pass that last post ref as the root, the last post ref.current, and as the threshold, which is optional on the use intersection, we can just pass 1. And now we can destructure two things from the use intersection. The ref, which is going to be what we're assigning the post to. And then lastly, the entry. We can check for if we are currently intersecting that or not. You're going to see what that looks like right now. So let's worry about the JSX first, so that example gets clear. We're going to render out a unordered list. And this is going to get a class name of flex -call. Oops, that. Oh, I'm an English keyboard again. Flex-call, a call-span -2, and a space y of 6. Then inside of this unordered list, we want to map over our posts. However, we don't just want to map over the initial posts. That doesn't make sense because depending on how far the user scrolls, right here, we want to extend those posts later on, and we can't do that with just the initial posts. Therefore, let's add the functionality for infinite scrolling right now. It's really not too complicated. And we're going to use a hook for that is also provided to us by Tanstack Query. The hook is called useInfiniteQuery. Super convenient, exactly made for this use case. And the first thing we're going to pass into here is the query key. And you can call this anything. I'm going to call this infinite query. This is to specify caching behavior and so on. We're not really going to make use of that, but we need to pass it nonetheless. And then comes the actual data fetching function. So an async function we can call like this. And what we want to pass in here, or what we want to receive in here, is as an object, we can destructure that right away, the page param. And let's give this an initial value of 1. So we're on the first page. Now we want to define the query to the API endpoint that we are using to get more posts, right? When this is called, when we're reaching the bottom of the page, now we're defining the endpoint that gives us more posts. So an API endpoint that fetches posts from our database. Let's formulate the query for that. And this is going to be const query is equal to, as a template string, /API/posts. And then as query parameters, we want to pass the limit. This is going to be equal to the very long name of infinite scrolling pagination results and so on that we have defined earlier. And page is going to be equal to the template. There we go, the dynamic insertion of page param. So first page, second page, and so on. Let's go into full screen so you can see this easier. And then we're going to concatenate this with one more thing. And this is going to be if there is no, so double exclamation point, we're going to turn this into a Boolean. Actually, that is not there is no. We're just turning this into a Boolean, the subreddit name. And if there is a subreddit name, in that case, we're going to append a query parameter that is and as a template string again, and subreddit name is equal to the subreddit name. And if there is no subreddit name, remember this is an optional prop, so we can't assume this exists. And if it does not exist, then we're passing nothing as the parameter. That is the query we're going to use to make a request to our API endpoint. And we can do that request by using Axios. Axios.get and make a request to the query. Nothing more needed. All the logic is in the query string up here. We can destructure the data from that request, of course, if we await that request, and then return that data as the extended post array type that we have defined ourselves. Awesome. So we know this exists, and two more things we need to do for this to work properly is first off passing this a certain type of configuration. We do that as these right behind this object right here. We can pass a second one, the options. And first one we want is the get next page param. This handles the logic of or next pages. The first argument, the last page, we don't care. We can just put an underscore. And then secondly, for the all pages, we can just call this pages. This is going to be a function that's going to handle the logic for us. We don't want any crazy logic in here. We're just going to return the pages.length plus 1. Nothing crazy. And then lastly, we can pass initial data into this useInfinite query. And you can probably guess what we're about to do. We're going to pass these initial posts into here, so TenStack query knows those exist as well, and we can display all of them combined instead of some using state and some using the infinite query. That would just get very messy very fast. So we can pass the initial data right here by saying or passing this an object with pages, and this takes an array of the initial posts. And then secondly, it takes the page params, and this is going to be an array just saying 1. Awesome. So initially we're on the first page. This is the logic to get to the next page param, and this is going to be passed right in here, and we're defaulting this to 1, making a request and getting more posts back from this certain API route right here. Appending those to something called the data. We can just destructure this. This is going to be the query result sent back from our API endpoint. We can get a function from the useInfinite query called fetch next page. Very convenient. And then we can also get a Boolean is fetching next page right here, whether we are currently fetching the next page or not, because we can use or we can show loading states according to that. Great. Now let's determine very quickly the posts that we want to show by saying const posts. These are the ones we're going to actually map over. It's going to be the data dot pages dot flat map. If you're wondering what a flat map is, it's like a map and a flatten just at the same time. It's a bit more performant. I think it even says that when you hover over this. Calls a defined callback function on each element of an array, just like the map, then flattens the result into a new array. And somewhere it should also say this is a bit more performant. Not too important. Okay, we are receiving the page right here, and let's return that as well. Return the page. And if there is no data yet, if this is undefined, because it will be at the very beginning when this data has not, or when this data has not yet been fetched, in that case, we want to render the initial posts. If you don't know what this is, the double question mark, if this is null or undefined, only then are we going to render the initial posts. But if it's like an empty string, which would be a falsy value, that would not be considered in this operator right here. Awesome. And these posts are what we're going to map over, posts.map. And for each post, we can show some JSX. But first, let's put a function there that returns. Well, let's handle the logic first. Let's just return an empty div for now. That's fine. We're going to receive the post and the index of that post that we're mapping over. And let's determine how many votes each post has. Because we are fetching the data with the post that we are expecting right here, is of type extended post, it will also contain the votes of each post because we're joining those tables together while making the request for each post. So let's say const votes amount. This is like a 1, 2, 3, -1, -2 upvotes. That is what we're doing right here. This is going to be the post.votes.reduce. We can reduce them to one single value. We get the accumulator, and then we get like the current, or let's call this vote. And let's reduce this to one value. And we can say if vote.type, this is an enum in our Prisma schema. This can either be up or down. And we can check if this is an upvote. Then we want to return the accumulator +1. And if this is the vote.type of down, then you can probably imagine we want to return the accumulator -1. And if it's none of these, which it will be, because it literally can't be anything else but whatever, let's return the accumulator and pass the reduce a starting value of 0. So TypeScript also knows this is a number. Now it can infer that properly. So this is the amount of votes this post has we're currently mapping over. And we can also determine if the user has already voted for this specific post by saying const current vote is equal to the post.votes.find. And now we're searching for a vote. We get each vote passed into here, and we can do a check. If the vote.userid is triple equal to the session.user.id. Now the session doesn't exist yet, and we are in a client component. So we can't just fetch the session using our handy little helper, because that is only for servers. So one time, or I think we're doing it one more time in this build, but we're rarely doing it. Let's fetch the session client side. For this, it's totally fine. Let's say const data, let's call it session, is going to be equal to the use session hook we get from next auth/react, just a convenient little helper. And now we get the session client side. I prefer not doing this because mostly it takes a bit of loading time. But in this instance, where it's not really a security vulnerability or whatever, this is totally a good use case to do so. We can just get the session client side and everything works. Awesome. So that is the current vote determined correctly. And now we can handle the actual logic of displaying the posts to the user. And now displaying each post separately is where the fun really begins, because one post is going to involve the very cool data fetching technique that I teased in the beginning, where we load the most important data from Redis. It's a super fast in-memory database, and then load all the other stuff and stream it in. That's what happened. That is what's going to happen in each post. We can create a post as a component, post.tsx, and initialize that as a functional component to get started. For now, let's leave it at that, just so we can already render out the actual post inside of our post feed. So, okay, we've got the votes amount, we've got the current vote, and now we want to do a conditional check. If the current index that we're on, that we're mapping over, the index of the current post, is equal to the posts.length -1. In that case, we want to render out a post that has a reference attached to it. If it intersects, that's going to be the last post. If it intersects, then we are loading more posts. And that is the case if this condition right here is truthy. So we are, in that case, we're going to return and add a ref to the last post in the list, which is this one. So we're returning an li element with a key of post.id. This needs a key because we're mapping. And then a ref of the ref that we get from the hook we have at the very top of the file, that is right here, use intersection. This is where the ref comes into play. We're attaching it to this li element, and then we can insert the post component that for some reason doesn't work. Export default post, it should work. The post component in here, /post, there we are. Awesome. So if this condition is truthy, we're gonna return this post, and if it's not, we can go right here, else we're going to return something else, and that is simply just the post instead of with a reference attached to it, and we have to return that post from here. Awesome. So right now a post doesn't really contain anything, but we can already get started and try to render out the feed. the feed demands some initial posts right here from the page.tsx, and the initial posts are going to be the subreddit that we have fetched.posts. Because we included them, that will be fine. And for the subreddit name, we can pass dynamically the subreddit.name. Awesome. And this gives us an error. Let's see, type post. Oops. Usually with these TypeScript messages, the end is the best. So subreddit are incompatible, type subreddit, or null is not assignable to type subreddit. Okay, so apparently this can be null. No, it can't. So this subreddit can be null. Interesting. And I just figured out the reason, and that is because we made this subreddit right here optional in our post. So this cannot be optional. Of course, a post must always be in some kind of subreddit, and we need to enforce that in our database. So let's say yarn prisma db push after making these changes. So what I did is remove these two question marks after subreddit ID and subreddit. These cannot be optional in our post model, so we need to enforce there's always a subreddit attached to a post. Then we can generate our types from that and restart, or okay, we need to unlink apparently, and then restart our TypeScript server. Let's generate the types for us to work with locally. And okay, it's already restarted TypeScript server. Nice, that's very convenient. And now we should be able to see that the error is gone because the subreddit is not optional on a post. Awesome, so that is our post feed. We've got the initial posts taking a certain amount. In our case, that's gonna be 2. In production, that would most likely be higher. And then rendering those in our post feed without any data for now. We're not using these, but let's see what this looks like. Let's go ahead and start up the dev server and then visit a subreddit, for example, r/react. Can close out of that, give this a second to load, and then see what happens. Let's close that, and we get an error. Use session must be wrapped in a session provider. Okay, we can do that. Let's go into our providers file, and it seems like we need to provide a context provider, and that's going to be the session provider. Let's put it into the query client provider. That's going to be the session provider from next auth/react, and wrap our application children inside of this. And then hopefully this will work now. This is going to provide context to all the children. That works. The error is gone, and we can see there's one post. If I created another post, let's try it out. We're gonna get navigated to the post page. Let's say post 2, second post, and actually post that. Then it should say post twice because we're now mapping over 2 posts, and it does. Great. The actual data is not shown, but we can see a toast notification. Your post has been published. That looks awesome, man. Really, really nice. We can see both posts right here. We can exit out of the providers, and now let's get ahead and quickly look into what the plan is. Displaying posts in feed and optimizations. Okay, so the post logic is going to be next up. So instead of just rendering a plain component that has some hard-coded text inside of it, like the post currently has, we are going to actually, have the votes in there, have the comments in there, and so on. That is going to be all in this post component. Let's get started with the JSX. I think that's the most intuitive approach. We're going to have one main div inside of the post. That's going to be a class name of rounded medium, bg white, and shadow. Inside of here goes another div with a class name of padding x of 6, a padding y 4, flex, and we also want, oh, I missed a hyphen here, flex, and a justify dash between for this div. Awesome. In here, we want to display the current votes, and let's quickly mock this out for now as a to-do post votes. And because this involves a bit more logic, because these are going to be streamed in later, so I want to make sure we really dedicate some time to that and make sure you understand how that works. And so let's quickly finish the JSX for the post component and then get into it. Below that, we're going to have a div with a class name of width 0 and flex dash 1. Awesome. Inside of this div, let's render out one more div with a class name of max height 40, a margin top of 1, a text of extra small, and a text dash gray dash 500. If you're curious as to what this component is for, it's going to be the preview for each post in the feed component. And then when you click on that, you're going to get navigated to a separate page where we do all the advanced data fetching for that post. So this is like a preview component for each post that we're doing right now. Okay, now we need access to the subreddit name for this post in order to display it in the post as, posted in r/react or whatever. So we need that as a property, the subreddit name. And we know the type of this subreddit name is going to be a string. So we need to pass the subreddit name into our post component. Let's quickly do that, subreddit name. And this is going to be, let me check what this is going to be in my page.tsx over here. This is going to be the post.subreddit.name, post.subreddit.name, because we joined those tables together. We know this exists. Great. And what I mean by joining them together is in the page.tsx, this is the join, right? So we're including certain tables, joining them together. So we know this exists now, and we can work with it in our post.jsx now. So we're going to do a conditional check. If we have the subreddit name, name like this, in that case, we're going to render out a fragment. And if we don't have that, we are going to render out null, nothing. Awesome. But if we do, let's go into the fragments and render out an A tag. We're not going to render out a traditional Next.js link, because if we click this, we want a hard refresh on the page, and Next.js link doesn't do that. So we're going to use a regular HTML anchor tag to force a server-side hard reload if we click it. With a class name of underline, we want a text zinc of 900, text dash small, and an underline dash offset dash 2. Awesome. Let's quickly format this. Into the A tag, we're going to say r/, and then comes the subreddit name. So r/react or whatever it might be. And let's just save that and see what it looks like. Refresh this. Okay, already looks kind of fine. We want the href to be right here, dynamic. And this is going to be a template string of /r/ and then interpolated the subreddit name. So this is going to lead to r/react, for example, or whatever the current subreddit name is. And then below that, let's put a span that is going to contain a certain character. You can insert like a hyphen right here, but I like this little dot. You can just insert the dot as well, or a hyphen, whatever you want, just as a fancy visual separator. And this gets a class name of padding x of 1. Okay, great, right? Below that, we're gonna insert a span that says posted by u/, and now we want the username of the author. But the question is, how do we get that? We don't have access to the post, and therefore we don't have access to the username. So to solve that, let's pass the post in as a property as well to the post component. So the post, let's also define the type of that. This is going to be the post we get from the Prisma client, and we can extend that post type and tell TypeScript we also want to receive the author as the user type, and secondly, the votes as the vote type array. So kind of like a small extended post that we are not reusing anywhere, so we can just define it inline. And now we know that we can have access to the post.author.name because we included it in the join earlier. Awesome. Very, very good. So we have access to the username of whoever made that call. And now, yeah, right, that's the posted by. Now we want to format the time, and actually we get an error right here because we still need to pass those properties into our post component. And let's do that. This is going to be simply, the post is going to be simply equal to the current post that we're mapping over. We are not caring about any of the other properties. If you remember, this is an extended post. We have more properties than what we are expecting here, like the, what was it? It doesn't really matter. 2 others, like the subreddit, for example, but we don't care about them. So we're not going to include them in the types right here. Awesome. Let's save that, render this out, and we can see posted by u/ and then my name. We're going to be able to change usernames later on. For now, that says just my Google username, which is totally fine. Posted by u/ Wordful AI support. That's fine. That's pretty cool. And then below that, we want to show how long it's been ago that this post has been posted. And for that, we're going to use a very helpful utility function, and that is format time to now, that is pre-installed in your starter code. If we take a look at this and why this is pre-installed, it's because I don't want to type all of this out with you. There's no value in it. It's very stupid work. It just formats the time that has passed since the user has created this post using the certain syntax we have right here. So just now, like minutes ago, hours ago, and so on. Just my preference. You can change this if you want, and we are replacing that dynamic count with the actual count when we use the format distance. By the way, if you're wondering, the format distance actually comes from datefn, so we're extending a date library with our own code to format the time. It's very, it might look a bit confusing at first, the function, but it's very simple. We can insert a new date into this function that contains the post.created at. You're going to see what this looks like. Let's refresh this. 44 minutes ago. Very, very nice. And to insert a bit of spacing between the 44 minutes, you can see right here in the end of the name, let's insert a JavaScript space right here, or a JavaScript, yeah, like space bar, whatever. This won't go away, and it's going to insert one space right here. So it looks good. And text content, what is that? If I reload the page, okay, that was because of hot reloading. No worries, the error is gone. Awesome. Below that, we want to show the post title, right? So whatever the post was named by the author, and let's do that below this closing div right here. So we have 3 more closing divs, and in here, let's put another a tag for a hard server reload, leading us to a template string r slash, or no, this is going to be /r / and then the subreddit name put into that template string /post / and then the post.id. So we're going to go into the detail view for that specific post. And the reason we want a hard refresh is so the comments are refreshed if they are fetched server-side and not streamed in, if that's what you choose to do. If you load in the comments afterwards, after loading that post, you could insert a regular Next.js link component here just as well. But I figured this works well for the approach we are choosing. This h1 is going to get a class name of text-large, a font-semi-bold, a padding y of 2, a leading of 6, and a text gray 900, just like that. Awesome, and it's going to contain the post.title. Save that, see what it looks like, and my first post, post 2, beautiful, very, very nice. We can see the posts right here. Very, very cool. There's not too much left for the post component. Only one more custom component, and that goes below this a tag. There goes a div, so 3 closing divs left. Let's create one div up here. And this is going to get a class name of relative, of text-small, maximum height of 40, a width of full, and an overflow-clip. Awesome. And we also want to attach a reference to this, a ref. And the reason we want to attach a ref is because on the client side, we want to check if this post is exhausting the maximum height. And if it is, we can add like a little blur to it, so it indicates this post is longer than is being displayed in this post preview, which is 160 pixels. To do that, let's add a ref to this div right here. And I call this pref, for post ref. And we can go to the very top of the file and declare that pref. It's a const pref is pref with r capitalized is going to be equal to useRef, and invoke that. We're going to pass it null by default, and then this is going to be the type HTML div element. Awesome. This post ref is now appended to this div element right here with the purpose of dynamically tracking its height. And we can now conditionally render inside of this div if the pref.current and then client height is triple equal to 160. So if it exhausts the full height, we want to show a blur. And we can do that using a ternary. So if it is, then we want to show some JSX. And if it's not exhausting that height, if it's not filling up the entire height, then we want to render null. And if it is, however, let's render a self-closing div. that only gets a few class names. This is gonna be absolute, bottom dash 0, a left dash 0, a height of 24, a width of full, a background gradient to top, a from dash white, and a to dash transparent. There we go. Let me go into a full screen view in case you missed anything. And yeah, that's going to be a self-closing div. So we're going to apply a little gradient if we are exhausting the full height. Very nice. Okay, and last thing, or second to last thing we want to do in here is, let's go down until there's one closing div left, and then above that, press enter a bunch of times so we have one closing div below this. And let's put one more div in here with a class name of background gray 50, a z index of 20, a text dash small, and now we're inserting how many comments there are for this posts. A padding x of 4, a padding y of 4. Actually, we can just combine this into a padding of 4. And on small devices, we want a padding x of 6. Great. In here goes a link component. If you click the comments, you want to go to this post ID. You could also have an A tag in here, works just fine. By the way, if you're wondering why my camera sometimes goes out, it's because I have to restart it every 20 minutes because it's a DSLR that is not meant for video, which kind of sucks. But anyways, in here goes an anchor tag that we want to do. Actually, essentially, we can just copy the one from above. Let's just copy this anchor tag and apply some different stylings to it. Let's just copy this one. It's going to go to the same href. That doesn't change. The class name and the content will change a bit. So let's remove the h1 inside of it and apply a class name. And the class name is going to be with fit, a flex, an items dash center, and a gap of 2. And then inside of the a tag, we're going to render out an icon that is going to be the message square we get from Lucid React as a self-closing component with a class name of height 4 and width 4. Besides that, let's show the comment amount. And what the hell is the comment amount? Like, where is that coming from? And this comes from a property we can pass into this post. Because you remember, when we are in the post feed right here, we have determined like the votes amount and the current vote, and determining the comments we can also do in the parent. It's very simple. So we can literally just pass the amount of comments there are into the post component as a prop. Let's expect those as the comment AMT for amount, and define those comment AMT as a number as a prop in this post component. Let's pass them in a second and first finish the JSX. There's only one small thing missing, that is the comments. So like 5 comments, for example. In the post feed, we obviously want to see how many there are, and it couldn't be simpler to pass the amount of comments. This is going to be comment amount is equal to the post.comments.length. Awesome. So that's what we're passing into the post component. Let's move this into a side-by-side, refresh this, and we can see there are 0 comments right now for each of these posts, which makes sense because you literally can't write comments yet, so there couldn't be any. Awesome. One thing that's missing is the post content, where it's like the images or the text that is in each post. It doesn't exist yet. And to properly handle the output of the editor, we are going to use a package because it comes in blocks, right? Doing that render or writing that renderer for that post content yourself would just be a pain. We don't need to do that. It would be very time intensive. There are people who have done just this. And the component we're going to use to render out the content is going to go right above the pref.current where we apply the blur. And it's going to be called editor output as a self-closing component. Let's create this component because it's going to be a custom one as editor output.tsx and initialize it as a functional component like we did with the others. And the important thing right here is that we're going to make use of a library to render out this output for us, and we're going to import this dynamically. We can say let's say it below the imports above the interface, const output, the component we're going to use to render the output, is going to be equal to dynamic, which comes from next/dynamic. Right here, we can dynamically import this component. This is going to be async, and this function is going to, oops, what did I do? Messed up the syntax. It's going to be await, and let's close this so you can see this easier. import, and this comes from the editor.js React renderer package that comes pre-installed in your starter code. Normally, you'd have to install this yourself. And we want the .default, oh, what did I do? We want the .default version of that package. Awesome. And important thing, we want the SSR. We can pass as the options SSR to be false, because this package does not work on the server side. Unfortunately, there was an issue on the GitHub I read through and it doesn't, so importing it dynamically without SSR works just fine, and fully rendering it client side gets rid of any errors that we would have if we try to do it on the server. Okay, then the output is gonna be received as a prop. Let's call it content. This is gonna be the actual editor blocks. And we already defined them as any. If you want, you can type them out yourself. I don't see a huge value in that. You can log out the values and type each one out. Let's just leave it as any to save time, and it's really not necessary to type them out yourself. Awesome. As the editor output actual component, we're just going to make use of the output we get from the React renderer. This one up here. You can just put the output in here, and this output receives, for example, the class name. We can pass it of text-small to reduce the text size, the renderers, because we're going to extend this with custom renderers. Now, this output component works fine out of the box for most stuff, but there are two things that are not awesome out of the box. It's how images are displayed and how the custom code is displayed. We're going to fix both. We're going to improve performance by using the Next.js image component. And to use custom renderers for the output, we can say const renderers is going to be equal to an object where the image gets its custom image renderer, and yeah, no, not like that. And the code gets its custom code renderer. This component is going to be responsible for displaying the editor content right here for each post in the preview. And we want to apply a bit of styling to that. Just very brief, the const style is going to be an object with the paragraph value again as an object with a font size of, let's say, 0.875 rem. And then secondly, the line height is going to be 1.25 rem. There we go. We can pass the renderers into the output, and we can also pass the style is equal to style into the output. And last thing we want is to pass the data into the output. That is going to be the content. Awesome. Now it will still complain about something. I also had this in the original project, but this is a totally unnecessary error. We don't need to worry about it. So we can just expect the error. Everything will work just fine, even when suppressing the error, because, you know, it's not an important error. We can just omit it. Awesome. Now let's work on the custom image renderer. For example, it's going to be a very simple function, and we can even declare it right here instead of the same file. Function custom image renderer. This is going to receive some data. Let's type this out. Well, let's not type this out. Let's type it as any. And we know by logging out, that's how I did it in the development originally, because this package is not super compliant with TypeScript. It doesn't work amazingly, as you can probably tell from the output, but it's very practical, so I wanted to use it anyways. The source of the image is going to be the data.file.url. I just found this out by console logging it out, and once we're done with this component, we don't ever need to touch it again. So maintainability with TypeScript is not a huge issue here. We're going to return a div from this element with a class name of relative with full and minimum height of 15 rem in these angle brackets for a custom inline value. I just found 15 rem works pretty well. And then we can insert the next/image component right in here with an alt of image. I know not the best alt, but you can improve it if you want. And a class name of object-contain. There we go, with a fill property applied to it, and the source is going to be equal to the source. Let's quickly comment out the custom code renderer and save this and see why we get an error right here. Probably because we need to import the editor output. So I'm back in the post where we want to render out the output, and we need to pass the content into the output. And this is going to be nothing else than the post.content. Okay, so what I've done is pass the post content into the custom editor output component that gets then received right here as the content and uses a dynamically imported output we get from an npm package with a custom renderer applied to it just for images. That's what I've done in this file. Okay, let's try this out. Let's read out the page and see if it works. Well, we don't have any images in any post. So let's create a post and hello image 3, because it's the third post, and let's just add an image in here. This is going to open up on my second screen. Let's put this thumbnail in there of a previous video. Let it upload. Works fine. My caption, hit post, and let's see what happens. We should be redirected to the page, and the first posts are loaded. We haven't implemented the API endpoint yet. That lets us load more posts. Okay. So the reason my post is not showing up is because it would show up below this, and we're only fetching 2 posts right now because the API endpoint for infinite scrolling doesn't exist yet. We haven't implemented that yet. So just for now, let's quickly bypass that by fetching not 2, because this is 2 under the hood. Let's just fetch like 10. That will involve all the posts, and read out the page, see what happens, and just to verify that the images are loading correctly. We can see hello image 3, and now there's the blur applied to it. Very nice. And we can see the thumbnail is actually there, and everything is working as expected. The image upload looks awesome. It's stored securely in the cloud, and I just really like how this looks. And we can see when this was posted, the community this was posted in, and we can go to a detail view, which we haven't implemented yet. We're going to do that later with a very cool data fetching approach. And yeah, it just works, man. This looks really, really good. Awesome. Let's change this back to the 2 posts and implement the infinite scrolling later. This was just to verify that the editor output actually took the custom renderers, and then the custom code renderer is going to be very similar. We can just do this in the same file as well as the function custom code renderer. This receives also the data. We can destructure as any. No need to type this out right now. And we're going to return a pre-element from this with a class name of background gray of 800, rounded dash medium, and a padding of 4. And inside, we're going to render out a code element with a class name of text gray 100 and text dash small, and put in the data.code right in here. Awesome. That's the custom code renderer. Now we can also insert code if we wanted to into the editor, and it would look very good. And that's the editor output. We're not going to touch it anymore. The TypeScript, not perfect integration, doesn't really matter because we know we set it up once correctly, and now it will just work. Very, very good work. And now comes one of the 2 really neat data fetching approaches that I kept teasing. So what we're going to do is we want to display the up and down votes for each post, right? We're currently not doing that. And we're going to split that component up. Well, we could just do it inside of one component called like, wait, why is this? Called like post votes, right? This could be our component. It would be rendered alongside each post, and that would work just fine as a server or client component, right? We could do that. However, I think there's a better approach, and that is splitting this up into 2 different versions. That is one gonna be a server version and one gonna be a client version. And let me tell you why we're about to do this. It's a very neat data fetching approach. So when we are fetching certain posts, for example, the initial post, the first 2 or whatever you set the variable to, then we want to show the upvotes, and we want to fetch those on the server because there's no real overhead in adding that join from the server side. So we can immediately display all the data that is necessary for this front page. That's fine, right? When we're visiting a community, we can do that just server side. But when we click on a post, we want the user experience to be really good and to show the data immediately, right? So we only need the most necessary data, like the post title and the author name, for example. inside of that request when we click on the post, so we're immediately there, and all the other unimportant stuff that can be deferred, like the comments or the votes, are going to be rendered separately. That is why we're splitting this into a server and a client component to allow for dynamic data fetching inside of this component, allowing for 1, faster page loads, and 2, we can stream this via suspense. It works super well together. And we also have the option to fetch this info on a page level and pass it in later. That's why it makes a lot of sense splitting this into a server and a client component, and just so you understand why we're doing this. So you can imagine the server component kind of like as a wrapper for the client. The client component will be inside of the server component. Let's make this a bit larger, as part of the server component. But the benefit of the server is that we can stream this component, and we can't just stream in the client. So the client will always be there for interactivity. If you click a button, that needs to be a client component, right? No way around it. But if you want to stream in the data, for example, when we go to a post detail page, that is where the server post votes component is going to come in. First off, we only need to worry about the client though, and when we need it, we're going to get into the server component. So let's create a new folder inside of the components and call this post-vote, and I switched back to the wrong keyboard, post-vote, and we're creating a folder because there's going to be the client and the server component in here. But first, let's just create the post-vote client.tsx. .tsx. There we go. As a functional component, let's initialize this and let's declare this as a client component, because we're going to do some interactivity in here, like with React Query, to actually handle the up and down votes. Awesome. So we are going to receive some props inside of this component. This is going to be the post ID. It's going to be the initial votes amount as a number. And yeah, I realize I'm doing this, whatever. And the initial vote, which is optional, of type, vote type, from Prisma client, or null. And the post ID is going to be of type string. Awesome. We need to comma separate these, and I kind of messed up the TypeScript. There we go. Okay, so we've got the post ID, the initial votes amount, and one initial vote, which is optional only if the user has already voted for this specific post that we're showing this component for. We want a couple of things in here. First off, we're later going to make use of or use custom toast to show a login notification, login toast, if the user tries to up or down vote without being logged in. Then we want to store a state, const state. Let's initialize this as the state. I've got a little snippet for it, and this is going to be called votes amount, set votes amount. And this is going to be a number type. And I don't know why the tabulator is not working. It's going to be initialized as the initial votes amount. So when a user up or down votes, it should be reflected immediately as a state change for an optimistic update, instead of refreshing, which will take like half a second or a second and really off-put the user experience. And then secondly, we want one more state, and that's going to be the current vote and set current vote. This is going to be a use state. We don't need to type out ourselves, because we only want it to be inferred as the initial vote. There we go. So when a user just voted, we also want to reflect that immediately as optimistic updates. And then last hook we're going to use is const previous vote. If anything goes wrong during the up or down voting, we want to resort to the previous vote, and we can use previous from Mantine hooks and pass it the current vote right here. So this will be, you could do this yourself in a ref, but there's a convenient hook for it. So why not use it? And this is going to store the previous vote of the user. And now, because I had some issues, let's create a use effect to ensure a synchronization from the passed in props to the, like with the server. This is a client component. We want to sync it with the server. So we're going to say set current vote to the initial vote, because sometimes the initial vote initially comes in as undefined and is later populated if there is an initial vote as the actual value, so server and client would be out of sync. And that is not ideal, so we're gonna fix that with this use effect running whenever the initial vote changes, to just fix that and ensure a synchronization so everything works smoothly. Awesome. Then let's get started on the JSX. It's going to be pretty straightforward. It's going to be a div and some buttons to up and down vote. The div is going to get a class name of flex. On small devices and up, a flex-col, gap 4, small gap-0, padding right of 6, a small and up width of 20, padding bottom of 4, and on small devices and up, a padding bottom of 0. Inside of here first goes the upvote button. Let's import our button component and give this an on-click handler. Actually, let's not give it an on-click handler yet. We're gonna append that when we get to the actual data modification with React query. First off, let's pass it a size. It's gonna be a small button. As a variant, we're gonna use the ghost variant with an area label for screen readers and accessibility purposes of upvote. So because we're only going to use an icon in this button, if people with screen readers see it, they couldn't, or not see it if they're visually impaired, they wouldn't know what it does unless we added the area label attribute right here. The icon is going to be an arrow big up we get from Lucid React. It's going to be self-closing with a class name of, and we're going to use our handy cn helper function to conditionally apply this class name. First off, the unconditional ones are going to be height of 5, width of 5, and a text zinc of 700. And then conditionally applied are going to be a text emerald 500 and fill emerald 500. So we're going to fill this out in a light green color if the current vote is triple equal to up. There we go. Awesome. And then secondly, we want to display the current score of the user. That's going to be the second element in this div right below the button. It's going to be a p tag with a class name of text-center, padding y of 2, a font-medium, then a text of small, and a text zinc 900. And this is going to say votes AMT. It's the votes amount that we have calculated. And lastly, we can copy the upvote button, paste it below the p tag, and turn it into a downvote button. Let's change the area label to do that. And instead of a big arrow up, this is going to be a big arrow down. And instead of the emerald, we're going to use just regular red if the current vote is equal to down. Awesome. That's all the button, that's all the logic we need. That's the post vote client. And we can render out the post votes in our actual post component right now. Let's use the post vote client like that. And we need to pass it the initial votes amount. And this is going to be the underscore votes AMT. Now, if you're curious where the hell this comes from, well, we can't really calculate it inside of this component with the data we have. So we also need to receive that as a property for this post component. It's called votes AMT, and that's imported as underscore votes AMT. And we can then receive it as a prop in this component and pass it right onto the post vote client. Now that is a little bit of prop drilling, which is fine. And the votes AMT is obviously not in TypeScript. We need to define that right here as underscore votes AMT. So we're importing this value as the naming of this value, and the type is something entirely different. The type is going to be a number for TypeScript. Awesome. So we can just pass it onto the post vote client. This little bit of prop drilling, again, totally fine, not an issue. And the last thing I promise we're going to receive in the post is going to be the current vote. This is going to be optional and of type partial vote. We don't need all the properties a vote normally has, so we can define or type partial vote right inline up here, and we're going to use a TypeScript utility type that is going to be pick to pick a certain value from our vote type, and that is going to be the type. We don't need anything else, just the partial vote containing the vote type. The actual one is fine. We don't worry about the post ID or the user ID. We don't need those. Awesome. And then we can also receive the current vote for this post component. Last prop, again, I promise, that was really it. Okay, and now in our post vote client, we can just pass these on. So for example, we need the post ID. We know what this is. We can just use the post.id. And then lastly, we want the initial vote. And this is going to be the underscore or the current vote.type. Awesome, that works just fine. And we can actually remove the underscore. We can just leave it as the votes amount. No reason to use the underscore anymore. I left it during development, I'm pretty sure, but we don't need it in there. Okay, so just votes amount, current vote, and pass these on to our post vote client. Awesome. That means we can work with them, but we first need to pass these in our post feed because we're now expecting more props than initially in the post component. So let's pass them. What do we have? We have the comment amount, the post, and the subreddit name. For example, we need the current vote. That is going to be the current vote. We have calculated up here. We have found in the votes. And then this is going to be the votes AMT. And this is going to be the calculated votes AMT. We have reduced down. Awesome. Let's save that. And now we should be able to see that each post has a vote. Let's go to /r/react and see for ourselves. And here they are. Here are the votes. They look beautiful. They look really, really nice. We can see 0 votes, and a very neat up and down vote button. Now these buttons don't do anything yet. And what should they do? Well, they should send an API request to either upvote or downvote their post and store that inside of our database. Okay, so two very crucial parts that we still haven't implemented is first off the submission of a vote. So the question is, when we click the vote button, and let me open up my example project here on the right side so I don't miss anything. When we click the vote button, what should happen? We want to make a backend call, and the post should be updated in the database with an upvote or downvote that we're keeping track of, if you look at the Prisma schema, as a separate entity, and that is a vote right here. So we want to create one of these votes, essentially, when we press one of the buttons. And to do that, we're going to use, as always, in this client-side logic right here, React query. Super handy. And let's implement the voting functionality together right now. Okay, so let's go below the user effect. You can put this wherever you want in the component, but let's put it right here. Let's say const, and then we're going to worry about the destructuring later. It's going to be equal to use mutation from Tailwind query, that we can, as always, pass a mutation function. It's going to handle the logic associated with it. It's going to be an asynchronous arrow function, just like this. And we want to receive the type of vote we're going to do. And this is of type vote type, vote type that we already imported. This is either up or down. Remember, this is an enum in our actual Prisma schema. So in TypeScript, it's a literal type of either up or down that we are receiving for the mutation function. And then we can construct the payload to send along in our patch request that we're going to do. The payload is going to be an object, and we want to enforce a certain type on this payload. So that is either, that's going to be the data that we need on the backend to actually properly handle the request. And you know the drill by now. Let's create a validator to ensure we always pass the expected valid data, because currently we don't have any validator for the voting. Let's go under lib and then validators. And what we're going to create is a vote.ts file in here, in which we're going to handle the validation logic. First off, let's import z from Zod, and then we can get started in writing the actual validation logic. First off, we're going to export a const post vote validator, and this is going to be a z.object, and we're going to pass the object properties. So what do we need when we're validating a post vote? Well, we need two things: the post that is being voted for, and then we also need whether it's an up or down vote, and the rest can be handled on the server side, right? Those two things, post ID and the vote type. So post ID is going to be a z.string, and then the vote type is going to be a z.enum that's going to mirror our database configuration. We're going to pass an array into here with an up, and also a down as the second, or I guess the index array element at the first place, but the second array element. So we've got up and down in here. Awesome. Let's export the type from that. Export type post vote. Let's call this post vote request, because this is going to be the data we're going to send along in the request to vote for a post. And this is going to be equal to z.infer, a super handy utility function we can use, type of post vote validator. Awesome. And then one more thing we want, while we're here, we can also not only vote for posts, but we can also vote for comments. So while we're here, let's also export a const comment. Or actually, you know what? Let's just copy the post validator, mark it, and then press Shift, Alt, and arrow down to literally copy the exact same thing. However, now we're going to call it comment vote validator instead of post vote validator. This gets a comment ID instead of the post ID, but the rest is going to stay exactly the same. And then the type we can export is the comment vote request instead of the post vote request. And obviously we want to pass the comment vote validator in here, the type of, instead of the post vote validator. Then we can save that, and we're going to use this post vote validator request type right here to enforce the payload we're sending along in the request to the backend. So we also need to import it, and now we're going to get an error just like we expected. Awesome, because we're missing two things, the post ID and the vote type. And the post ID we can literally pass as is, because we're going to pass this into the post vote client as a prop. And then secondly, what we want is the vote type, and we're going to get past that into the mutation function. And we can also call this vote type if we want to. Will that work? If we comma separate them, yeah, that will work. Awesome. So we can pass the post ID and the vote type instead of the payload, and then send over a patch request. We can say await Axios, import Axios.patch, because we're updating a resource and not creating a new one. If we're creating a new one, we'll use post. If we're changing or modifying an existing resource, we're going to use patch, to the /API /subreddit /post/vote API endpoint. And what are we going to pass to this? Well, the payload with the post ID and the vote type we are voting for. Awesome. If we navigate to this API route, if I do this here on my side project, app API, and then subreddit post vote, subreddit post vote. And let's see if this exists in our current project. Source app API subreddit post. Well, we have the create. We don't have a vote yet, so let's create a vote folder in our post folder right here, and a route.ts file to actually handle the logic for that API route. And this API route is going to encapsulate one central piece of the very, very cool caching data logic that we're going to make use of in this application, where we cache the most popular posts depending on upvotes, and then we're able to fetch that data super quickly on the front end whenever somebody visits that post. And let's get started in the logic for this. Let's export an async function called patched, the HTTP verb we want to handle, so it corresponds to the Axios request we're making, with a request of type request, and now the actual logic that's going to be handled in this patch request. We're going to have a try catch block for some asynchronous action inside of the try. Let's first get the body, and that is going to be equal to rec.json. That's how we get access to the request body in the new route handler syntax, as you already know from previous API routes we've done. And then we can destructure from the post request validator. And why is that not offering us an import? Let's reload the window, and hopefully that will fix the automatic imports. So we can import that. Did we not export that from the vote.ts export const post vote validator? Oh, post vote validator. There we go. We can import that, and now we can say .parse and pass it the body. So whatever kind of data the body encapsulates, if this is successful, we know we have a post ID and a vote type, and else we will land in the error block. We're going to do error handling here in a second. Let's first also get the session of the user. That's going to be equal to the await get auth session from our helpers. And if we don't have a session.user in that case, and the session needs to be optional right here, if we don't have a user, let's return a new response saying unauthorized with a status of 401. Awesome. So now we know the user is logged in and we can actually handle their request. So there are different scenarios on a vote, right? And I want to make this very clear. So first off, there could be an existing vote and the user is trying to, so actually let's go into Excalibur and quickly map this out. So imagine 3 scenarios. First one is there's already a vote, right? The user has already voted. Yeah, this just looks horrible, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna try to draw an arrow here. Yeah, that looks really bad. Like that. And the upvote is already there. And there is no downvote. I mean, this is supposed to be a downwards arrow. Okay, so the user has already voted. Second case, oops, let's mark this. Second case is the user has not voted yet. So that is gone and no arrow is filled out. The user hasn't voted. And let's move this into a separate order, by the way. So this is step 1, this is step 2. When the user clicks the upvote button, it actually turns green and indicates the user has upvoted. So now the user has created a vote because they haven't voted before. But as the second step, if that's the initial point and they have voted and they click the button again, then the vote should be revoked again, right? In that case, we are deleting the vote. So creating, deleting, or if the user makes a downvote, then we want to update that accordingly as well. And that needs to be a 3. So all these cases we want to handle in this API route, starting with first checking if there is an existing vote in the first place. And we can do that by saying const existing vote is going to be equal to await db, import that, .vote, .find first. And we want to find the first vote where, as an object, the user ID is equal to the session.user, which we can assume exists now because of this guard clause up here, and the post ID that we get passed into this API route. Awesome. And let's also fetch the post for later. We're going to handle the existing vote logic here in a second, but we also want the post. So let's say const post is equal to await db.post.find unique in this case. And we want to find the post where the ID of the post is equal to the post ID we're passing into this API route in the patch request. And then we want to include certain stuff on that post to cache it later. That's why we're getting this post. That is going to be the author of true and the votes of true. So we're going to make some very nice use of caching in a second with Redis. And for that, we want to include these 2 properties that we fetch once and can store in our cache. And then everything is going to be all right. Okay, if there is no post to fetch, then that doesn't really make sense. So the post ID is probably invalid. In that case, let's return a new response saying post not found. This case should never happen unless somebody specifically messes with your API via Postman or another request client and artificially sends in a wrong post ID. In which case we want to return a status of, you can probably guess it, 404, post not found, resource doesn't exist. Okay, now we want to handle the case if there is an existing vote. So if existing vote, if there is a vote, well, first off, we want to handle if the vote type is the same as the existing vote. So if the user has previously upvoted and now upvotes again, we want to delete the vote, right? It shouldn't be upvoted anymore. So if the existing vote dot type is triple equal to the vote type that we're passing into this API function, this API route, then we want to await db.post. No, we want to delete a vote, db.vote.delete, and we want to delete the post where, as an object, the user ID post ID combination, also as an object, is the post ID, and the user ID is going to be the session.user.id. So whenever these 2 match, we find a vote for that. That's where we want to delete the post. And after doing that, we can return a response back to the client. So we can say return new response something along the lines of, okay, your post was registered successfully. Great. And that goes into this yellow bracket as well. So into the if statement, it needs to be included in there. So in the other case right here, we can assume there is an existing vote, but the vote type is not what we have already voted for. In that case, the vote type is different. So we want to update the current vote. We can do that by saying db.vote.update, and we want to update the post where the user ID post ID combination as an object again is the same thing as above with the post ID and user ID. Just copy and paste that in here. And then we also need to pass some data to update, right? So right below here, we're going to pass the date. And did I pass it in the wrong spot? Does it need to be here? Nope. Wait. So where statement ends here. So data needs to go right here. Below the where statement separated by a comma. And the data we want to update is the type. And that is going to be the vote type. And that's it. So we're literally just going ahead, fetching the post and saying, hey, insert the downvote if this was previously an upvote, or the other way around. Awesome. And because this could have created an upvote, now what we want to do is count the current votes. And if they're above a certain threshold that we define ourselves, like 100 or 1,000 or whatever you define as a high engagement where you want to cache a post, then we want to actually cache it. First step is recount the votes. So if it's now above the threshold, then we want to cache. And to calculate if this is indeed above the threshold, let's say const votes amt is going to be equal to post.votes.reduce. And once again, we get the accumulator and the current value inside of the reduce, invoke a function with that. And if the vote.type is an upvote, in that case, we want to return the accumulator plus 1. And if the vote.type is a downvote, down, we want to return the accumulator minus 1. And TypeScript still doesn't know this is a number. By the way, else we just want to return the accumulator. The starting value for the reduce is going to be a number, so TypeScript can infer that the accumulator right here is going to be a number. Great. And if the votes AMT, the current votes amount after the upvote, is larger or equal to the cache after upvotes constant. This is a pretty good idea because we're going to reuse it in two places in this route handler. Let's define this centrally, the cache after upvotes constant, at the very top of the file. So you can always go ahead and change this. So const cache after upvotes, I'm going to put this as 1. This is whatever you define as a high engagement, like 10 upvotes, 100 upvotes. For very simple testing purposes, I'm going to leave this as 1. So if I upvote during the testing of this application, then we're already going to invoke the cache and benefit from this caching behavior. Okay, let's go back down and let's get into the if statement and actually caching the post in Redis. And to do this, let's first, again, define the payload of whatever we want to pass so we can enforce a TypeScript type on that payload. Let's say const cache payload is going to be equal to an object. And what do we want the type of the cache payload to be? Well, we can define this ourselves, and let's do this in our types file. So I propose we make a redis.d.ts file, redis.d.ts, a TypeScript definition file just for Redis and the caching behavior we want to implement. Let's export a type cached post from here, and this is going to be an object. And yeah, this is good. Let's export type cache post as an object. And what are the properties we want to cache? When a user clicks on a post, like this one right here, and gets to the detail post page, what is the most important data that we need to cache and immediately show to the user? And what is fine to defer? What is fine to show later? Well, I think the title is one of the most crucial aspects of all. Then the content should immediately be shown, and also the username of who posted that. And we could also cache the current vote, so we can immediately show that. To do that, let's define the ID as a string. We always want to cache that. Everything needs an ID. That's that's a given. Then let's cache the title as a string. We want to cache the author username as a string. We want to cache the content as any, again, just the blocks that we're using. Actually, because we're gonna save these as JSON, let's put these as a string as well, the content. Then we want the current vote, and this is gonna be of type vote we get from Prisma client, and this at the type. So this is either up or down, right? So we are extracting the type, the vote type from Prisma. We could also just put vote type from Prisma client. That would also work. This is going to be just up or down or null. Both achieve the exact same thing. And then the created at, and this is going to be of type date that we also want to store. Awesome. So that is the most crucial information we want to store in Redis. And we can enforce that type, the cached payload, on or cache payload if we import it. And why are we not getting the auto imports? Did I mess something up, or is reloading VS Code enough? Let's see after it reinitialized the TypeScript features. And yeah, we can't import that. Weird. Okay, but that's fine. Let's import type, and we called it cached payload from, and that should be at /types/Redis. Does that work? No, that doesn't work. Oh, and of course that doesn't work. It's not a cached payload, it's a cached post. And there we go. Of course that did not work down here. Cached post. There we go. Okay, and now we're getting an error that we're missing a bunch of properties, which is exactly what we want. First off, let's define the author username. This is going to be the post.author.username or an empty string, if that really doesn't exist, but it should, it definitely should. Then the content that we're going to cache is going to be json.stringify the post.content. So if whatever that is, save it as a string. We want the ID as the post, not the potter one, what the hell, the post.id. We want the title of the post as the post.title, and all these values are going to be almost immediately accessible with Redis speed to the user when clicking on the detail view. Then we want the current vote, and that is going to be the vote type. And lastly, we want the created at, and you can probably guess the post.createdAt. Awesome. So this is the payload we want to store in Redis. However, how the hell do we get access to Redis? This is a serverless environment. We can't just host Redis ourselves. Therefore, we're gonna use Upstash. As I mentioned in the very beginning of the video, they are sponsoring this video kindly. I've used them long before they sponsored the channel. I use them for my personal projects that don't end up on YouTube. I genuinely stand behind their service and what they do, and they're kindly sponsoring this video as well. So let's log in with a Google account. Let's log in with a support account. I hope I don't already have an active database on here, and I don't. Awesome. So let's create one. And let's select the global type, the global database. It's going to be globally available. And let's name this Reddit. Awesome. The primary region for me is going to be Frankfurt. And if you want, you can select another read region. This should be where your users are at, where your servers are at, where everything is closest together to achieve the best speed. And also let's enable encrypted data traffic, the TLS, and hit create. Important, check this so we can avoid some issues with the connection later, and click create. Awesome. That's going to be preparing our database. It's really, really fast. And then if we, or the way we get started with this setup is by copying two things. You can see right here, it gave us an Upstash REST URL and an Upstash REST token. Let's copy the REST URL, hit the copy icon on here, switch over to Reddit and go into our environment file. The Redis URL goes right here under Redis URL. And then we also need the Redis secret. And again, these env values come from the .env.example I've already prepared for you in the starter code. Okay, now for the Redis secret, let's copy the Upstash Redis REST token. That's what it is. And paste it in here. Awesome. And let's put this into a string just to make sure it really gets the value like that. Hit save on the env file. And now setting up Redis is really easy. Let's go over to our lib folder and create a new file called Redis, a very, very simple, like 6-line of code helper that we're going to use. And from here, we're going to export a const Redis is going to be equal to a new Redis class we can instantiate. And this Redis class, this needs to be uppercase, right here, comes from import Redis from a package that comes pre-installed in your starter code. I've got you is from @upstash/redis. That's where we get this class from. Again, we can now instantiate it with the URL of process.env.redis_URL exclamation point to tell TypeScript, hey, this really exists, don't worry about it. And a token of process.env. What did we call it? Redis_secret, also with an exclamation point. Those are the two values we need to define our Redis instance. And that's literally everything. Now we can get started with Redis, just as easy as that. And use Redis in our route.ts right here to actually cache the most important stuff for each post. So we can later stream in the less relevant information that can be deferred to the detail post view. Let's await Redis that we import from the lib we have just created, .hset right here. If you want to read up on what hset does, it links to that right here. We can open that and let's quickly take a look at the hset right here. It says sets the specified fields to their respective values in the hash stored at key. I'm going to show you exactly what this looks like in the actual Redis database. You can see a bunch of examples and that's pretty much it. So this is nothing that comes from Upstash. This is regular Redis. Upstash just makes this available to us in the serverless environment in a very convenient and easy way. Okay, so as for the name, we're going to save this under, this is going to be a key value pretty much. We're going to save this under post : and then the post ID. That's how we're going to fetch the data later on. And then what we want to store is the cache payload right here as an object. This works because this is a hash and we can just set the payload like this and it's going to be automatically put into fields. You're going to see that in a second once we cache our first post. Great. And after doing that, we can return a new response saying, okay, right here after the set with one closing curly brace, there we are returning the response. Great. We can now exit out of the if block, if the existing vote. Remember, that's what we had up here. And now we want to handle the case if there is no existing vote. What does that mean? Well, it means we need to create a vote. We can't modify one, we can't delete one, we need to create a new one. So if there is no existing vote, let's create one saying await db.vote.create. And well, what do we want to create it with? With data. As an object, we're going to pass the type of vote type. We're going to pass the user ID of session.user.id. And then lastly, we're going to pass in the post ID. Awesome. Those three data points are what we are creating a post with. And again, what could happen is now the post is above our voting threshold. So what we want to do again is recount the votes just like this. We can copy and paste the code. Remember, this adds no real performance overhead because in either case, it's only going to be run once. So either the post is existing or it doesn't. So this code right here doesn't get run twice. It only ever gets run once. And we can paste it right here below the vote.create. And I pasted something wrong. What did I mess up? The if statement right here. Okay, so we are recounting the votes with the votes amount, just the same. We are formulating the cache payload the same way. Everything else is the same. And we can also just copy the setting to the hash in Redis right here and paste it under the cache payload. Great. So now we have cached that as well if the post surpasses our set threshold. And we can finally return a new response from this API route saying, okay, your vote was registered, successfully. Awesome. Let's quickly get into the error handling and we can just go to one of the previous routes like the, let's go into the subscribe route or any other and copy the error handling from here because it's just the exact same thing. Paste it in here. So we're checking for a z.zod error. Z is something we need to import in our file. Import z from zod. So we're handling two cases in our error handling. One is if this is an instance of a zod error. And then second one is going to be, well, we probably need to change the error message. Let's say, could not register your vote. Please try again. Awesome, with a status of 500 because we don't know what the problem is. Great, that's the error handling done for the voting functionality. And now let's see if we're actually making that request from the post vote client. And the answer is no, we're not. We're never even destructuring the mutate. And let's call this vote, because essentially it's just, voting for a post, whatever we have just done. Awesome, let's call this. Let's actually try this out. The on success, on error doesn't, we're gonna do that in a second. Let's just try if this works. And this is going to be for the button right here. Let's add an on-click handler. So whenever we click this button, we want to vote. And now we want to pass the vote type, and that is gonna be up. Great, I mean, syntactically, this looks very clean. Button, on-click, vote, up. That looks really, really nice. And then for this button, you can probably guess what we're about to do. Instead of voting up, we want to vote down on this button. Great. Okay, let's do a test, or should we test? The logic that follows is a bit more involved. Let's just give this a shot for now and see if this works. Let's open up our application right here and see what happens. Let's open up the network tab, by the way, and see if the request is going to be successful. And if it is, that counts as a success. The API route right here fails because it doesn't exist yet. It's trying to fetch more posts because we have reached the end of the page. This is fine. This is what we're expecting because we haven't done that API route yet. Let's try upvoting. I'm gonna press upvote, vote, okay. And we got invalid post request data passed. Okay, that is not ideal. That's not really what we want. Again, this API totally fine that it fails. We expect that. This one, invalid post request data passed, not ideal. Let me check what the issue is. Oh, and I think I might have just found it. We are not awaiting the rec.json operation. This is asynchronous, so that might be a problem. Let's save that and retry this again. Let's vote for a post and see what happens. It didn't register the request. That's fine. Let's try this again. Vote, it pens, and now we got the okay. Awesome. So it works exactly as we are expecting. Really, really nice. The vote has now been registered, but it doesn't show in the front end yet. We can't see what our current vote is. And that's not what we want. We want to see our vote. So how do we do that? While also maintaining optimistic updates for a great user experience. Optimistic updates, if you don't know, those just mean that as soon as the action is taken, we are already doing what the user intends to do. And if it fails, we will notify the user later, but it probably won't fail. So in that case, the user just gets a very good experience, lightning fast. So our servers seem way faster than they actually are. It's a very cool trick. And in 2023, 2024, whenever you might be watching this video, that's what users are expecting. It's crucial. And to achieve that, let's go into our there's so much stuff open here again. Let's close out of all of these. Let's go into our component right here under the mutation function. And first off, handle the on error state. If anything should go wrong, right? What should happen? Well, we receive the error and the vote type right here for the error. Is it parameters or arguments? For the parameters. Arguments is wherever we invoke that. Exactly. Okay, this is going to be an arrow function. And for the on arrow, if the vote type is triple equal to, to up, there we go. In that case, we want to revert the vote that the user has just done. And in order to revert that in real time, we are going to use the set votes amount. So we are deducting one after adding one optimistically. That means we need to set the votes AMT to whatever it was previously, and turn this into the previous value, previous -1, to immediately show the action has not worked. And else we're going to set the votes AMT to whatever it was previously and previous +1, because chances are that was probably a downvote before, because there is only up and down. Okay, then we're going to reset the current vote. So the current vote represents the color of the icon, right? Whether it's green or it's red. And if the voting fails, then we want to reset that color to whatever it was before making the request. That is why we're keeping track of things as the previous vote. So we can set it back to that. So we can set the current vote to the previous vote, whatever it was before. Again, this is just a useref wrapper that we can use from Mentine. You could do this yourself easily, but it's a convenient hook we can just use for this. And lastly, if the error is an instance of the Axios error class. In that case, we can do one more check. If the error.response.status, and why am I getting an error? Because we need to import that. If the error the response gets a question mark, dot status is triple equal to 401, and this gets a question mark because this is optional and doesn't have to exist. This could be anything or undefined, so a status might not exist on that. And so only if this exists are we checking for the status. Then we're going to return a login toast that we get from our use custom toast up here. So in that case, the user needs to be logged in to actually vote for a post. And if this check is unsuccessful, right, then in that case, we want to return a general toast notification with a title of something went wrong. And we also need to import that toast from our hooks. Then with a description of your vote was not registered. Please try again. And lastly, a variant of this toast. You can probably guess it's not going to be the default. Instead, let's use the destructive variant for that toast to notify the user, hey, something really went wrong here. And now for the optimistic updates. We're going to handle those also within React Query, and that is going to be inside of the onMutate. So as soon as the action happens, before it's resolved, before it's settled, before anything, as soon as it happens, we want this action to be executed as an arrow function. And what we're going to pass in here is the type of vote type. There we go. And now what do we want to happen? Well, first off, if the current vote is triple equal to the type that we're getting into here, triple equal, not double equal, in that case, well, if the user is voting the same way again, if they have previously upvoted and they're now upvoting again, we want to remove their vote. So we're going to set the current vote to undefined. Then if the type is triple equal to up, there we go. In that case, we want to set the vote's amount to whatever it was previously, and now return previous -1. And also we can just copy this down, else if the type is down, in that case, we want to set the votes amount to whatever it was previously and now previous +1. You're going to see what this does here in a second. Okay, and if the current vote is not equal to the type, else, in that case, if the user is voting the opposite direction, now, so if they have previously upvoted, let's draw this. Let's get rid of all of this stuff. And is there an arrow somewhere in here? Yeah, I'm just gonna draw one. They don't look amazing, but it gets the point across. So just imagine we have the up and down vote here. So if they have previously upvoted, right, then the post has one upvote. But if they now decide to change their vote, instead of upvoting or downvoting, then we don't only want to subtract 1, but we want to subtract 2, because now that should be -1 instead of 0 again, right? So in that case, else we want to first off set the current vote to the type that is being emitted by the user, up or down. And then if the type is triple equal to up, in that case, we want to set the vote's amount to whatever it was previously, and now the previous plus the current, well, we're going to do a conditional check, and this needs to be an arrow, the current vote. And if there is a current vote, if this is a truthy value, then we're going to say 2, and else we're going to say 1. Right? So if they have previously voted, only then are we going to add or subtract 2 to reflect that change, like the -1. Or the other way, if they upvoted now, that should be 1 instead of 0. That's why we're adding 2 or subtracting 2, and else we're just doing that with 1. And else if the type is down, in that case, we're going to set, or actually we can also do this inline, set the vote's amount to whatever it was previously, and now previous minus, and again, the same logic in parentheses, the current vote, if that is existing, either 2 or in the other case 1. And that's all the logic done for the onMutate. Awesome. So let's take a look at how this works. Let's reload the page, and Okay, great. We can see I've already upvoted that post. Amazing. Let's try that on the second one and pay attention to what happens as soon as I click the arrow. This is going to turn green with optimistic updates. That's what these are for. Awesome. It's immediately done and there's nothing to it, right? If I downvote it, there's going to be -1, upvote, downvote, upvote, downvote, upvote. And it just works really, really well. And if I click the same again, it's going to go back to 0. It's just removing our current vote with this optimistic update logic. Really, really nice. This ensures an amazing user experience. You can be very proud of this and use it in your future project as well. This is a very, very cool point or aspect of this data fetching logic we can easily achieve with React Query. That's one huge benefit of using React Query. Awesome. And I propose one thing we quickly add is because currently in the background, a bunch of API requests are failing right here, trying to fetch more data, but the endpoint just doesn't exist. So I propose we quickly add the fetching more posts endpoint under, what is it? Where are we fetching this? Right here in the post feed under /API/posts. Let's see if that path exists under /API/ it doesn't, under /posts. And we want a route.ts to handle those requests under API posts and then route.ts. Let me open that up in my example project right here, API, then posts and the route.ts. Awesome. The logic here is going to be rather straightforward. Let's export a async function called the get, because we're going to make a get request to this endpoint with a request of type request coming into here. And now the first thing we want to do is determine the URL as the new URL class and instantiate that with the rec.url so we can get some data from it here in a second. Let's determine if the user is logged in. Const session is going to be equal to await get auth session, because depending on whether the user is logged in or not, we want to serve different posts, right? That can make a very big difference. So for example, if the user is logged in, we want to determine the communities they are following. Let followed communities IDs is going to be of type string array. And by default, this is going to be an empty array. And if they are logged in, if there is a session, in that case, we're going to say const followed community IDs is going to be equal to await db, import that dot subscription, not subreddit. I've done this so many times wrong in this long video. It is going to be dot find many. And which subscriptions do we want to find? Well, where the user ID matches the session.user.id. That's where we want to look, and we want to include the subreddit, and that's the only thing we want to include in that request. So we can see if we hover over this, a subscription extended by the subreddit type recognized by TypeScript. Beautiful. And now we can assign that. So followed community IDs is going to be the followed let's just copy this instead of typing it out. It's quite long. Dot map. And for each subreddit, we want to return the sub dot. Actually, we could just destructure from here the subreddit. There we go. And then we want to return the subreddit dot ID. Okay, so essentially we have created, what did I do wrong? Followed, let's call this followed communities instead of the IDs. And only this is going to contain the actual IDs. So followed community IDs is going to contain the followed communities.map and then the IDs. So these are the entire communities and these are just the IDs. That's what this split is for. Great. So we can now handle the data fetching logic, whether the user is logged in or whether they are not. And we're going to do this inside of a try-catch block. First off, we are going to define a Zod schema inline. We're not going to do this in a separate validator, but we're going to do this inline because we're only going to use it inside of this API route, and there's no point in making it reusable if we don't need it to be reusable. This is going to be a Z we import from Zod dot object, and this is nothing else than for the other API endpoints where we use the validators. We're just going to do it inline right now. So this object is going to contain a limit as a z.string, which is going to be like 2 posts or 4 posts or whatever you want to pass, the current page as the z.string, and we need to comma separate these. And then under the page, we also want the subreddit name we are currently on as a z.string, but we don't have to be on the subreddit. We could be on the homepage, for example. So this needs to be .nullish.option, and invoke the .nullish.optional. Awesome. So we don't have to pass the subreddit name, but if we are inside of a subreddit, in that case, it makes sense to only fetch posts for that subreddit. And let's parse right in here. And as for the subreddit name, we want to parse. This is going to be the URL.searchParams.get. So whatever we pass as the query params to this API endpoint from our post feed. Again, if you don't remember, like this, it's going to be a query param, or the page is going to be a query param. So we're going to say .get subreddit name if that exists. As for the limit, we're going to parse the URL.searchParams.get of limit. And then lastly, you can probably guess, for the page, we're going to do the same thing, comma separate these as URL.searchParams.get. And then here we're going to say the page. That is what we want to parse in here. And now we can destructure, because now we know if this parse is successful, we always have this data and can work with it. If not, we're going to land in the catch block. Okay, and because we want to make a request, and like a conditional request to Prisma, we need to define a certain where clause conditionally we can use later in Prisma. We can't do this inline, or maybe we could, but it's not very clean to do it inline. So let's do it right here. Let's say let where clause is going to be first an empty object. And this is going to stay an empty object. So now we're going to do a conditional check. If we have a subreddit name, if we are inside of a subreddit, then the where clause is going to be an object like that, where the subreddit is also an object and the name is the subreddit name. So in that case, if we have a subreddit, if we are inside of a subreddit, we're only fetching posts for that specific subreddit. This is going to be passed to Prisma here in a second. So it needs to match the Prisma syntax, this right here. And then else if, right here, else if we have a session, and I switch to the English keyword again. Oops. If we have a session, so this won't matter. If we have a subreddit name, we are using this. And if we have a session, in that case, the where clause is going to be an object with a subreddit also as an object. There we go. Where the ID also as an object is in the followed community IDs. So we are only matching subreddits that you are currently following if you are logged in. If you're not logged in, this won't matter. And we can simply use this where clause later in our Prisma statement to make it very easy and clean to fetch our data in this API route. Okay, so let's get into fetching the actual posts to display for our infinite scrolling. When the user scrolls down to the bottom of the page, what should be shown after that? That's what we're doing right now. And the const posts are going to be await db.posts.findMany. And now we want to pass first the take value. How many posts are we going to return? And this is going to be a parse int of the limit. So turning that into an actual number. Then we want to skip certain posts as a pagination behavior. And how many do we want to skip? Well, we can calculate this as the parse int, pass it the page, -1 outside the parentheses, by the way, -1, and then times parse int the limit. That is how many posts we want to skip. So we're only giving back posts that are not already shown on the page. Awesome. And then we want to order this by, as an object, we can pass created at as descending. You could do ascending as well if you wanted to. It's just personal preference. And then we want to include certain values in here, like the subreddit as true. Oops, I just went into full screen. How did I do that? What the hell? Oh, never mind. Subreddit as true. Then the votes as true. We want the author as true. And lastly, the comments as true as well. So we're doing a pretty large relational join for these posts, which is fine. And then for the where, we're just going to put the where clause, which won't throw any error because syntactically this matches the Prisma syntax. Awesome. And that's all the data fetching logic for the post. So let's quickly review this. We're first determining if we have a logged in user. Then we're determining which communities they are following to show if we're on the home page, only the community posts which the user is following. Then we are getting the data safely from the request, parsing it into a format where we can expect what happens, and constructing our where clause that we can later pass into Prisma to determine which posts right here should be fetched from the database. Really, really nice. And then we can return a new response saying json.stringify posts. So we can make use of those on the front end. And if we have any error, then we can simply copy and paste the error handling from another route.ts like the subreddit, for example. Actually, let's go with the unsubscribe route. Let's just copy this error behavior, paste it in here. If we have a ZOD error, then we can say invalid request data passed. And otherwise, let's just say could not fetch more posts with a status of 500 because we don't know what's wrong. And save that. Awesome. Really, really good job. That's the data fetching logic done for the posts. And let's try this out. Let's go into our browser, reload the page, and let's see what happens. Hopefully this won't go any errors and it will show us the actual posts. Very, very nice. If I refresh this page, we only get the post for r/React, and let's navigate to the home page. And okay, we don't have a feed yet, but if we go into r/React, we can see there's one post, there's the second post. Really, really nice. The problem is if we are scrolling right now, it doesn't fetch more posts, right? That's kind of the whole point of what we're doing here. Currently, it's not fetching more posts. And the reason for that, if we go into our post feed, is because we're not making use of the fetch next page or the is fetching next page for that matter. So we're never using these actually. And the way we can make use of these is inside of a use effect to check if we are currently intersecting with the last post. And only then do we want to fetch the most recent data, aka more posts, right? So let's create a use effect inside of our post feed. And inside of this use effect, this takes a callback with a dependency array as the second argument. And in here, we're going to pass the entry and the fetch next page. Those are what's going to come from outside inside of the use effect. So if the entry dot is intersecting, the entry, and this needs to be optional, by the way, is going to be the last post because we attach the ref to it. Remember, right here, the last post gets a ref. So the entry is going to be the last ref. And if the last post is intersecting, in that case, we want to fetch the next page. And that's it. We can save that. Let's reload the page and see what happens. Give it a second. We can see my first post, post 2, my first post. Well, that shouldn't be there. Why is the post there twice? Aha, and I just figured it out. Weird that it didn't appear in my finished project. I did exactly testing on this issue to ensure this won't happen. So what I decided to add is right here an order by created at desk in the page.tsx where we are fetching the subreddit posts and doing the huge join right here. So if you take a look at the order by, this is what I added. This is what it looked like before. It's in the page.tsx under the slug, r/slug/page.tsx. This is where we are. And if we add the order by created at descending, then we are making sure the first two posts are not duplicate with whatever is fetched after that. And the newest one is at the top and the oldest one is going to be at the bottom. Awesome. So by doing that, we avoid duplicate post behavior. Very, very nice. And we now get infinite scrolling behavior. And I just noticed my camera is off. I'm going to turn it back on here in a second. I just want to finish my point. Really, really cool. Infinite scrolling is such a cool thing to add to your apps if you're dealing with larger amounts of data. It provides a great user experience. It reduces strain on your database, on the client, and it's just overall a very good idea to add if it makes sense for your use case. All right, and if we look at our timeline, it seems we have already done step 6 without having fully done step 5. which is fine. However, let's do step 5 next. So we can already display posts in a feed. This works properly. And I propose we also do the homepage feed right now, this one, which doesn't exist yet. And then we also want to do the optimizations, right? That's the very cool data Redis caching thing. Whenever you click on a post and go to the detail view, where we only load the most necessary data at first and then stream in the rest. I think that's what makes sense to do next. So let's move let's move this over here and go open up Reddit 2 side by side here. And this is a note I left for myself, so I don't forget where I left off. Okay, great. We can save this page.tsx, and if we go to the main page.tsx, the app, the entry point app, the homepage, whatever you want to call it, we can see display either custom feed or general feed right here. And this is what I meant with the feed, right? Where if you're not logged in, you're gonna see a general feed. So any posts that have been created, or when you are logged in, we want to show a custom feed to you. And the way we do that is by rendering two components, either a custom feed or a general feed based on whether you are logged in or not. And to determine if you are logged in, we can turn the home into an async function and fetch the session by using const session is going to be equal to await get auth session user handy helper once again. Awesome. So now we can conditionally check whether you are logged in or not. And if there is a session, in that case, we want to return a custom feed to the user, right? A custom feed component. And if you're not logged in, we want to return a general feed to the user. This is in the main page.tsx. This is where we're doing this. Okay, and both of these don't exist, but the logic in these are going to be very straightforward. They're both going to render out the actual post feed that we have done right here. Both are going to render out this component just with different data. And the way we're going to do that is let's create a new component inside of our components folder. And let's call this, for example, general feed.tsx. And the general feed is going to be very straightforward. Let's say const general feed. So this is going to be shown to anyone that is not logged in. It's going to be an async arrow function like this. And inside of here, we are only going to fetch posts. That's going to be the logic for it. So const posts are going to be await db database.post.find many. And which kind of posts do we want to show to users who are not logged in? Well, first off, we want to order them just like the others by the created at descending, so they match the other order. And then we want to include certain properties. We want to do a join, and that is going to be the votes, true. That's going to be the author, true. We also want the comments as true, and lastly the subreddit as true as well. So these four tables we also want included in this post table. And then we only want to take a certain number, and we want to take right here, take the infinite scrolling pagination results, the super long config variable we have. This is going to be 2 at first to determine the or to demonstrate the infinite scrolling behavior. In production, this should definitely be higher than 2, right? Because if we only fetch 2 posts on the server side when loading, that is barely even enough to fit the viewport on like desktop devices. Normally you'd have like, I don't know, 10 maybe. That would be a good number. But if I did 10, it would be hard to demonstrate the infinite scrolling, because you know, I could create like 20 posts, yes, but it would take quite some time. Awesome. And then what we can do is just return the post feed like this and pass it the initial posts of posts like these. So this is our general feed. Awesome. We can export that as default, export default general feed. And that is all the logic done that we can now import right here the component we have just created. And that is giving us an error. General feed cannot be used as a JSX component. Its return type promise element is not a valid JSX element. This is fine. TypeScript is acting up once again, and we can simply fix that by saying at ts-expect-error, and then whatever you want, like server component. Now the bad thing is this will also suppress the custom feed error, because, you know, if we didn't have this, we don't have this component, which is a valid TypeScript error, whereas this is not a valid TypeScript error. TypeScript just doesn't know about server components very reliably just yet, but we still need to create the custom feed, even though we don't get an error right now. And the way we do that is also in the components. Let's call this custom feed.tsx, and the custom feed is going to be as simple as the general feed, so we can literally just copy and paste the general feed in here and give it a different name like custom feed and change the data fetching logic just a bit. First off, we want to determine the current session. So the const session is going to be equal to await get auth session from the user to determine which subreddits they are following. And the followed communities, const followed communities, is going to be equal to await db.subscription.find many, because a user can be subscribed to a lot of subreddits if they want to, and we want to find this where the user ID matches the session.user.id, and then afterwards we want to include one thing only, and that is going to be the subreddit of true. Awesome. So these are the communities the person is following, and now we want to say, or we want to determine which posts to actually show, because this has nothing to do with what is being shown on the page directly. We just use this to determine which posts we want to show to the user. And the const posts are going to be await db.post.find many. We want a lot of posts to show to the user right here, and we want to filter these posts where the subreddit as an object, name as an object is in. That's something we get from Prisma, and now we can pass this in an array of values, and it will only return us those those posts where the subreddit name is in this array. Like for example, if I passed React, it would only give us React, right? And what we want to do is map over the followed communities.map. And for each subreddit or community, we want to return, or actually we can destructure the subreddit right away, subreddit, and we want to return the subreddit.id in here. So now we are only showing posts from followed communities, just like this, and we want to order them by the created at descending, just like this. Awesome. And then we want to include, just like with the general feed, we can just head over, copy this include section, the same 4 tables we want to include right here. Great. And then also the take, we only want to take so many posts, and that is going to be the infinite super long name that we have written ourselves in our lib. Awesome. That's going to be our custom feed. Now we still need to import this right here, and we can save everything and see if this works. Let me reload the homepage. And the feed should be updated accordingly. So I'm logged in. It will fetch all the posts from the subs I'm following, which is only the React sub, because literally that's what I have created. If I were to create another sub, let's create Next.js, for example, click create community and post something there. In dev mode, this looks a bit sluggish, but in reality, this is really fast. And let's create a post in the Next.js subreddit. Hello from Next.js, and hello there. Awesome. And let's click post. That should post or post in the Next.js subreddit. And if I now visit the homepage, we're gonna work on caching later. It's a bit weird, but when we hard reload the page, it should actually show hello from Next.js right here. Awesome. And then the posts below that. If I zoom in way more, you could be able to see the infinite scrolling. Okay, no, we intersect right away. That's fine. There we go. Okay, you just saw it there. So look at the scroll bar right now. As I scroll down, it's going to load more posts right now from the infinite scrolling. Just wanted to demonstrate that with a few more posts, and we can see our Next.js post right here. So we know everything works just as expected. Really, really nice. Okay, we've done the custom feed, we've done the general feed. Let's quickly look at our roadmap. displaying posts and feed. Awesome, we've done the first part correctly. And now what we want to do is the optimizations. Awesome, so that's gonna be a really, really neat part. What I mean by these optimizations, again, is the caching behavior with Redis. And when you click on a post, that is what should happen, right? So it's gonna be the post detail view immediately or almost immediately loading. And this is going to be a dynamic route as well. And this dynamic route, to show the details for each post once you click on them, is going to live under, what is it? It's going to live under r/slug/post/post ID. So that's going to be r/slug/ and then let's create a post folder in the slug folder, just as a static folder, and then the post ID again as angled brackets as a nested dynamic route in here. This is going to say post ID as the folder, and inside of here goes a page.tsx to render out the content for each post. So if we initialize this as a functional component really quick, just so we have something there, we can see if we reload this page, that is going to be the detail view for each post. And this is going to be a really, really cool file. And we're going to handle comments in here. We're going to handle the caching in here. And this is going to be a really fun part of the build. Okay, so let's get started in this. And we all already know we are going to receive some params in here. And the params, let's type them out in the page props. And we can just do this inline because we're going to declare this as asynchronous later anyways. So let's get rid of the FC and instead declare the type of the params like this with a page props. And obviously that up here needs to stay. And this is going to be the params, and the params have a post ID because that's what we put into the angled brackets right here. That's what it says. It needs to match this, and this is going to be of type string. Awesome. For each post, let's export two things in here. That's going to be export const dynamic. It's going to be equal to force dynamic, to force a dynamic behavior, and then export const fetch cache is going to be force no store. And because whenever you visit a post in detail view, we want to hard reload all the information that is associated with it, such as the comments, right? These should always be fresh instead of stale comments from, that have been cached in your browser. We don't really want that. Okay, as for the content of this component, first off, if we have a cached post, let's look at our Redis database. Let's go to upstash.com. And because we've already upvoted some posts, we should be able to see that we have posts in our database or cached posts. Let's go to our Reddit database into the data browser, and we are able to see, awesome, there is a post right here with a current vote of down. And I just realized storing the current vote in here doesn't make too much sense because this is dependent on the user. So we might take that out later, but all the other information makes just as much sense. We're storing this in a hash, and that allows us to store this so beautifully in this format. Awesome, so we can see our post in here. And whenever we now visit the detail post view on this page right here, we can check if we have a cached post. Because if we do, awesome, that's going to be way faster than doing a real Prisma database query and joining 4 tables or whatever together. It's just way more performant. So we can say const cached post is going to be equal to, and then in parentheses, await Redis dot, and we need to import Redis for this to load. Hello, can I not? There we go, Redis dot, and then h get all. That's what we want. We want to get all properties from this hash, and this is going to be the key that we're searching for. This is our format, so the post colon, and then in template strings we interpolate the params dot post ID, or we concatenate the post ID, I guess you could say. That is what we want to fetch. And why is this? Okay, we also need to mark this component as asynchronous, as a server component asynchronous, so we can await this action from Redis. And we know the type this will have because we've written this into the database ourselves. So we can cast the type right here as cached post. The type we enforced on the payload to store it in Redis, so we can enforce it and cast it right here, so we know what type this is. Awesome. And now we can say let post, because we want to determine if we have a post or not. This is going to be of type post and. It's going to be a join of the post type we get from the Prisma client and custom properties such as the votes, which is going to be a vote array. And we also need to import this type from Prisma client, and the author, which is going to be of type user, also from Prisma client. And this just needs to have one E. There we go. But this could also be null, this entire expression, so we need to wrap it in parentheses right here, or null, and we can initialize it as null. And the reason we are declaring this post as a mutable element right here instead of as a constant is so we can do a conditional check. If we have no cached post, if the cache missed, only then do we want to make the database call, right? Only then do we want to get the most necessary information for this post. And that is going to be, the post is going to be equal to await db, import that, dot post dot find first. And which post do we want to find? Well, where the ID of the post in the database matches the params dot post ID. And then we want to include certain tables in here. That's going to be the votes of true, and also the author as true. Awesome. So with those two included, we can, you see TypeScript wasn't happy when one of these was missing, because that's what this is for. That's the joins we're doing. And if both match, then TypeScript is happy and lets us assign the post. And if we have no post, and if we have no cached post, so if both are non-existent, in that case, we can return a not found 404, because the user is trying to access a post which just doesn't exist in our database. Awesome. And now we can get to a really, really cool part, and that is going to be streaming in the information. So when we load the page, right, we immediately have the most, or not immediately, but almost immediately, very, very quickly through Redis have maybe the post information. This doesn't have to hit the cache, but if it does, we have it really fast. So for the JSX, let's return a top level div without a class name, and then in here another div. This is going to get a class name of height full, of flex dash call. On small devices and up, we want a flex dash row, and items dash center. On small devices and up, and items dash start, and then a justify between. Between. There we go. Awesome. Let's give this just a bit more space. Let's go into full screen so you can see the whole class name. Awesome. And in here we want to wrap or post vote component. That is going to be first. But if we just created a post vote component in here, like the one we already have, the post vote client component, this one, how would we stream this in? Well, we could try some fancy logic with using suspense. Well, it doesn't work here. It works down here. If we put an object right here, we could say suspend. Well, it doesn't work here. It works somewhere. I think I'm messing something obvious up right here. Anyways, we can definitely use suspense with React Query. However, it's much easier and more intuitive if we do a post vote server component that is gonna preload the information on the server that we can easily stream in then. So when we want to display the post votes, let's create a server component for that in our post vote right here in the components folder, and let's create a post vote server.tsx. And what we are going to do with this post vote server is a pretty clever concept. I learned from Vercel actually in their, not documentation, but in a demo project they did. That's where I learned this, and I found this approach to be super clean. So let's create a functional component for this. And this component is going to receive 3 props: the post ID, the initial votes amount, and the initial vote. And no, I was wrong. It's going to be 4. It's also going to be a get data. So the thought here is either, well, we always pass the post ID, but then either we pass the initial votes amount and the initial vote, or we pass a function to execute in the client right here in the post vote server component to get that data ourselves. And if we do this with the get data, then we can easily use suspense with this component and display a loading state while that get data is being executed. And if we pass these, it's immediately going to be accessible and we don't need to worry about streaming at all. So that's the thought here. It's a hybrid approach between immediately rendering and between displaying a very nice loading state to the user. So as for the logic that goes into this component, well, first off, let's type this out. So the post ID is going to be a string. Then the initial votes amount is going to be optional as a number. The initial vote is going to be also optional as a vote type we get from Prisma client, or null. This doesn't have to exist. If you didn't vote, what should that be? Null, right? And then as for the get data function, this is going to be optional as well. And we're going to type this out as a function that returns a promise. And the promise is generic, so we can pass it these two angled brackets right here, just like a function for TypeScript. That's what generics are. And in here, we're going to pass some parentheses with a post we get from Prisma client and an object. We want to extend the post with the votes as a vote array we get from Prisma client, or this could also be null, still in the angled brackets, still in the generic. So this expression right here in the parentheses could be null. Awesome. We can save that. We've properly typed everything out. Now let's get started in the logic for this component. I think it's going to get very clear what we're doing once we're actually making use of suspense in our detail post view. So first off, we want to determine the session. This is going to be equal to await get server session, and await doesn't work because we need to declare this as a server component, as an asynchronous component. So let's get rid of the declaration with FC and instead put it right here after the props. So what that allows us to do is mark this as asynchronous so we can await at the top level. Beautiful. Now let's determine two things. Let underscore votes AMT is going to be a number and default to 0. And then secondly, let the underscore current, oops, I activated caps lock. The current vote is going to be a vote type we get from Prisma client, or null, or undefined, and we're going to default it to undefined as if the user has not voted yet. And the reason we're declaring these as let is to mutate them right now. If we have a get data function, in that case, we can actually execute it. So const post is going to be equal to await get data. And this get data that we pass in as a prop, obviously, it's passed in as a prop. So in the parent, we need to define the database call that is all just being executed in the child component right here. So if we don't have a post, we're going to return not found because obviously the get data function was faulty. So no post exists in our database in that case. And otherwise, we're going to actually populate these values right now. So the votes amount underscore votes AMT is going to be equal to post.votes not find many. It's going to be reduce. There we go, with the accumulator and the current value, the vote. And what we're going to do in here is the logic we've done previously as well. If the vote.type is triple equal to up, in that case, we want to return the accumulator +1. And if the vote.type is triple equal to down, in that case, we want to return the accumulator -1 for a downvote. And else we will just return the accumulator, but this should not happen. And initially, this is going to be a 0, a number, so we can reduce properly. Awesome. And then as for the current vote, that's no new logic either. It's going to be the underscore current vote is going to be equal to post.votes.find, and then we want to find by vote, where the vote.user_id is triple equal to the session.user.id. Awesome. And why is that? Okay, because this would be the actual vote, right? But we only care about the type of that vote. So that's going to be .type. Awesome. So this doesn't have to exist, but it could. And else, if there is no get data function, then that means, as I mentioned earlier, either we pass these two right here or the get data if we want to stream this component. It's a very nice hybrid approach. So now we can assume these two exist, and because we didn't pass the get data, so we're going to say underscore votes AMT is going to be the initial votes amount as in exclamation point, because we are forced to pass that if we don't pass the get data. And then the underscore current vote is going to be the initial vote. Awesome. Really, really nice. So if we pass a get data function, we execute that. And if not, we pass the other values for immediate rendering. It allows us both ways. And then what we're going to return is just the post vote client that's going to handle the interactivity. The only point is to stream this if we want to. That's the point of this component. You're going to see that here in a second. So the post ID is going to be the post ID. The initial votes amount we need to pass as a prop is the underscore votes amount. And lastly, the initial vote is going to be the underscore current vote in this component. And we're done. Now we can stream in this post vote server component beautifully inside of our detail page. Let's navigate there. App r/slug/post/post ID and then the page.tsx. This is where we want to make use of this streaming. And the way we do that is by using the regular as React suspense component, nothing special to it, with a fallback of, let's call this the post vote shell. There we go, because it's just a shell for the post votes, the loading state, if you will, like a skeleton or a loading spinner, whatever you want, basically, while the get data function is being executed. And there's so many things open here again. While the get data function is being executed right here, while that is happening, this is what's going to be shown as the loading state. And I decided to call it post vote shell. And we can declare this inline in the same component. We don't want to reuse it anywhere. So we can just say right below this component, function post vote shell is going to be a very simple JSX component returning a div. And inside of this div, let's give this a class name of flex, item center, flex-col, padding right of 6, and lastly a width of 20. Inside of here, let's render out the upvote. First off, that's going to be a div with a class name of dynamically button variants, like this, with a variant of ghost. So the goal right now is to make this look as close as possible to the original vote component, the vote client. This one, we want to mock this, right? It should look like this, but without any interactivity because it's just the loading state. So inside of here, we want to render out the arrow big up from Lucid React, the icon, and give this a class name of height 5, width 5, and text zinc 700. Just like this. Awesome. That's going to be, let's annotate this actually. That's going to be the upvote. Then we want to show the score. So let's annotate this as well. Score. That's going to be the current votes amount. And obviously we don't have them. Let's create a div in here with a class name of text-center, padding y of 2, a font-medium, text of small, and text zinc 900. And because this is just a loading state, we don't know what the score is. So let's show a beautiful loader 2, a loading spinner we get as an icon from Lucid React with a class name of height 3, width 3, and animate-spin. Awesome. If we hover over this, you can see what this does. It's a very basic CSS animation. And now we can copy the upvote button and easily turn this into a downvote button as the last element for our post vote shell. Everything is going to stay the same, just the arrow big down instead of the arrow big up icon from Lucid React. But again, everything else is just the same. Awesome. So now we determined what should be shown while we are streaming in the data and that we don't immediately have accessible, the not so important data like the post amount, right? And in here, we can render out the post vote server component that we have just created. That's the entire point, to render it in a suspense with a post ID of, and this is either going to be the post.id if the post exists, right? Or if we have a cached post, then we want the cached post.id. Awesome. And now we're missing one more prop, and that is the get data. So to execute the get data in the post vault server, we need to pass a function that returns us, and why can't I hover over this? That returns us a promise of post and vote, so a join table of those two. And to do that, we can declare an asynchronous arrow function right here that is going to be executed just like that inside of the post vault server. Let's return an await of db dot post dot find unique. And if this is something you've never done, because chances are if you're a beginner you might not have, you can just pass functions as props, and those are being executed in the client or in the child. That's what I mean. It's really cool. We want to find a unique post where the ID of that post matches the params.post ID. And then secondly, we want to include, again, we are expecting, okay, well, this is a long TypeScript message, but we are expecting the votes as well for that component, right? So we want to include those votes in this table. Awesome. And did I mess something up syntactically? Oh, I'm an English keyboard. What the hell did I just do? Is there a missing bracket here? There is. And why is this still giving us an error? Aha, so again, we have its return type promise element is not a valid JSX element. This has nothing to do with the post vault server being done incorrectly. This all works. It's just TypeScript not recognizing that this right here, the asynchronous, is valid behavior with React server components, because these are quite new. So we can simply ignore this error. It's totally unnecessary. There is no issue, there is no risk involved. It's just TypeScript not recognizing that. So we can say ts expect error server component, and we are done. Awesome. So what this does is it streams in, if we have a cached post, the cached data. Let me rephrase that. So when we have a cached post, we're immediately gonna show that response down here below that, and the not so important information like the post votes, we are still fetching from the original database and then streaming that in. So let me draw this out for you. When we visit the detail view of a post, two things, or a couple things, are going to be immediately accessible, like the title right here, the author, it's going to be way smaller, like author, username, and the created ad date, created ad, you know what the regular post just shows. And for example, also the content right here, whatever the post content is also going to be immediately accessible, because we store it in our Redis database, like this, the content. It's all going to be here almost immediately because Redis is so fast. And then things like the votes right here are dynamically streamed in. Things like the comments are going to be dynamically streamed in. Everything that's either out of the viewport, like the comments mostly are, or the votes that are not super crucial to immediately be shown, it's fine to rely on the relational database being a bit slower, because we're streaming them in with a very nice loading animation. So we ensure a beautiful user experience on our app. Awesome. Okay, so right now we're just showing the loadings, the loading. If I reload this, you might be able to see very, very briefly that there's a loading animation, and I can make this even more clear if I add an artificial delay in the post vault server. So let's quickly say const wait is going to be equal to, and we're going to use GitHub Copilot for this. Awesome. And let's just wait for a second if we have a get data function. So await, wait one, or let's do 2000. So you'll have an easier time seeing this. If I reload the page, check out what happens. We are immediately loading the page, and then there's the loading spinner. So the data is only being loaded after the page has rendered, instead of waiting for the data to render the page, which would massively slow down the user experience if we do a big join with Prisma, because Prisma really isn't the most performant. Awesome. So we can close out of that. Okay, GitHub Copilot is disabled. Great. Really, really nice. We can close out of most of these. We've done the feed. We've done the votes, the streaming. Now let's get ahead and get started with showing the actual post details. So this is going to happen on the same page in the slug. No, that's going to be right here in the double dynamic route, in the nested dynamic route where we have just worked on the suspense. This is where we will render all the important details for the post. And it's going to be probably simpler than you think. So we want to get started below the suspense with a div. This is going to get a class name of small width 0, a width of full. Then we want a flex of 1, a background white, a padding of 4, and a rounded dash small. So this is the actual post content that we're about to render out here, with a p tag of class name maximum height 40, with a margin top of 1, a truncate value. So if the screen does not fit all the text, it's going to be cut off by saying ... That's what the truncate does, with a text of extra small and a text -gray -500. Inside of here, we're going to say posted by u/, and then comes the either the post ? Because that doesn't have to exist, post.author.username. And if this does not exist, then we know there will be a cached post, because otherwise the page wouldn't even be shown, right? So we can assume one of these two exist. That is going to be the cached post.author.username. That's why we saved it in there. And then we want to show when this was posted by saying format time to now, invoking that with a new date. And inside of the new date, we want to pass either the post.createdAdd, or if that is null or undefined, that's what these two question marks do again, it's cached post.createdAdd. And that's why we save that in the cached post. And let's quickly insert a JavaScript space right here, so we don't have to rely on a HTML space like this, but instead this will always be shown. Awesome. And then below the p tag, let's put in h1 that is going to contain the title with a class name of text extra large, XL, a font -semi bold. We want a padding white of 2, a leading of 6, and a text -gray -900. Inside of here, we can either display the post, if that exists, .title, or if that doesn't exist, the cached post .title. That's why we save that. Great, let's quickly take a look at this already and render this out side by side, reload the page, and we can see the person who posted that. We're gonna get into more beautiful usernames. Don't worry, it's not gonna stay like this. You can actually choose a username later when we posted this, and the post title from the cache, by the way, right? Very, very nice. Let's give this a bit less space. There we go. Okay, and then below the h1, we want to display the actual content of the post. This is going to be very easy, as the editor output we have already created, and we can simply pass for the content either the post, if that exists, .content, or if that is undefined or null, we can pass the cached post.content. Either one will work. Very, very nice. Let's save that and see the actual post content if we reload the page. Whatever I typed in there, I don't even remember. This browser does not support document.implementation.create.html document. Interesting. Let me debug that. Okay, so the problem is in the editor output, and what I mentioned earlier is that this doesn't work as a server component. That is in part why we're importing this as dynamically with SSR full, so without server-side rendering. And we also want to declare this as a use client component. And let's see if that works. Let's reload the page. Hopefully that's gonna fix the error. Awesome. So turn this into a client component and the error will be gone. And we can actually see the text of the post, or the images, or whatever the post content was, you know, like lists, links, all that works just fine. Great. So let's navigate to the, I'm gonna navigate in my example project here back to this page, so I don't miss anything. And after declaring the editor output right here, we want to do another dynamic streaming of content, and that is going to be the comments, right? But first off, let's see where we are on our little list, because I think we can check off one more point, and that is this one right here. So very, very nice. What I meant with optimizations is the dynamic caching streaming behavior. Very cool. We've done that, and we are now displaying posts in the feed and on certain communities. Very good work. If you're following along, very, very nice. Awesome. So let's do a very quick recap. We've got a detail view. We've got our homepage right here showing the post if I refresh that, and the The infinite scrolling also works if I zoom in, so we're not intersecting yet. As I scroll down, you can see more posts are being loaded. Very nice. We can see how we voted for those posts, and we can go into the detail view. We can create our own posts. We can create our own communities. We have a complete authentication flow with signing up, signing out. Or feed, we can create community, and we're gonna get to the settings later to change your username so it doesn't look like this. It looks kind of weird, but we are making huge progress, and there's not so much left. Like the comments are left and the search bar is left, and then we're ready to deploy this. Hey, really good work. I'm very excited for this. Cool. Okay, let's stream in the comments as well. They're not super essential. Depending on how long the post is, you won't even see them when you load the page. So we're it would be a very good idea streaming those in instead of server-side loading them, requiring all comments to be loaded before the page is even rendered, which would make for a pretty bad user experience. So let's stream those in dynamically as well using a suspense component from React. And this suspense component has a very simple fallback, and that is going to be the loader 2 from Lucid React. You could make a more elaborate one if you wanted, but I find this to be a very good idea, not too like extravagant, like very simple, and all the users are going to understand what's happening if they see this, with a height of 5, a width of 5, an animate-spin, and lastly a text zinc of 500. Awesome. Move this into the new line, and then inside of the suspense, we want to render out the comment section. Well, let's just create a component and name it that. Comments section. And this is going to be a self-closing component. And well, let's create that component. It doesn't exist yet, and let's give this a bit more space. There we go. Let's go under components, create new, and then comments section.tsx. That is going to be what this is called. And what we want to do first off is fetching the comments for the post we are currently on, right? So let's declare this as a functional component, and we are only going to receive one prop, and that is going to be the post ID. So the post ID is of type string. Awesome. We need to pass that in from the parent, and because we're going to do some asynchronous action in here, let's get rid of the functional component approach altogether and just declare the props like this. Great, so now we are receiving the post ID. Let's first see if we are logged in. Const session is going to be equal to await get auth session, just like this. And we also need to mark this as asynchronous so we can await at the top level. And then we want to fetch the comments. Const comments. These are the comments we're going to show right here in the JSX. These are going to be await database, import that dot comment dot find many. And well, which comments do we want to find? We want to find the comments where the post ID is what we receive in the properties. And then secondly, where the reply to ID is null. Now, let me explain what this means. What is a reply to ID? Well, you see, when we have a comment thread, let's go in here, there are gonna be something called top comments, right? The comments that are immediately wrote by the user that are not replies to any other comment. And then there could be reply comments that are direct replies to another and not formulated at the top level as no reply to another comment. So that is what a comment thread is. We can have multiple of these, and one comment can have multiple reply comments, but we only want to allow up to one nested comment, because going beyond that, like the actual Reddit does, adds a lot of complexity that does not add value to this video. So I decided to opt for the YouTube approach, which I personally find cleaner as well, more readable, where you have only one nested reply, and then each reply that is a reply to a reply is addressed with like a, at username, blah, 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 whatever you write in your reply, right? So these two are the nested replies, and this is the top comment. And first off, what we're doing right now is only fetching the top comments by saying where the reply to ID is null. And then for each of these top level comments, we want to include their replies. So we can say include, and this is going to be an object. and we want to include the author as true. We want to include the votes as true, the comment votes, you know. We want to include the replies as an object because we want to specify something there, and we only want the first level replies. So we want to include once again, or one last time, as an object, the author of that reply as true, and then secondly the votes of that reply as true, just like we did with the top level comment. So it's the same thing. I'm just fetching the top level comments and then that comment replies. Great, so we end up with all the comments and all the replies, and we can render that out in JSX. As the top level div that can stay, let's give this a class name. Oops. A class name, there we go, of flex-call, gap y4, and lastly a margin top of 4. And inside of here, let's close out of this, goes an HR. It's a horizontal line, just for a bit of visual separation, with a width of full, a height of px for 1 pixel, and a margin y of 6 for some vertical spacing. Great. Now comes the part where we want to create comments, right? Above the actual comment thread, there should be a button or an indicator for you to create a comment. Let's finish up the JSX and mark this with an annotation for now. Create comment and say something like to do. And we're gonna do that here in a second, but first let's finish out rendering the actual comments before worrying about that. As a div right below that, let's give this a class name of flex-call, and gap y of 6 and a margin top of 4 for some spacing. In here go the comments. We can say comments dot filter, and we want to filter each comment for the truthy value of not comment to reply to ID. So we're only mapping over, or we're not mapping yet, but we are about to only map over top level comments. So we can say dot map, and for each top level comment, let's be very verbose about this, we want to render out some function. We're not going to return JSX directly, and because first off we want to do some logic calculations, and then we can return something later, like a div for now. Inside of the map, let's determine the votes this top level comment has by saying const top level comment votes amount is going to be equal to top level comment dot votes dot reduce, and you know the drill by now. We get the accumulator and the current value. The vote is what I call this, and we can determine the votes from that. If the vote dot type is up, then we're going to return accumulator +1. You already know how this works. We can just copy this down, change this to down, and return the accumulator -1, and else we can literally just return the accumulator. We've done this like 5 times in this video already. It's the same logic, and we want to start this at 0, the reduce. Great. Afterwards, we're going to say const top level comment vote is going to be the top level comment votes, the top level comment dot votes dot find, and it's the same logic once again. For each vote, we want to see if the vote dot user ID is triple equal to the session question mark dot user dot ID, so optional chaining on the session because it doesn't have to exist. The user doesn't have to be logged in to view the comments after all. And now we can actually render out the comments with these values. I mean, you recognize the pattern, right? This is the same thing as for a post, and now it's the same thing as for a comment. Awesome. So now we are going to worry about the return. What do we want to return? Well, we are going to return a div, and this needs to have a key because it's because it's in a map, right? React requires this to have a key. This is going to be the top level comment dot ID. Great. And as for the class name for this, it's going to be flex and flex-call, so we can list everything beneath one another. Inside of here goes one more div with a class name of margin bottom 2, and that's literally it. And then we want to render out a component for the post comment that we can pass a bunch of stuff, and then it's going to show the comment for us. And instead of doing this inline, let's keep this in a separate component for maintainability and call this post comment as a self-closing component. Now the post comment doesn't exist yet, so let's quickly go ahead and create it. I'm going to close all of this and this just to make this workspace a bit more neat and tidy. And let's create a post comment.tsx component to handle the logic for us, a functional component. There we go. And the comments are actually encapsulating a lot of logic, like the replies, the votes. There's a lot you can do with a comment, and especially, you know, the comment reply text input showing up wherever you want to reply. It's a lot of logic involved, but it's also pretty cool. So I propose we get started with a JSX and then get into the logic of the component as we need it in our JSX. So first off, this main div is going to get a class name of flex and flex-call for each post comment. And we want to attach a ref to this comment so we can later see when we're clicking outside of this comment, then the reply text input area. And you know, so when I want to reply to let's say this comment right here, right, the top comment, then when I click the little reply button, a text area should pop up where I can input my reply, click reply, and then that input is gone and my reply is right here, right? That's how this works. And this bar, this box, we want to disappear when you click somewhere else. It would just be very distracting otherwise. And to do that, let's go into our post comment and attach a ref to this main div, and let's call it comment ref. Const comment ref is going to be equal to a use ref we get, use ref we get from React, and this is going to be null by default. And let's type this out immediately as an HTML div element. Awesome. Because we are making use of hooks, we need to turn this into a client component because this doesn't work on the server. And now we can quickly attach the ref to this main, to this div, and it's called comment ref. Great. We're going to be using that later. Then inside of this div, let's create one more div with a class name of flex and items-center. And inside of here goes the user avatar, because for the comment, we want to show like a little icon of the user for the comment, right? That's what we're doing right here. So let's render out the user avatar. We've already done most of the prerequisites for this comment. It's really nice. We can just rely on those with the user of object. And inside of here as the name, let's pass the comment.auth, the comment. Oh, and we don't have the comment yet. So we need to receive that as a prop into this component, the actual comment that we're rendering out, right? And the comment is going to be of type extended comment, because once again, we're going to do a join to actually get the comment, not only the comment, but also the votes and the author for this comment. But we can type this inline very easily. Type extended comment is going to be equal to the comment we get from Prisma, the normal one. And then because we're doing a join in the comment fetching, you see in the comment section, that's where this comes in, or rather this, the author and the votes. We also want to include those in this extended comment, where the votes are the comment vote type array. And then the author is simply a user we get from Prisma. Great. So we can now use the extended comment, receive the comment as a prop. And now the name is going to be the comment.author.name. Or if we don't have that, we can also use null. And secondly, the image is going to be the comment.author.image, or we could also use null for this if we don't have those values. Great. And let's quickly pass a class name into the user avatar with a height of 6 and a width of 6 as well. Great. Let's go below the user avatar, create a div with a class name of margin left 2, a flex, an items-center, and a gap x of 2. Just a little bit of vertical spacing applied to this with a p tag of, and now we will state who wrote this comment. So as a text small, as a font -medium, we want a text gray of, 900. Very dark text in here. And then let's say u/, so whichever user created this comment, and this is going to be the comment dot author dot, there we go, dot username, whatever that might be, like Josh or u/Josh, that would be. Great, and right below that, let's also say when they created this, and that is going to be in a p tag with a class name of maximum height of 40, trunk height, a text of extra small, and a text zinc of 500. We could also do this in a time component, by the way. It doesn't really matter for now. Let's use the format time to now, invoke that with a new date, and inside of this new date, we're going to pass the comment dot created add. Let's quickly save the post comment, and we can already import the post comment in our comment section like so, and it expects a comment property, and the comment we are expected to pass in here is going to be the top level comment. So for now, we're only rendering top level comments. We can save the comment section, and then we also need to import the comment section in here and pass it the post ID. And now the post ID for the comment section is either going to be the post !ID if that exists, or if we have a cached post, we can also use the cached post.id for this. And why is this still? Okay, same error with the JSX element. We can simply ignore that at ts expect error server component. As I explained before, this is not a real error. This is just a TypeScript not recognizing what is going on. Awesome. Let's quickly just go to this post. We can see there is a bit of spacing there, but there are no comments yet, but they would show up right here. Very, very nice. So we've got, actually, let's continue on the post comment. So for each comment we want to show, let's finish that right now in the JSX. So we've done the username, we've done the time when this was posted, and now let's move 2 closing divs down with 1 closing div to go, like this, and create a p tag with the actual text of the comment. Let's say class name, text of small, and text zinc 900, and a margin top of 2. And in here goes the comment.text. Awesome. Let's save that. Again, we won't see anything because there is no comment yet, but we're going to do that here in a second. And then we want to, actually, wouldn't it make more sense to write the comment and then render it out so we can see what's happening? I think that does make more sense. So instead, let's quickly pivot, and before finishing the post comment component, so we can see what we're doing, let's actually write our first comment, and we are going to do that in the comments section, where we want to render out a field that lets us reply to certain comments. We have previously used a annotation for this, and this is going to be an actual component now, and let's call this create comment component, and this doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and quickly create that in our components as the create comment.tsx. Awesome. And inside of here, the logic is going to be rather straightforward, just one API call and a text area to render out. Let's create this as a functional component, and let's get started with a JSX and get and do the logic as we need to. This is going to return a top level div with a class name of grid, a width of full, and a gap of 1.5. So very involved. The comment section, we've got a page.tsx, a comment section, a create comment, and a post comment, but it's all going to fit very nicely together later on. And so this is rendering out the comment, and this is writing the comment, the create comment.tsx, and that's what these are for. Awesome. So in here, let's have a label component, and this should be a custom component we import from components UI label. Let's see if we have that, and we don't. So what we can do is let's install that component from shadcn by stopping the dev server and saying npx shadcn-ui add, and this is called label. And let's see if that works just out of my head, and it does. Let's say source/components UI is where we want to install this label, and that's going to set up everything for us and hopefully, yeah, put the label right there. Awesome. Let's change the casing though. I'm not a fan of the lower casing. Let's change that to upper casing and restart the dev server. So I just changed the L right here to be uppercase. I just find that a bit cleaner. And then we can actually import that label component from our UI. Awesome. So with that label component, we can determine a HTML4, and we're going to call this comment here in a second, the actual text area for the comment. And the label is not going to be self-closing, but instead we want to put some text into it saying your comment, and that's it. Awesome. So below that, let's put a div with a class name of margin top -2. Just give it a bit of spacing to the comment, And then here goes a text area. Text area. And text area is also a component we import from shadcn. It just looks good. It comes pre-styled. So let's quickly install that as well by saying npx shadcn-ui add text area. It's going to set up everything for us. We want this in the source /components/UI again. That set up the text area. Again, I'm going to change the T to be uppercase. I just prefer that. It's a convention for React components. Just looks a bit better. And then we can import the text area from our UI. This is going to be self-closing. And now we can make use of the label by just stating that the ID of the text area is going to be whatever we specified the HTML for in the label for. The value we want to keep track of, right? We need to keep track of this text area as a controlled React component to always have access to what the user typed in there. And so we're going to do this in state. And let's just call this input, set input. There we go. It's going to be use state. We need to import use state, and this is going to be a string and start off as an empty string. Now, because we are making use of these client-side things like state, we need to declare this as a use client component, like that, by using the use client directive. And now we can actually make this a controlled component, the text area, by saying value is going to be the input, and then also add the onChange handler to the text area where we set the, onChange, we receive the event, and then set the input to the e.target.value, which is going to contain the string of whatever the user has typed in. This text area is going to have one row by default and a placeholder of what are your thoughts, ? So this is going to be where we actually input the comment that we want to write. Right below that, let's add a div with a class name of margin top 2, flex and justify-end. And actually, how about we just import the create component already and just see what we're building in real time by moving this into a side-by-side. Probably pretty good idea. Let's close all of that. And is the dev server running? It is, just needs a bit to load. Okay. Anyways, let's get started with this div already. Ah, there it is. What are your thoughts? Beautiful. Okay, in this div, we're going to render out one button, and that's going to be a very simple component, just saying post to post your comment. And the logic for the posting is going to be handled using, you can probably guess it, React query. So you know the drill by now. We're going to make use of the mutation hook, use mutation by React query, because we're going to make a patch request or a post request, both works. And as the mutation function, we're going to pass an async arrow function into here. Now, as for the props that we are expecting, how about we make a validator for this, just like we did always, inside of the lib folder, so we can both get the type and validate this on the back end to ensure safety in working with this data. Let's do this inside of the validators and create a comment.ts validator. We first need to import z from Zod. And now let's get started in writing the actual validation logic. It's going to be export const comment validator. It's going to be a z.object. And inside of here, well, what do we want inside of a comment? We want the post ID where we're posting to. We need the text, and we need the reply to ID if this is a reply, right? So that should be optional. The post ID is going to be a z.string, just like this. Then we are expecting the text also of type z.string. And lastly, also comma separated, we are expecting the reply to ID, either reply to ID also capitalized, either as a string, z.string, or as nothing. So we can mark it as optional like this, and export the type of comment request to enforce the correct payload wherever we make the request as z.infer type of comment validator. Great. So we can use this type in the request payload that we are defining right here, once again in our React query logic. So we can go ahead and say const payload of type comment request that we have literally just created, is going to be an empty object, and it's going to give us an error. Great, because it expects three things. That's going to be the post ID, the text, and the reply to ID optionally. And how about we just pass this into the mutation function? We can destructure these three values and type this out as the comment request. So whatever we are receiving for this function is what we're passing right on as the payload. Just destructure all of those and the error will be gone. Awesome. Now to send that payload over the wire, let's use Axios. Worry about the destructuring later with the empty object and say await Axios, import that .patch. And now we want to make a request to a template string that is going to be /API/subreddit/post/comment. So we can comment for a certain post. And what are we going to pass to this patch request? Well, the payload, these three options right here, these three values right here rather. We can destructure the data from the Axios request and then return that data to keep working with it. Awesome. Let's work on that API route next before worrying about any of the proper error handling and clean up the workspace just a little bit. Okay, so this endpoint lives under /API, source app API, then under subreddit right here, /post, and then let's create one folder because the comment doesn't exist yet, /comment. And then in here goes a route.ts to handle the actual logic for the API requests that land under comment. The logic for this API route is going to be very straightforward. Let's export a async function and call it patch because we know we're going to be making a patch request and receive the data as the request. You already know how this works from the previous API routes we've done. Let's create a try-catch block in here to handle any errors properly and first receive the body of the request as await rec.json. Great. Then let's destructure some stuff from the parsing. That is going to be the comment validator we have just created, .parse. And in here, we're going to pass whatever data we want, like the body. And if it's successful, we know we get these three values, post ID, text, and reply to ID. Next up, let's get the session. This is going to be await get auth session, or handy little helper. And if there is no session.user, well, you shouldn't be able to create a comment in that case. So let's return a new response saying unauthorized with a status code of course, 401 unauthorized. And if that check passes, the user is fine and they are logged in so they can create the comment. And we can do that by saying await db.comment.create. And well, what do we want to create the comment with? With some data. And this data is going to be the text. Then secondly, the post ID. So we're really just passing on what we get as the data into the creation right here, where the text is and the post ID is. We also want the author ID. Save that as the session.user.id. And then last thing we want is going to be the reply to ID if it exists. It doesn't have to exist, it's optional, but if this is a reply, then this is going to be passed. Awesome. Very, very good. As for the error handling, we can literally just go into any other route and copy it from there, like the creation route, where we check for Zod error and then return a generic error message if there is no Zod error. Oops, let's import Z from Zod and do the check. We can say invalid request data passed, status 422, and otherwise we can say could not create comment. Please try again later. And that's the error handling done. Awesome. That is going to be our route.ts for handling a comment creation. And now we need to work with that in this create comment component right here. So for example, what happens on error, and we can just go ahead and copy the error handling from any other component as well. So let's search for any instance of across our application that is not in a route.ts. So that is somewhere in React query, and we can literally just copy this. I'm in the subscribe leave toggle right now is where I'm grabbing this, go over and paste it in the on error. And of course, we need to import the stuff for it to work. For example, the Axios error class. We need to import the login toast, and that is going to be const login toast. That comes from the use custom toast hook we've done. And we also need to import the toast notification. And that's the error handling. Beautiful. Lastly, we need the onSuccess handler, onSuccess. And whenever we are successful, we want to refresh the browser. To do that, let's use a hook. Const router is going to be equal to use router we get from next/navigation. We've done this previously. It's the router.refresh. And then we can set the input to an empty string to kind of clear the comment. Beautiful. So now we can actually write comments. My comment. Those are going to be sent to the API endpoint. And let's see in the network tab if everything works out. Let's hit post. And nothing works out because we haven't implemented the actual mutation yet. Awesome. So let's destructure the mutate from here and let's call this comment. And let's also grab the isLoading value from here and pass it right into our button that we are using to post the comment. So in this button, we can pass on the isLoading state from whatever to whatever we get from React query. We can pass a disabled value of input.length is triple equal to 0. So if there is no input, you shouldn't be able to post a comment. And then lastly, as an onClick handler, we want to invoke the comment like this, and this expects some data like the post ID. Then secondly, the text is going to be the input, and lastly, the reply to ID is also expected. Now, where the hell do these come from? Well, we don't have access to them in this component, so we need to pass them as props into the create comment, the post ID and the reply to ID. So we also need to go to the very top right here, and just those two are going to be received as props, the post ID and the reply to ID, like this. And we can type these out. Post ID is going to be a string and reply to ID also a string. Beautiful. So now the create comment works, but we are not passing the correct data into the create comment, such as the post ID. Let's see, comments section. Let me navigate over there here in my example project, and the post ID is going to be the post ID, just like that. And I think the reply to ID needs to be optional because we are not always replying to something. So let's make this optional so we don't have to pass it in. But if this is a reply, then it's also going to be sent along in the API request. And if it's undefined, everything works just fine as well. So let's try this. Let's try creating a comment, my comment, and let's go into the network tab and see if that works. Let's hit post. It's going to make the request. Beautiful. And we get a 500 error. Interesting. That shouldn't happen. Let me quickly debug this. Oh, and I figured out why this error occurred because it was kind of weird. The comment was actually successful. So we can see the comments go through. But we are receiving an error because we're not returning a response from the API endpoint. So let's just return an OK to indicate, yes, your comment has indeed been created. And then let's verify we really get no error. Let's navigate to the network tab and say my comment 3, hit post, and we should see that we get a 200 response, my comment 3. Awesome. So now we can actually see the comments properly. Very, very nice. But we can't reply yet, right? So that's probably something we should touch on next, is replying to comments. And let's move this into a side-by-side. Hello, can I please? Jesus, why doesn't... There we go. Okay, great. We actually want to reply to comments, and that is going to be handled in the comment section. And we also want to extend the post comment to show the number of upvotes and the current vote that the user has, like an upvote or downvote if they have already voted for the comment. And let's do that. And first off, get started in the post comment with actually showing those values. So let's navigate to the post comment. And this is where we left off with the comment.txt. And now we can keep on improving, where we can actually see what we're doing with actual comments, which I think makes a bit more sense than what we did before. Awesome. So in here, let's create a div with a class name right below this p tag showing the comment text with a class name of flex, gap2, and items-center. And inside of here, go the comment votes. Let's have this as a separate component, comment votes. And this is going to be a self-closing component, very reminiscent of the post votes. We can literally copy paste the post votes, but there are going to be one or two differences. So we are going to create it as a separate component and not as one reusable component. So let's create the comment votes.tsx like this. And let's go over to the post votes. And this is going to be, I'm pretty sure, the post vote client one. Post vote client. And let's grab all the code and copy it over to the comment votes and just change the name from the post vote client. Select all. I'm pressing Shift, Control, and L to select all. And let's call this comment vote instead. What we receive in the comment vote is not a post ID, but a comment ID. Let's quickly go ahead and change that. Okay, and after changing the comment ID, the rest can stay the same. And now for the votes amount, we want to pass the initial. For the current vote, we want to pass the initial vote. That's all good. The use effect can actually go away. We don't need that in here. It was just necessary for the other one. A bit weird, but we don't need it here. This just worked out of the box for some reason. And then as for the payload that we want to pass along in our request to vote for a comment, this is going to be the vote type for one, and then also the comment ID. And this is not going to be of type post vote request, but instead of comment vote request, which we have already done way previous in the video, along with the post vote validator. You remember? So both vote validators are in one file, and we can just use this type, the comment vote request, right here inside of our payload, and enforce the type of this. And then make a patch request to the API route of API subreddit post and then /comment. So we're voting for a comment of a post, and that is the change we want to make here. Great. So we have API subreddit post comment vote. The on error is going to be, I think, the exact same, and the on mutate is also going to be the exact same. We don't need to change anything there. That logic is not changing. However, the JSX will change a bit because the styling is going to be horizontal instead of vertical this time. So let's add a flex and gap 1 at the top level div for this comment votes component. The button is not going to change, and the votes amount is not going to change either. Just the alignment with a flex and the gap of 1 is going to change. Okay, we still get one error. Why is that? Because the import doesn't work. Let's import this from @/components. Give this an absolute path, components UI button, and get rid of the use effect. I got rid of the unused imports and sort them by pressing Shift, Alt, and O, by the way. It's going to sort your imports and get rid of all the unnecessary unused ones. And that is the comment votes component. We can now head over to our post comment, import that component, and why is it not showing us the auto import? Let's reload the window and see if that fixes the issue. And hopefully then it will find the comment votes. Let's give this a second. And nope, no suggestion. Okay, let's import these manually. Import comment votes at the very top of the post comment file from @/components/ and then it's comment votes. That works. Okay, now it might complain that we need to pass some props, like the comment ID, for example. And what is the comment ID going to be? Well, it's pretty simple. The comment ID is just the comment.id, just like this. The initial votes amount is going to be equal to the votes amount. We don't have access to that yet in this component, so we're going to pass it in as a prop. And then lastly, the current vote, or what did we call it? The initial vote is what we called it, is going to be the current vote that we also don't have currently access to in the post comment component. So let's pass these two in, the votes amount and current vote, into this component as props, so we can receive them as the votes amount and also as the current vote. And while we're here, we can also get access to the post ID, because we're going to need that as well. Let's type them out. The votes amount is going to be a number. Then the current vote is going to be either a comment vote that we get from Prisma, or it can be undefined if the user has not voted for a comment. And lastly, the post ID, very easy, is going to be a string that we're going to pass into this post comment component. We still have an error, the initial vote right here. Aha, and I noticed where this TypeScript error is coming from. So take a look at this. The initial vote, it says type comment voter undefined. Right here is not assignable to type vote type or null or undefined. And that makes sense because if we go into the comment votes component and take a look at what prop we are expecting, it's the vote type. But this is not what we want. Instead, let's expect a pick value, and this is a TypeScript utility type. And we want to pick from the comment vote we get from Prisma the type value like this. And why is this not working? Apparently we can't just declare this inline. So let's say type partial vote is equal to what we have just done. And now type that as the partial vote. Oh, that's because the object bracket here is missing. Okay, now we get multiple errors in this file, and we can just remove the typo annotation on the use mutate. And the current vote now has a .type property like this. And we want to set the current vote to in object notation, the type, because that expects the type literally as the name. Okay, so two changes we did, three. First off, remove the type annotation in the comment votes on the onMutate. Secondly, add the .type after the current vote, and then also change this into object notation. Those three changes. And now if the current vote .type is triple equal to up, and the current vote .type down here as well. Okay, great. That removed the error in the comment votes, and now also the error for the comment votes where we are rendering or where we are calling that component. Awesome. So now we have the comment votes. We're passing everything in here that we need, and we can get ahead. And why is there an error still here in the post comment? Let's see what the problem here is in the comment section. Let's see. Where is this? Okay, for the top level comment, we're getting an error on the post comment right here. Are we missing anything? Okay, yeah, we're missing a bunch of stuff. Like the post ID that we need to pass in here is going to be the post ID. Then what we are also expecting for the post comment in the comment section is the current vote. And the current vote is what we have determined up here, the top level comment vote. We can just paste that in here. That is the current vote for this comment. And then lastly, the votes amount is what we have calculated up here in the reduce function. So we can just pass that into the post comment as well as a property. Awesome. So the errors are gone. Very, very nice. We can save all of this and we can close some of this stuff as well. And let's plow ahead in the post comment. We're almost done in the post comment. So we rendered out the comment votes. And now what we want to do is add a reply button. It's because not only do we want to see the comments and the votes for the comments, but we also want to have an option to reply to each comment. And we're going to do that inside of the button that's going to say reply. So when we click this, we want a reply to happen. And okay, let's first call the variant of the button. This is going to be the ghost variant. And then the size is going to be extra small in the button. This should be very, very small, just very subtle, a little reply symbol. And then we want to add an area-label to this button saying reply because, or actually we already have the text in here, never mind. We can just render the text alongside with the icon. And the icon is going to be a message square that we get from Lucid React as an icon with a class name of height 4, width 4, and margin right 1.5. Just a little bit of spacing to the right hand side there. And that should look good. Let's try that and restart the server. We can see, nice, there's a little reply button now, and we can see the current amount of upvotes for this comment. Great, very, very nice. However, currently when we click the button, nothing happens. And what do we want to happen? Well, let's add an onClick handler to this button, and we want to call an inline function in here because we want two things to happen. So if the person is not signed in, we are determining that we're not determining that in this component just yet, whether they are signed in or not. If they aren't and try clicking the reply button, they should be forwarded to the sign in page. And to forward them there, we need to call the router hook. Const router is going to be equal to use router from /navigation to be able to push them to that sign in route. So, and of course, we also need to determine the session, and we can do this client side. We're not doing that a lot in this project, but this is a good way to do so. Let's call data and name it session. It's going to be equal to the use session hook we get from nextauth/react right here. Therefore, we have access to the session on the client side, which is perfect for this use case. So we can determine if there is no session. In that case, when this button is clicked, the user should be forwarded to the sign-in page. So we can just say return router.push, and we want to push to the /sign-in page. And if the user is signed in, then we're going to keep track of something in state, and that is going to be whether the user is replying or not. Let's quickly create a state up here for that in the component, and let's name that state is replying. This is going to be a Boolean value and starting off as false, because by default nobody is replying to a comment. That would make a lot of sense. And we use this later on to determine whether the little comment text box should be shown under the specific comment that we're mapping over. And so we can keep track of the is replying by saying set is replying to true if the user clicks the reply button. And then depending on if that state is true or not, we want to show the message box to actually reply to a comment. Right now, clicking the reply button would set that state to true, but nothing would happen yet. Nothing happens if I click the button. So conditionally, if the is replying is true, then we want to render some JSX, and else we want to render null. Just nothing should be rendered. And if we are replying, what do we want to happen? Well, we want to render a div, and this div gets the class name of grid, width of full, and gap-1.5. Inside of here, we're going to make use of our custom label component that we get from our UI library from shadcn, and this is not going to be self-closing, but instead a component that encapsulates some text, and that is going to be your comment. Awesome. And you know what? We can probably go ahead and go into the create comment component. Go ahead and type that in. Go into the create comment component and literally just grab this stuff from here and paste it. Way faster than doing this ourselves. And let's conditionally render that in the is replying. We also need to import the text area, and the input we're going to keep track of in a separate state, also inside of this component. And let's name that state, let's just name it input. So what we did is go to the create comment, copy this whole component, paste it in here under the conditional is replying. That's all we did. And let's keep track of the input right here in state. And no, that should be state. Let's call the state input. And why doesn't that work sometimes? That's really weird. The input is going to be a string, nevertheless, and start off as an empty string. And we're going to turn this text area that we have for the reply into a controlled input. Well, it's already done automatically. Nice. And now, as to submit this reply to the comment, well, first off, let's save this and see how this looks. The button won't do anything yet, and maybe we will get an error. No, we don't. Now we get an error. Okay, that's fine, because this is not defined yet. And to do this, we're going to use React query once again with some very simple data fetching logic. Let's go a bit up in our component and call the use mutation hook right here and pass it a mutation function. So what do we want to happen when we are making this request? Well, anything inside of an async arrow function. Inside of this arrow function, we want to receive some properties. And these properties are going to be of type comment request. Remember, this comes from our validator we have already created, where we have a post ID, a text, and a reply to ID that is optional. We're going to make use of that reply to ID now because this is going to be a reply. Typing that out means we can destructure these properties right away and get started in the fetching logic by first constructing the payload. And the payload is going to be of the same type, comment request, as an object, and therefore we can literally just paste in the properties we receive for the mutation function, or the arguments rather, we receive for the mutation function, and pass that payload along in a const empty object we can destructure later as an await Axios, import that dot patch for a patch request, and we're going to send that request to /API /subreddit /post /comment. Awesome. And this is the same endpoint. If you notice, if I copy and paste this in here, you can see this is the same endpoint. It handles the same logic. We do not need to write a separate endpoint for the replying of comments, but rather we just change the reply to ID, and the same endpoint handling the original top-level comments will handle the replies as well. Isn't that handy? We only need to pass the payload for that to happen, and we can destructure the data from that Axios request and return it back to the use mutation. Awesome. Let's destructure the mutate function from the use mutation and call it post comment. And we also want the isLoading property, so we can pass that on to our button. Great. If we take a look at the button now, oh, I just called it comment. Wait, yeah, let's change the onClick. We want this to be an inline function. Currently it's named comment, but oops, that's not what we want. Did I remove anything on accident here? No, I don't think I did. Okay, so let's remove the current onClick handler and define a custom onClick. So if there is no input, we want to return, and if the input.length is 0, then you can't even click the button, but just to make sure that you cannot post empty replies. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. And then we can call the post comment function we have gotten from React Query and pass it the post ID. We can pass it the text, and that's going to be the input. And lastly, we can pass it the reply to ID. And this is going to be either the comment dot reply to ID, or if that is null or undefined, that's what these two question marks are for again, then we're going to use the comment dot ID. Awesome. So we're going to default to the top level comment, and if this is a reply, then we're going to use that reply. Okay, we can save that, and then we should be good to go, right? Let's try this out. We still haven't done the logic for rendering the replies yet, but if I write a reply, and this looks a bit weird in our current layout, I messed up the CSS somewhere. Yeah, this does look a bit weird, but there's a very easy fix for this. Let's move this into a side-by-side. So what we could do is probably just go ahead and add wherever the flex container is containing these two. That's gonna be this. Oh, Jesus, this is way too small like this. The HTML is very clipped. Where it says flex gap to item center, that's the div we want to apply a wrap to. So it should be, let's see, this right here. Let's apply a flex dash wrap to this, and that should fix the visual bug at least, and move these below one another. And it does, great. So we need to add a little flex wrap right there above the comment votes on that div to shape or to make these layouts below one another. Great, so now we can write a reply, hit the post button, and let's see what happens. Nothing really happens because we're not handling the onSuccess state. And if I reload the page, it won't show up because we're not rendering replies just yet, but I'm pretty sure the reply went through successful. So one thing we quickly want to do is offer the user an opportunity to cancel. So inside of the post comment, where we invoke the post comment down here, this is the submit button for the reply, and we also want a button that allows the user to cancel their request. So let's say cancel inside of this button so they can abort the reply. And when you click this cancel button, the tab index first is going to be -1. So when you hit tab, you're going to focus on the post button and not the cancel button. Then the variant is going to be subtle for this button. And on click, we can very easily abort this by saying on click set is replying to false. Awesome. And then the cancel action. So whenever we reload the page and try to reply to a comment and then click cancel, you can see it aborts very, very nicely. Okay, and let's add a little gap too here so the buttons are spaced out a bit more. Awesome, that looks really good. We can just abort the reply. And now to render out the replies. That doesn't really work yet. So where the hell do we do that? And it happens right here in the comment section, where we are currently only rendering out the top level comments, right? But we also want to render the replies. And let's do that right down here with one closing div inside of the return statement for the map. One closing div right above here. Let's say render replies. Okay, and we can render these by mapping over the replies for each top level comment that we included right here in the Prisma query to our database. So we can say top level comment dot replies dot map. And each of these replies we want to sort, and then we can map over them. So instead of calling the map directly, let's first sort. And this begins with A, and we get also access to the element B, and then can handle the sorting ourselves. We can leave this out, this is completely optional, but what I find cool is sorting them by the most liked. You could also sort them by the time they were created, that's how YouTube does it. But what if we want to show the most liked ones? Then we can return the b.votes dot length minus the a.votes dot length, and that's just going to show us the most voted for, not necessarily the highest votes, because votes can also be like negative, right? But the most, I guess, controversial, you could call it, which are probably the most interesting in that matter. And then we can map over them, and for each reply we want to call a function that we can return a div from, return div right here to get rid of the error. And the logic we have for each reply in determining their votes amount and their current vote for the reply is going to be copy pasted from up here. It's the exact same logic. After all, this is just a comment as well. It's just a bit different because this is a reply and the other are top level comments, but the logic is going to be the same for both of them. Let's call this reply votes amount instead, and that should be a empty. And instead of the top level comment vote, let's call this the reply vote, just like this. Very nice. And then we can return a div with a key because we're mapping over stuff. This can be the reply.id, just like the comment.id, with a class name of margin left 2, a padding y of 2, a padding left of 4. We want a border left of 2 and a border zinc of 200, and that's going to add a little bit of indentation to these comments. It's going to make it look a bit better. Okay, now inside of this div, let's render out the post comment component. It's, as I said, exactly the same thing. We can pass it just a different comment. This time that's going to be the reply. We can pass it the current vote of the reply vote. We can pass it the votes amount, and let's quickly format this. The votes amount, and this is going to be the reply votes AMT. And then last thing this expects is the post ID, and we know the post ID, that is the post ID. We can just pass it like that. And now we are rendering the replies, and let's see if our previous reply shows up. And yes, it does. Here it is, write a reply. Awesome. If I reply to that, the reply text box is going to show up. We can say reply to, hit post, and because we're not handling the on success properly for the post comment in our React query yet with an on success handler, and this doesn't disappear yet, which is not ideal, but we can see the reply right here was successful. Very, very nice. Let's quickly do the proper on success handling in the post comment. I promise it's very straightforward. So for example, when we get an error, on error, we want to just send out a toast notification. This is going to be an arrow function, and we're going to return a toast notification to the user, notifying them that something went wrong. So as the title, something went wrong. Then as the description, we're going to say comment wasn't posted successfully. Please try again. And then lastly, as for the variant, you can imagine this is going to be destructive. Great. That's going to be the extent of our error handling for this. And then the on success, very, very simple. Also an arrow function that we can invoke, and we want to say router.refresh, and we want to say set is replying to false. You could also clear the input here if you wanted to. If we reload the page, let's see what happens. Let's say reply 3, hit post. That's going to post or reply. It appears right here, and the text box disappears. There is a little bit of noticeable delay here in the dev mode. In the production version, when we build this out, this is going to be much faster and feel almost instant. So don't worry about loading states here. This is going to be super fast in the final build version. Awesome. Really, really good job. Really good job. We can write comments, top level comments. We can reply to comments, and let's see if we can vote for comments. Let's reload the page. And then something went wrong. Your vote was not registered. Interesting. Did we not implement that API route yet? Let's look into the network tab. What is happening? It's quite possible we didn't do that yet. Let's click upvote. And we can see, okay, 404 error. The upvoting API endpoint doesn't exist yet. That's fine. Let's implement that right now so we can actually vote for comments. Let's go to the comment vote component. This is where we handle the voting, and we can see we are trying to make a request to API subreddit post comment vote. So under app API subreddit post comment, and there is no vote. That makes sense that we get a 404. Let's create a folder to receive that request and the route.ts inside of it to handle the request. And let me look into my example project here, app, what is it? API subreddit post, API subreddit post, and then the comment vote. There we are. The logic is going to be pretty straightforward. And I think we can copy from the other route.ts we have for voting, route.ts vote. Let's head over to the route.ts for the normal post voting. Just copy and paste everything, and then go over to the route.ts for the vote for the comments and paste all the code from our post voting. Now, we don't need a bunch of stuff in here. For example, the caching, we won't need that behavior. So we can remove the recounting of the votes and also remove that from here. We don't want to recount any votes. And did I remove something that was syntactically important? I think I did. There we go. So now we only have this logic without any of the caching. Okay, let's go through step by step and verify that we have everything we need. We've got the body, and we want a bit of a different stuff here. We don't want the post ID and the vote type to vote for a comment, but instead we want to validate this with the comment vote validator we have created like this. And we already get an error. Beautiful, because now we get the comment ID instead of the post ID. The login stuff stays exactly the same. You need to be logged in, and to check for an existing vote, we're going to check for a comment vote instead of just a vote. And obviously we can't pass in the post ID, but we need to pass the comment ID in. Beautiful. We don't need to fetch any post right here because we are not going to do any caching here for any comments. Inside of the existing vote if statement, instead, we are gonna say comment vote dot delete, where the comment ID matches the user ID. Comment ID goes here, and this is not going to be user ID post ID, but instead user ID comment ID. This is what we changed. Okay, beautiful. We are returning the new response. Okay, that's good. And if the current vote incoming is a different type of the previous vote, then we're going to handle the updating in the else statement right here. And we can copy the where statement from the previous vote call, right? Can we? We should be able to. User ID. Oh, okay, because this needs to be a comment vote instead of a regular post vote. Beautiful. And most of the logic just stays the same. We just move this part into an else statement right here. And then we should be almost good to go. If there is no existing vote, in that case, we want to create a new one. And we want to create a comment vote, of course, with the type, the user ID, and instead of the post ID, we need the comment ID. Awesome. If I lost you anywhere during this, we just copy and paste it. If I lost you anywhere, check out the GitHub repository. Let's quickly go through once again. We're validating the data, authentication stuff stays the same, and then we adjusted the existing vote and the if statement right here for the comment votes instead of the post votes. And the error handling stays the same as well. Awesome. Let's try this out. Move this over and let's try voting for a comment. I'm gonna upvote the first comment and we get something was wrong. Your post was not registered. Please try again. Interesting. Let's quickly check the network tab why this is happening. Let's try this again. And we get a 404 again. That should be an easy fix. Did I call this votes? Yeah. Okay, so this needs to be vote. We could call it votes, but then we would need to adjust our API call. Let's just call this vote in the singular. So subreddit post comment vote. That is what we're going to make the API request to. Reload the page, and now let's try voting for a comment. We can see it's pending and it has gone through successfully. If we reload the page, then we get a weird bug where every reply seems to be upvoted when we upvoted the main comment. Okay, I messed up something here. That's not ideal. That's definitely not ideal. Oh, and I found a problem. It's right here in the comment section.tsx. Let's close out of most of this, by the way. And let's just say close others to clean the workspace up a bit. So of course, we don't want to reduce and find votes in the top level comment, but instead we want to do this in the reply. All right, so what we're currently mapping over, let's save that, and hopefully that will fix the error. And it does. Okay, so we can see the main comment has the upvote, but then the replies do not. Of course, they shouldn't be upvoted or shown as such, because they weren't actually. It was just the displaying of those when we upvote the main comment. Nice. If I reload the page, we can see it's right here. It's indicated that we have upvoted this comment. And when I downvote, it says your post was not registered. Why doesn't it do that? Well, let's see in the network tab. Network right here. Let's take a look at the fetch requests. Vote 500 could not register your vote. Please try again. Okay, let me debug that. Oh, and it is because we are not returning from here. So we are, so this is what the error was. I just logged it out, spent like 30 seconds debugging this. So you can see unique constraint failed on the not available. Prisma.comment, so invalid invocation of the creation. And that means we were trying to update and then also the create statement, because we are not returning something from the else block. Obviously, we want to stop code execution afterwards. So we're going to return a new response saying, okay. Awesome. And now let's save that. Are we returning a response here? Yes, we are. Let's remove the console log and try that again. Let's reload the page. So we currently upvoted it. Let's downvote this and it should go through successfully. And it does. Awesome. So we can now successfully upvote and downvote comments properly. Very, very nice. And if we refresh the page, we can immediately see what we voted for on a comment. Man, this is beautiful. Really, really good work. And I think that concludes our work on the comments. Let's go over, we can get rid of this, into our game plan. Creating and voting for comments. Yes, sir, that's what we have just done and verified. We are done with step 7. Man, we have come a long way. So basic setup, authentication, creating joining subreddits, creating posts, displaying posts in a feed, and optimizations for really fast data querying, using our Redis cache, voting for posts, creating and voting for comments. Man, this is a real full stack application now. It's taken on really good scale. There are our posts dynamically fetched as we scroll. And now the only thing missing is the search bar. And to be honest, the search bar is pretty straightforward. It will appear right here in the top of our nav bar and allow us to search for some communities. So I say, this is my example project. Let me move this over here. I say we get started in the nav bar and implement the search bar. It's the final step of our build. Let's create a search bar component, render it right here. I navigated to the nav bar if that was too quick, and then implemented a search bar component here. And that search bar doesn't exist yet, so let's jam it into our components under search bar.tsx as a functional component. That means we can now import it in our nav bar, won't get any issues there. And now we can get started in actually handling the logic for the search bar. It's going to be a bit more involved, but it shouldn't take longer than like 10-20 minutes, I believe, because the logic is pretty straightforward. There's React query involved and one API endpoint involved for this. Okay, I propose we get started in the JSX, and to make this a beautiful, accessible, pre-styled search bar, let's install one UI component, and that is going to be npx shared cn-ui add, there we go. And the component we're going to add is called command. It's a really, really nice foundation for a search component. We're going to install it under source components/UI. That is where we want it. It's going to install everything for us, the command package. And there we are. It's installed the command under components UI. And we get an error in here. Let's look at that in a second. First, let's change the C of command to be uppercase. I just find that to be a bit better. And we can see there's one peer component missing, and that is the dialog. So let's also add the dialog to our components under source components /UI. Same path as before, same path as all our UI library components. Let's go and install the dialog for us. Beautiful. And we're also going to change the capitalization on that once that is done loading. All right, this is taking way longer than it should. I'm just going to stop it and terminate the batch job. And I think it just installed successfully. Might be just a bug from the UI library. Let's change the D of dialog to be in uppercase as well. And we need to adjust now in our commands because this is the uppercase dialog. And yeah, sometimes VS Code has problems with that. Let's reload the window and hopefully that will fix the file import error we get right here in the command and recognize the dialog as an actual component. And it seems to do that just fine. Awesome. Great. Let's save those. We've got the command, we've got the dialog. Now let's get started in our search bar where we make use of the command component we have just imported from UI command. Awesome. Let's give this a reference for later. The command, actually, let's do this when we need it. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's give the command a class name instead, and that is going to be relative rounded dash large. Let's move this into a side-by-side again with our project like this. Okay, relative rounded large, we want a border, a maximum width of large, a z index of 50, and an overflow of visible. That's going to allow us to show the search results in overflow to the page, which is what we want. And then in here goes the command input. We also import from UI command. This command input is going to get a class name of outline-none, of border-none, of focus border-none, and focus outline-none. We're really making sure there's nothing around this. And lastly, a ring of 0. Let's give this a bit more space so you can see this easier. And why is that so small? There we go. Command input. Great. In here, we also want a placeholder value. Let's quickly format this. Placeholder is going to be search communities, period. And we can turn the command input into a self-closing component if we wanted to. Doesn't really make a difference, but it just looks a bit cleaner. Let's save that, move that into a side-by-side, and we can see if we reload the page and restart the dev server with npm run dev or yarn dev, and then refresh the page, we should be able to see that there is an input now, even though that input doesn't really do that much yet. While this is loading, let's actually worry about the functionality for that input. And this is going to come from React query as well, because we demand client-side interactivity. Let's turn this into a use client component. And you can see there is the search bar. It already looks beautiful out of the box. Very nice. Okay, in here, let's use React query. And we can do that by saying const, and let's worry about the destructuring later, is going to be equal to use query. We're just going to make a GET request for the search results, so no need to use a mutation. We can just pass this a query function. That is going to be an async arrow function, as always from all the previous React query implementations. Okay, let's also pass this a query key. This is going to be, you can call this whatever you want. I'm going to call this search query to identify this certain query against a 10-stack query, and then lastly, an enabled value of false. We only want to fetch when we actually type instead of when this component renders, which it is by default, and therefore the enabled false. Okay, next up, we want to keep track of the input that the user is typing into the search bar in state. And let's call this input. And for whatever reason, it just keeps thinking I want an emmet snippet there, which I don't want. Instead, let's have a regular use state with input, set input, and an empty string by default. Okay, to turn this into a controlled input, we can simply pass it the value of our input in curly braces. And then instead of the onChange, we get a certain other custom function that is called onValueChange, where we receive the text as the parameter passed into there automatically, and we can set the input to this text. Okay, and whenever we make the search request to our endpoint, then we're gonna make an Axios request. But if there is no input like that, we are gonna return an empty array. So we are gonna return an array of communities later. So always an array of strings. And if we have no input right here, then there shouldn't be any search made, because that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Afterwards, let's make an Axios request by saying const empty object is equal to await Axios, import that, dot, and then a get request to a template string under /API/search, and then let's pass a query parameter using a question mark, q equals, that's gonna be our query right here, and interpolate the input value. So we're searching for whatever the user has input and pass that as a query parameter to this API endpoint. We can destructure the data we get from here, like so, and return that to the to React query, return data. However, this is typed as any. We don't really want that. Instead, let's cast the type as, and then here goes the subreddit type we get from Prisma client or custom database type. And we're gonna extend that type by a underscore count value. And this is gonna be of type Prisma.subreddit count output type. And we can import Prisma to do this. If we take a look at what this is, it says posts number, subscribers number. So we can later display that to the user. And then that is almost everything we need for React query. We can destructure some stuff from here, for example, the data, and let's call that the query results. So whatever comes back from our API endpoint, let's call the refetch function. So we can call this whenever we want instead of whenever React query wants. The isFetched, and we also want the isFetching to display some loading states to the user accordingly. Nice, that's all we need from React query. And now, whenever the, actually, let's worry about that later. Let's save that for now and implement this functionality. So we have the input field and we can make requests to our API endpoint, but we aren't showing any results yet. However, the API endpoint doesn't even exist yet, so there would be no results to search. So I propose we do that first, implementing this API search endpoint to actually get some results. So under our, let's give this a bit more space, under our API folder, and let's close out of this API, we are expecting a search endpoint that doesn't exist yet. So let's create a search folder, search, that's going to be represented in the URL with a route.ts once again to handle the logic that is associated with that endpoint. Awesome. And inside of this search endpoint, the logic is going to be very, very simple. Let's export an async function get with a request that comes in as the request type. And now we want to get the query parameter, right? The way we do that is by first instantiating a new URL, passing it the rec.url, and then we can get the query parameters very easily from that by saying const q is going to be equal to url.searchparams.get and whatever we called it, and we called it q for query. And if we have no q, no query, we're going to return a new response saying invalid query with a status of 400, invalid request. Awesome. Let's give this a bit less space. And now let's fetch the results. Const results are going to be await an asynchronous operation db. Let's import that dot subreddit dot find many. And we want to display a list of subreddits that match the user query. So we need to include that in our where block, where the name of the subreddit as an object starts with q or query. So like rea would lead to React.js, for example. And then afterwards, we're going to include the underscore count to determine how many search results we have. We're going to say underscore count true. And then lastly, we're only going to take 5 at maximum. Now these both are a bit redundant, but if you wanted to show more or have some pagination inside of here, that's where the underscore count would really come in clutch to see if there are next pages and so on. That's why we include both here. Okay, let's go back, or actually let's just return the response. Return new response JSON.stringify, and we're going to stringify the results. and we are already expecting those on the front end in the search bar. So we can just work with them. We are getting them back as the data and then making them accessible right here in the search results for the search bar that we are not yet displaying anywhere. So if the input.length under the command input, let's render this out, is greater than 0, in that case we're going to render some JSX, and else we're going to render null in a ternary operator. And what are we going to display? Well, we're going to display a command list to the user, also from our custom component. This is going to get a class name of absolute to list the communities right here below the search bar and above the page. That's why the absolute, a background of white, a top of full, an inset x of 0, a shadow, and a rounded bottom medium. Let's give this just a bit more space so you can see this if you missed anything. And then if we have the isFetched boolean set to true, in that case, we're going to render the command empty. How cool is that? There's already an empty state in here, and let's say no results found, period, in here. So if we did fetch successfully and it is fetched, we're done fetching and there is nothing, then there are no results. And otherwise, if the, in parentheses, and let's put this into curly braces for some advanced JSX action, in parentheses, if the query results dot length, and this is optional, by the way, this doesn't have to exist, this can be undefined, dot length or 0 is larger than 0, in that case, we're going to render some JSX, and else we are going to render null. And we get an error here saying property length does not exist on type blah, 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 probably because we forgot to cast this as an array. Yeah, this is not an array. This needs to be an array of data that we are returning, and now the error should be gone. Great. So now let's return some JSX from here, and that is going to be the command list. Command group, command group we get from the command. This is going to contain all the communities that we found, and let's pass this a heading, and that heading is going to be communities. Awesome. Let's save that and see what happens until now, at least. Let's search React, and well, no results show up yet, which is not ideal, but fine. Let's see if the network request goes through successfully though. That should happen. Let's say React. Oh, we're never okay, never mind. We're not refetching the logic and the query yet. We're not making use of this refetch function, and it's enabled it's not enabled, so therefore there can't be any results yet. That's fine. We're gonna worry about that in a second. Let's finish up the command group. We're almost done here. Let's just map over the query results that are optional because they're gonna be undefined when the component hasn't mounted yet. Map over those, and for each subreddit that we found as a result to the user query, we're going to render out some JSX immediately as the command item from the same component. This command item gets an onSelect, and we get access to the event whenever this is selected, and we can do some router action with this. Now, in order to do router action, we need to use the router hook. Const router is equal to use router from next/navigation. So we can actually make use of that. Okay, and whenever a command item is selected, we want to push that, router.push into the URL, navigate the user to that, and this is going to be the template string of /r/r/, and then interpolate the, the event. This is just a string that we get back right here. So like React or whatever community you select from the dropdown afterwards. And then let's say router.refresh to show the user the latest posts for that subreddit. Okay, that's going to be the onSelect. Because we're mapping over stuff right here, we also need to include a key on the command item. So the key is going to be the subreddit.id. And then the value, what's actually going to show up as the text for this result, it's going to be the subreddit.name. So like React or Next.js or whatever the subreddit is. And to make this look pretty and not just functional, let's render out a user icon in here, and let's render out the users from Lucid React, a self-closing icon with a class name of margin right 2, a height of 4, and a width of 4 as well. Beautiful. Then let's have an anchor tag right below that, we're almost done. Last thing here is the anchor tag with an href of dynamic template string leading to /r/ and then subreddit.name. So again, React, Next.js, whatever. And this anchor tag is going to say r/subreddit.name. Like this. Great. So now the question is, our search results would look really good right now if we typed React, but there are no search results, and that is because we're never actually invoking the refetch function. And the question is, well, when do we want to do that? And the answer is we want to make a debounce request when the user hasn't typed for a certain period of time. To optimize database and performance, we don't want to spam the database on every keystroke, but instead we want to debounce that input. And it's actually pretty straightforward. I've done a separate video on that once a while back, but let's walk through it together. It's really simple. First off, we're gonna say const debounce request is gonna be equal to a use callback. So this maintains its integrity throughout re-renders, which is important for the debounce to not get triggered multiple times and essentially act as a delay, but to properly work as a debounce. This gets an empty dependency array. And inside of here, let's fetch the request. And of course, this needs to go below 10 stack query, and this needs to state refetch and not request. Okay, then the actual request, oh no, never mind, that was request, because this is going to be a separate function that we're going to create together right now. The const request is going to be equal to debounce. You might wonder, where the hell is that coming from? And the answer is right here. There's a lodash.debounce package that comes pre-installed in your starter code that does just this. And without all the overhead of adding the entirety of Lodash, it's literally just the debounce. This takes an asynchronous callback function, or any callback function for that matter, but for us we need an asynchronous one where we call the refetch. There we go. And does this need to be asynchronous? I don't think this has to be asynchronous, by the way, because we're not awaiting that or anything, which we very well could, but it doesn't really matter. Let's just leave it out. Anyways, I've done it like this in my demo project, but I don't think we need it. All right, and let's save this, and the debounce request is what we can actually spam and instantiate or call on every keystroke along with the set input, because on every keystroke, this on value change is going to get called, and we can just invoke the debounce request, and that is going to refetch all the information for the communities. Let's try this out. I'm going to search for React, and we can see React pops up right here. Beautiful, very, very nice. This looks really good. We can see Next.js maybe, if we want to filter for that, React, and we don't have anything else, then it's going to show no results found. That is a beautiful, really convenient search bar with a debounced input. That looks very nice. Let's quickly verify that this is actually debounced by going into the network tab, and we should be able to see when I type 3 letters, only one, not only one request is made, so currently it's not debounced. That's not optimal, so maybe the async here was actually pretty important. Let's reload the page, and then let's try that again, and only one request should be made. React. Oh, because we didn't pass a time route here for the debounce. So let's pass 300 milliseconds here. That's what we need to do. And now we're debouncing by 300 milliseconds. So only if you stop typing for that amount, a request will actually be made. Let's verify that. And there we go. Only one request is made to React. And if I spam this, no request is made until I'm done releasing my keyboard and not typing for 300 milliseconds. Beautiful. Great. And that is the project pretty much done, right? I think that was like, what? Yeah, the 8th step. Awesome. We've done the search bar. We can check for communities like React. And if we press those, we are taken to those communities and shown the React posts and nothing else. Really, really nice. Excuse me if there are some CSS errors. CSS really wasn't the focus of this video, but I tried to make it look good anyways. I'm probably not going to fix it in this video, but in the final GitHub repository, I'm pretty sure these are minor changes that are going to take like 5 minutes, and it's really not that important, as long as we've got the core functionalities all set. All right. Very, very nice. The votes are working, the comments are working, the posts are working, the communities are working. Oh, one thing is probably we want the settings And in here, we want to be able to change the username. And that is going to be a pretty straightforward step, actually. So let's create a page for this. This is going to live under the source, and then app. Let's create a page for that at the same level as the others, as settings. And inside of here is going to live a page.tsx for the settings. Awesome. Let's export some metadata from here. Export const metadata. And this is going to be an object saying title settings. And then the description is going to be manage account and website settings, period. Just to have a nicer title, you know, instead of localhost 3000/settings, this is going to show, or this should show what's happening here. What are we doing? Oh, right, because we're not exporting a component from the page. That makes sense. Let's reload this, and now it says settings right here. Beautiful, a bit more descriptive than localhost 3000/settings. Okay, let's determine the session. Const session is going to be equal to await get auth session, and you know the drill. To turn this into a top level await compatible component, we need to turn this into an asynchronous server component, and we can get rid of any props because we're not going to receive any in this component. Okay, if we have no session.user, in that case, let's redirect the user to the login page. So we can simply call the redirect from next/navigation and redirect the user to the auth options.pages.sign-in, or if that is not defined for some reason, we can redirect them to the /sign-in page. Awesome. Okay, and now we can assume that the user is, existent, that they have a session, and we can get started on the JSX. It's going to be pretty straightforward. A div with a class name of max width 4xl, an mx of auto, and a padding y of 12. Inside of here goes another div with a class name of grid items dash start and gap dash 8. And inside of that second div goes an h1 with a class name of font dash bold, a text of 3xl, and on medium devices and up, a text of 4xl stating settings, just to tell the user what the hell they're about to do. And below that, one more div with one closing div right above that is where we are creating this with a class name of grid and gap of 10, bit more spacing. Inside of here goes a custom component, and that is going to be our username form that is going to allow the user to change the username, which is a component that doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and create it as the username form.tsx. And the username form is what's going to handle all the client-side interaction with use client. And then we also want to export an FC from here, a functional component. Awesome. Okay, and to make this look good, let's return a form. It gets no action, but instead an on submit. And what do we want to happen on submit? Well, we can use React hook form. For me, it's important to show you how to build proper applications you can launch to production that just work instead of just fumbling something together. So we're going to use React hook form along with a validator to properly handle the username changes. To do that, let's destructure something from the use form we get from React hook form. And this takes some kind of generic, and we can also invoke that. Now, what the hell is the generic we want in here? Well, we can write a custom validator for a username that defines when a username is valid and when it isn't. And let's go into our validators and say username.ts under lib and create our username validator. Let's export a const called username validator. It's going to be a z from zod.object. And this object takes only a name property of z.string, but now we can refine this and say .minimum 3, at least 3 characters, .maximum 32, so nobody has a 7 billion letter username. And we can also match this against a regular expression, and that is gonna be 2 slashes with an, what is this? How do I do this? There we go, like I have no idea what this is called, like a arrow up, I guess. And then in angled brackets, we're gonna put A to Z, large A to Z and 0 to 9 and an underscore. That is also fine. Afterwards, a plus and a $sign to conclude this. This is the end, this is the beginning, and this is everything in between. And only if this matches the username is it actually considered valid. Now we can work with that in our form. For example, we can, let's also export the type for this. Export type username. Let's call this, what did I call it in the example project? I didn't call it anything, but let's call this username request. To follow our convention is going to be equal to z.infer, the type of username validator. There we go. Now we can import that type, username request, inside of our use form and invoke the use form with some options in here. That is going to be, for example, the resolver, and this is going to be the Zod resolver from hook form resolver Zod. You know the drill. This is what we've done before. This right here, it didn't change. And then here we're going to pass the username resolver, username validator, it's called, right? Not resolver. Okay, so this is going to make the submission of the form automatically fail if the data doesn't match what we expect client side. We also need to validate that server side. And the default values we can pass as an object as the second as the second configuration option into here. And the name is going to be either the user.username or this is going to be an empty string. Now you might wonder, what the hell is the user? Where is this coming from? Well, we don't have access to the user in this form. But because we have a server-side session here, we can just pass it into here as the property. So we can receive the user in here, and the user, what we worry about or what we expect is from a TypeScript utility type, only a pick type, and that is from the user from Prisma client. Or is it actually from Prisma client? Yes, it is. It's not from next auth. Okay, just wanted to make sure. We only want the ID and we also want the username, and we can omit everything else. Okay, for some reason, this is giving us an error. Generic type pick requires 2 type arguments. What did I mess up? Oh, this is not comma separated, but this is or separated with a pipe operator. So we're only taking these 2 properties from the user that we expect as a prop, which means we can already import the username form and pass it what we expect. And that is the user as an object. And this is going to get the ID of session.user.id. And it's going to get the username of session.user.username, or if that doesn't exist for some reason, an empty string. Awesome. Great. We've done that. Now we can switch back to our username form and actually do the logic of the form. What should happen? To do that, let's destructure the handle submit from React hook form and also the register, and lastly the form state. And we want the errors if there are any. Great, that's all we need to destructure from React hook form, and now we can actually get started in the form. So we can pass it the handle submit. That should happen on submit. And for now, let's just put an empty function here that does literally nothing. And to make this page look good, we're going to use, I think, one last UI component that is pre-built. Let's check if we have it already, but I don't think we do. And no, we don't. This is going to be the card. I'm not sure why there's an error right now. We're going to solve all the errors together. Don't worry, but it doesn't look very severe. So for now, let's say npx shad cn -ui add, and it's called card. It's a pre-made, pre-styled component that just makes the stuff look good. We want this under source components/UI. That's where we want the card. That was really fast. And again, let's change the capital C from the lowercase c, which it is initially. And now inside of the form, we can render out the card component we have just installed. That's just going to make it look good out of the box with a card header as the first child of that card. And the card header gets a card title. And this is going to say your username. Below that, it's going to say card description, like that. And let's say, please enter a display name you are comfortable with. period as the card description. Very, very nice. Now let's go below the closed card header and add the card content in here. In here, there's going to go a div with a class name of relative, grid, and a gap of 1. And we also want one last div in here with a class name of absolute, a top of 0, there we go, a left of 0, then a width of 8, a height of 10, there we go, a grid, and a place dash item dash center to center whatever is inside of this div. And this is going to be a span with a class name of text small and text zinc 400, just saying u/. And let's preview this actually. That's what is happening right here. Okay, it seems like we are getting an error. Let's restart the dev server. That might be from the stale version before. Let's refresh and see if we get the error again. And if we do, then we're gonna fix it. But hopefully we don't. Let's give this a bit of time. And we get one error right here in our username form component. Whatever that is, I don't see it right now. But we can see, please enter a display name you are comfortable with. And did I forget a class name? Right here. No, this is fine for now. This is gonna look better here in a second, but you can already see what we're doing right here. It looks pretty good out of the box. Let's give this a bit less space and move this over and plow right ahead. Awesome, so below the closing div right here, let's add our custom label component from UI. And this is gonna encapsulate the name with a class name of sr-only. We don't actually want this to show up, just for screen readers. And then HTML for the name field that we're about to add right now as the input. Right here, also from our UI, where we pass an ID of name. That's what this label right here is for. Then we want to add a class name of, and this is going to be width-400 pixels in these angled brackets for a custom inline value and a padding left of 6. Great. Let's also pass this a size of 32, and we need to register this with React hook form. And to do that, we can enter some curly braces with ... to spread in the register of, and we also get type annotations here, name. Beautiful. So we have just registered that, and all the logic is being handled by us from React hook form. Super convenient. And the input can be self-closing. There we go. Okay, right below the input, let's worry about any error handling that we might need to do. So, for example, if there is an errors.name, we will know that from React hook form. Let's render out a p tag that's going to show the error. This is going to get a class name of padding x1, a text of extra small, a text red of 600, and this is going to say the errors.name.message. If there is any, then it's going to show that right here, and I messed it up. Awesome, and I think we are pretty much done. Right below the closing card content, let's add a card footer as the last thing here. And the card footer is going to contain a button, also from our UI, lots of UI components in here, that says change name. Awesome, and why is there an error here? Already included, oh, because we changed the casing for the file. Okay, let's see this, and this looks beautiful. Okay, very, very nice settings, your username, and we can change it right here and click change name. This looks really nice, but it's not functional yet. This won't do anything here, so we need to create one more API endpoint to handle that. And again, because this is a client component, we're gonna do that with React Query by using a use mutation hook from React Query. And here we can pass the mutation function, an async arrow function that we want to handle the username change. And we can receive something in here if we declare this as the username request. Request the type from the validator we have created. We can just receive the name for the mutation function, like so, and formulate the payload as we always did in this video with the type of username request, like so. And this is going to be just an object and the name inside of it. Awesome. Let's make the request const. We can already destructure this. Data is going to be equal to await Axios, import that .patch. And now we're actually going to make the patch request to change the username to /API/username. And what do we want to pass? Of course, the payload to this API endpoint. then we can return the data to React query if we want. Awesome. As for the error handling, it's not going to differ from any of the other error handlings. So let's search for the error response status is equal to 4 or 9. I just searched for 4 or 9 in my search bar here. And let's just copy the error handling behavior from this endpoint, from the page.tsx under create. And we can literally just paste it on the on error. We can receive the error right here with React query. We don't know what it is, but if we just copy and paste the error handling behavior, we can know what it is. Let's import the access error. And the only thing we want to do is the first type of error handling. We don't care about the 422, to be honest. And we don't care about logging in either. Let's just return a generic toast in the other case, like there was an error, whatever. And instead of the subred already exists, we can say, for example, username capitalized, already taken, please choose a different username. Very nice. So now we're handling the errors, and what do we want to happen on success? Well, let's quickly do that. It's very simple logic. On success, there we go. There's going to be an arrow function as well. And then here, we're just going to send out a toast notification with a description and nothing else. Description saying your username has been updated. And then we are going to say router.refresh. And the router needs to be lowercase, and that comes from the hook. Const router is going to be equal to use router from next/navigation. Invoke that. Awesome, really, really good. That's error handling and success state done. And let's actually try out if this works. Okay, newsflash, this can't work because the API we're trying to call right here with a patch request doesn't actually exist. So let's quickly go ahead and create that under our File Explorer, and then under App API. There we are, and then let's create a new folder called username that we're gonna make this request to right here, and a route.ts file inside of here to handle that logic. Inside of here, let's export the HTTP verb we are expecting, export async function, and we are expecting patch requests to be handled by this specific function right here. And we can have a try catch block in here with some with some logic that should be second nature to you by now. Const session is going to be equal to await get auth session to see if the user is actually logged in, and if they're not, if not session.user, there we go, then we can return a new response saying unauthorized, what the hell, let me redo this, unauthorized, there we go, with a status of 401, unauthorized. Then let's get access to the body content. I've explained that like 10 times in this video. This is going to be the await rec.json. Again, should be second nature to you by now. And we can validate the incoming data by saying username validator that we have just created dot parse and pass in any content, in our case the body. This could literally be anything. It would just fail the parse in that case. Now we know that we can destructure the name, otherwise we would land in the error block, and we can check if this username is already taken before actually assigning it to a new user. So const username is going to be await db.user.find first. So we're finding a user inside of our database where the username of that user matches the name that we get in from the request. And if we find a username like that, if a user exists with that exact name, then we can return a new response saying username is taken. And as the status code right here, as the second option with the status, we're going to pass 4 or 9. There's a conflict, a naming conflict. So you cannot have this specific username. Okay, and otherwise the username is not taken. It's fine. We're going to say update username. We're actually going to let the user update it. And this is going to be a very simple database call under await db.user.update. And what do we want to update? Where the ID of that user is the session.user.id that we're validating server side. And then with the data of username name. So this is the only property we're updating for that user entry. And then when everything is successful, we can return a new response from this API route saying, okay, everything was fine. You changed your username. You are good to go. And the error handling, we can literally just copy again from any other API endpoint. I'm just going to go to the unsubscribe endpoint under subreddit unsubscribe, copy the error handling, paste it in here and slightly adjust it. For example, importing Zod. Let's say invalid request data passed. In that case, and otherwise could not update username. Please try again later. Awesome, format that, save that, and now let's try updating the username. So I'm gonna say Josh, and let's look into the network tab to see what is happening and if the request is successful. Let's click change name. That should make an API request, and it doesn't because we haven't implemented that yet, did we? Let's give this just a bit more space, and let's close out of so much of this stuff. So what we care about right now is just the username form. But here we are making a patch request, but we're never actually invoking the mutation, so that can't work. Mutate is, let's call this update username. And let's also get the isLoading value from the use mutation. And let's implement that down here in our JSX. And we want to implement that where the button says change name. We want to implement the isLoading state for that. So if isLoading, then we're just going to forward that to the button that receives that as a property. And then on submit of the form, this button is going to act as a submission by default. That is standard React behavior or standard HTML behavior. We can receive the event, the data, that is going to be the name we are enforcing with the with the resolver in React hook form, and say update username and pass that the event. And did we not call this update username? Update user. Okay, let's call this update username, I guess. Same thing, bit different naming. Okay, fine. And let's try out if this actually works. So I want to rename myself to Josh. Let's go ahead into the network tab and see if everything works. I'm going to click change name. It's going to make the request. We get back a 200. Your username has been updated. And now my username should be Josh. If we go to the feed and look at the posts we have, then it should say posted by Wordful AI support. Interesting. So we're not displaying that properly for each post yet. That is not ideal. Aha, so let's navigate to the post component that encapsulates this logic, and let's change the post.author.name to the post.author.username. So we actually make use of the username instead of the actual Google name that we get, right? And if I do that and reload the feed, then we can see, awesome, now it says you/Josh, and we can actually go into the settings and change this to anything we want if the username is not taken, and update the username accordingly. And it shows up right there as posted by you/Josh 123 whatever. Beautiful. Very, very nice. I think we are mostly done. We've done the search bar, we fixed the bug, we can create a different username, or we can change it, we can search for communities, and we can create posts, we can upvote posts, we can comment, we can reply to comments. Man, there is so much stuff involved in this, and if we build this out, it's even going to be a bit more responsive than it currently is. One thing I've noticed, when we click out of the search bar, it should disappear, right? That's a very quick fix we can implement. So right now, when we click away, it doesn't close itself. We don't want that, we want it to close itself. So let's quickly navigate into the search bar and fix that, because I've already prepared something for you that makes that very easy. So let's quickly assign a ref to this command, and let's call this command ref. Create the ref for that, const ref or command ref is going to be equal to useRef from React. Create a DOM node reference, and this is going to be an HTML div element. And let's initialize this useRef as null. We can now pass it to the ref, and now we can use a handy hook called useOnClickOutside, which I've already prepared for you in your starter code. Pass it the command ref as the first option, and then a callback function as to what should happen when we click away. And when we click away, we want to set the input to nothing, to an empty string, because we're rendering this conditionally, right here, if the input.length is greater than 0, the input is gonna disappear, or the search results are gonna disappear. Let's quickly take a look at the hook so you kind of understand what is going on. Essentially, we are listening to an event, and if the ref we are clicking on does not contain the target, so if we're clicking anything else in normal words, then it's going to execute the handler, so whatever we pass in as the callback function. I've already prepared this for you. I don't think there's a huge benefit in typing this out yourself, because I just copy pasted this as well from a website called Use Hooks. And let's try out if this works. If we search for React and click away, it closes. But what it doesn't do currently is if I navigate to React, then, oh no, it does. Never mind, it does work properly. Interesting. Okay, but if I do so using enter, if I press enter on this, then it's not gonna close. So what we can do additionally to fix that little bug, to also have it close and enter, is do one last thing very, very quick, and that is gonna be inside of a use effect, right here, import that, a callback function, and as a dependency, we want to have the path name. So whenever the path name changes in the URL, when we're navigating to a different path, this should also close. And to track the path name, we can say const path name is going to be equal to use path name from /navigation. And now we can make use of this. Whenever the path name changes, we want to execute the same callback function and close the input, essentially not having it display anymore by setting the input to an empty string. So now when we search for React, for example, press enter, that's going to take us to React, and it's also going to close the results. Beautiful. Very nice. I think we are done. Everything works. I'm going to fix these CSS bugs in the finished repo. I don't think there's a value in fixing these together, like this not being shown properly. I think I did that in the actual version, but it's not worth the time to debug. This video is not about CSS, and I'm going to fix them in the final repo. If this should be of importance to you, for it to look absolutely amazing everywhere, then don't worry, I've got you covered, and I'm going to put this into the GitHub repository if you want to check that out. But mostly the CSS works really well. It's responsive for the very majority of the build, and all the functionality that's really important works beautifully out of the out of the box, like out of what we created, not out of the box. We did this, right? We made this happen. We can navigate to the feed, create a community like so. We can change our username if we want to, right here, and we can also sign out if we wanted to. Amazing work, dude. If you've been following along, really, really good work. Let's go ahead and deploy this. So I'm gonna head over in my other browser to Vercel, because I should already be logged in there, or am I logged in here as well? Vercel.com. Let's try this out. Nope, I'm not. Okay, so let me navigate over to Vercel, into my actual account. And do I need to blur anything here? Yeah, I might need to blur some stuff here to protect the privacy of my freelance clients. But let's publish this together. First up, I'm gonna go into GitHub and create a new repository for this. That's step number one. Oh no, step number one is probably to lint this, to make sure we have no building errors. So now that we're done with the project, let's run yarn lint to see if there are any building errors in this project. In such a large project, this might be very well the case. As you can see, command failed with exit code 1. That is not ideal because in the post feed, we're missing an iterator. Let's navigate to the post feed right here. And in line 79, we're missing an iterator. That makes sense. Let's use the, what did we use here? The post.id as the iterator. That should be fine. Do we get any other issues? Yes, we do. In the page.tsx under create, it doesn't recognize the page as a React component. So let's put this into uppercase and remove the FC. We don't need that. And then also export default that uppercase page. Great. Do we get any other errors? No, we don't. Let's try this again. Let's run yarn lint to fix any build errors and try if that works. And it went through successfully. Awesome. There's one more step, very quick, we need to do in our package.json for this to deploy successfully using Prisma, because if we try to deploy Prisma on Vercel, we need something called a post install. I've already done this for you. Normally you need to add this yourself, but it's very important for me to be transparent on what the starter code does for you and what it doesn't. So the post install is something I have added for this to be deployed on Vercel very easily. Okay, let's create a new repository for this. I'm gonna do this on my right-hand side right here, so I don't leak any personal GitHub information. Let's call this Reddit YouTube clone. We can add a description. I'm gonna mark this as private and click create repository. And you can do this in your own GitHub account. And this is the important bit, the remote origin we want to add. Let's navigate over to our GitHub repo and clear the screen. Let's add that origin like so. And I've already got a remote origin because I cloned the repo from somewhere, I believe. We can delete that, git remote remove origin, hit enter, and then add the new origin. Let's add everything, git add dot. It's gonna add everything that is not ignored by our git ignore file. Then we're gonna say git commit -m, and let's say initial commit. Hit enter, that's gonna commit all our changes. And now let's say git push -u for upstream origin master, push it to the master branch and see what happens. Okay, source ref spec master does not match any. Does main work? No, that doesn't work as well. So I think we are having problems that there is already a GitHub repo in this Reddit 2. So to fix that, I'm just literally, and what I meant is a git folder, right? This has already been registered. I'm just gonna delete the git folder, and that's gonna get rid of all the git stuff and fix any problems we have. Now we can just say git add dot again, or first we need to say git init to initialize a new repository. Then we're gonna say git add dot to add everything, then git commit initial commit again, and then we can add the remote origin and git push -u for upstream origin master. Push this all to the master branch, and now this should work properly. All right, we can see this pushed. Let's go into GitHub, refresh the page, and we should be able to see it right here in our GitHub repository. Awesome, we do. And now let's go over to our Vercel dashboard, click add new project, and now we can see the project pops up right here, Reddit YouTube clone. We can simply click import, go to environment variables because we have some, and we can copy these from our .env file. Just hit select all, Control A, Control C, and we can just paste them into the environment variables and don't have to copy every single one individually. That's what a subscriber told me about, and it's actually very handy. And then click the big deploy button and cross our fingers, nothing goes wrong with the deployment and everything works out. Let's give this a bit of time. You can watch the build process live and hope nothing goes wrong. And then I'm gonna be right back. Oh, interesting, the build failed because of an unused @tsexpect arrow directive. And I just noticed we also missed one to do. Honestly, it's not too important. I'm gonna show you the back button inside my back button. What is it called? The button to feed button is what I called it. It's honestly a very simple button that we missed in this video. I don't think it's so important. I'm gonna include it in the GitHub repo so I don't miss it. But essentially it's just a button that takes us back to either the community or the feed, depending on where we currently are. Just 30 lines of code. If you want, take a look at it, but it's not very important to do right now. Instead, let's fix the build error. That is much more important. And what was the error again? Unused tsexpect arrow directive. Let's see where that is at tsexpect error. That should be right here. And why is that unused? That is definitely used. So instead, let's use a ts-ignore. Not sure why that is throwing an error. It really shouldn't. And also what I find weird is that there's a spacing here. Maybe because they added that. I'm not sure, but this should actually ignore the error. And it's necessary. So I'm not sure why this is throwing in a build error, but we can just add everything. I'm going to commit using initial commit. Probably you want a different commit message, like a fix of build error or whatever. And then we can push to the origin master once again. And that is automatically going to rebuild the project on Vercel, because Vercel recognizes there has been a change, except when we have never deployed this. And yeah, but it is building again, but I'm not sure if it copied the environment variables. Oh, it has. Okay, awesome. So this is gonna build automatically again. We can see one build error and now it's building again. I'm gonna keep you updated on this build process. Let's watch this in real time. And then I'm gonna be right back and see if this build is going through successful. And it looks like the build has gone through successfully. All the pages were generated. Beautiful. And now we can actually go to our project by clicking the link, and it's deployed successfully. We can see it right here. Very, very nice. We can see the other posts are loading. And because we're not signed in, we don't see that we uploaded something, but we can see the general uploads. Let's click on a post and see what happens. Everything is loaded. The image is right there. We can add our comment if we were logged in. Beautiful. There are two things I want to mention right here. One thing to make your user experience a bit better is when, for example, clicking create post right here, we would be able to create a post, but it would also show the login. Well, it's not because of this, right? We could still create a post, which is not ideal because we're logged in. What would be better instead is, for example, if we're on the Next.js subreddit, let's just navigate to that. If we click create post right here, we should be forwarded to the login page, right? To the login model that we are intercepting. So what we can do very easily is add a middleware.ts file in our source folder. And in here, we can specify in the middleware.ts a function to run before every request on the edge. So let's export an async function middleware. We can move this into a side-by-side, by the way, with the final product. There we go. Export async function middleware, where we receive a request of type next request. And in here, oh, by the way, we need to import that type from next/server. We can verify if the user is logged in or not by saying const token is equal to await get token, which we get from next auth/jwt, and pass in the request as is into that function. And if we have no token, if the user is not logged in that case, we can return a next response dot redirect to a new URL, and that is going to be to /sign-in and pass the rec.next URL as the base URL for that. And we can match this middleware to only run on certain paths by exporting a const config at the very bottom that has a matcher property, which is an array of strings, and only when these strings are matched as the URL path, then this middleware function is going to run. So for example, we want to run on /r/any path, so path /submit, so react/submit, whatever, where we just were on the editor. And then we also want this to run on /r/create. So we're unable to do this stuff without being logged in, and instead the modal pops up. Let's go into dev mode to demonstrate that to you. Let's go on to localhost 3000. We could also just push this into the repo and it would work the same way, but just demonstrating this locally is a bit faster. So let's go ahead and actually, why don't I do this in the browser where this is already open? Let's reload the page and then sign out and see what happens. Let's sign out like so. That's going to sign us out a bit slower in the dev version, but blazingly fast in the build out version. And now let's go to a community like Next.js, for example, and click on create post. And now, beautiful, this happens. The modal pops up instead of actually taking us to the page where we could create a post if we were logged in, which doesn't make sense if we are not logged in. Awesome. So that is protected now. And one more thing, one last thing for this video. We've deployed everything successful, everything works. In the build out version, Vercel sometimes does a bit of caching for you automatically. And I had some problems with that as this is a highly dynamic web app. So I'm going to show you what I did in the actual version, and that is export const dynamic. So let's go into the main page.tsx, this one right here. And from here, we are going to export a const dynamic, and this is going to be force-dynamic. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure this does anything, but it's just one line. It can't do any harm. And I think what this does is, honestly, I couldn't test it reliably, but when we go back to the homepage, it refetches all the posts instead of showing stale values. And if we search for force dynamic, it should appear twice in our app. and it does. So that's just what I wanted to point out to you. And what we can also do to kind of achieve the same effect, as far as I know, is this fetch cache right here. Again, I'm gonna be 100% real with you. I'm not sure if this actually does anything, but for me, in the end, the caching worked as I expected. I'm not sure if it's due to these or due to something else that's in the project, but it just worked in the end. That's the important part, right? So the posts were never stale and always fetched dynamically and showed exactly what we want. Awesome. Just push this into the repo, it's gonna build out, and you're gonna have your version live. This looks really, really nice. Let's give this a bit more space. And that's the app. If there's anything I missed, I'm gonna include it in the GitHub repository. I don't think so, just the back button I briefly touched on, but it's honestly not super important. If you're interested, you can take a look at the code for that in the GitHub repo. And this was it. This was a huge project. I acknowledge that. I really congratulate you on learning all the technologies that you did in this video. Incorporate them in your future builds. They're gonna take you very far. They're amazing technologies and data fetching strategies as well, which with React Query, with the infinite scrolling, it's really, really neat what you can do with this. Awesome. That's gonna be it for me. Again, congratulations on this project and finishing it. You're one of the few who actually did it. So very, very nice work. And I'm gonna see you in the next one. I really hope you enjoyed. And yeah, until the next video, have a good one and bye-bye.